It's time. Hello, everybody. It's time for me to take my punishment. Welcome into day 3 of the NFL draft. Catastrophically, I am sick. If you don't want to hear somebody with sinusally challenged, this might not be a good day for you. I know that really bugs some people, and I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. And that's going to make this thing hurt real bad. But I'm going to be here all day long. Here are the rules. I'm not eating the eggs live on air, but that is a different elaborate punishment that, don't worry, the plans are in motion. Here are my rules. Every time a specialist goes today, I must add a layer of clothing. I'm not going to be lame and put on like a sock, okay? I'm going to try to make it a layer of clothing that you can see. Anytime there's a guard, I have to go take Dane Brugler's scouting report for that guard, put it into Chat GPT and ask it to make it sexy. And then I will read that ASMR style or like a paragraph of it because those get really long. At some point, Luke Inman will come on and make me do a 2026 mock draft. That's going to be horrible. And I'm not sure what else. There were some other ideas that didn't really get fleshed out. So that's what we got right now. And I guess if Sam or Arif or Luke wants to come in with something else. We got more guests than that as well coming in today. I've got word. We're gonna have Tyler Forness, my good buddy from Forno Fridays, coming around. Kevin Fielder, my small school guy, is gonna come around. That's actually gonna be super informative and clutch because this is the day for small school guys. 7-round 2026 mocks. I don't even know if that's possible. Also, I believe, unless they flake on me, one of our Unlupagus are gonna come hang out. So it's rainy in LA. I'm sick. I've got coffee. Let's do this. Punishment shared is a punishment doubled. We're here for it. Thanks, David. When did he stop being the kid you copied off in math class? That happened a couple years ago when I realized I wasn't doing analytics anymore and I was striving to understand football in a much less quantifiable way. And I thought it wasn't appropriate for my show anymore. We learn, we grow. So I decided to go with let's learn something new. A little more, generic. Who do you hope the Vikings pick in the 5th? Whoa, boy. Rain is coming down. I can hear it. Can you hear that? What type of coffee are you drinking? Just Caribou. Just Caribou. I have a French press that I like to use that I'm fully, if you know Dusty O'Connell from Norse Code fame, RIP. He says his instructions, okay? Grind it coarse, temp water to 179, pinch of salt. Favorite underrated places to eat in LA. Find any sketchy looking Mexican place. If it looks dingy, hole in the wall, and it serves like wet burritos, get it. There's a burrito taco place that's not too far. It's like a 30-minute drive for me. Hang on. It's in Van Nuys. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. It's Birreria San Marcos. It's a stand. It's cash only. They have nowhere to sit. It's literally like the size of a bathroom. And it's freaking unbelievable. Anytime somebody comes and visits from LA and is like, I gotta get LA Mexican food, I take them there. If you want to, also like most ramen places are pretty good. The Koreans know what they're doing in here. Let me move that up. I'm cutting off my hair a little bit. Still haven't seen a pick, right? I will try to keep you abreast of every pick. I don't know if that's going to be possible. Is JJ able to participate in rookie minicamp since he didn't play last year? Yeah. No, rookie minicamp is just a colloquialism. There's lots of veterans there every year. Try to mute while I do the nastiest stuff. I gotta blow my nose. The world has decided that my voice is gonna be horrible at the end of this. How will the Titans hurt me with the first pick? Jordan Barrett asks. He's a Titans fan, by the way. How will they hurt you? I don't know. Another quarterback? They take Shador. Make it weird with Cam Ward. No. Specialist here? I don't know. Pick 103. You're kind of there. Yeah, Ty Felton, 30-second thoughts. I don't love the pick. People on YouTube are really mad at me about it right now. They can get over that. They can hear an opinion they don't like. That's okay. That's good for him. All right. I flipped on the tape really quick, and first off, I see him tip every route by jumping his pads up. It's a huge tell. Every corner is going to jump into it. Actually, if you can find Steve Smith Sr. talking about this, it's awesome. He's also, I wanted to make sure I wasn't falling victim to aesthetics, so I literally timed it to the frame, and by about a half a second per 10 yards, he's not running 100% on any route versus when he has the ball. When he has the ball, he runs 100%, but when he's running his route, not so much. There is a focus drops issue, and there was one other that I didn't love that I'm forgetting about that I talked about in the yeah, he's pretty slow out of his breaks too. I didn't mention that in the show. And then there was one other thing. Oh, when he gets bodied by contact downfield, that's what it is. Which happens to Addison and Jefferson too. So it's exacerbating that issue. So he's a special teamer. He's a great gunner. I couldn't find any gunner tape, so I'll just take everybody's word for that. Yeah. So we got a special teamer. We got Najee Thompson replacement in the 3rd round. That's not so good. Not feeling the punishment yet. We haven't drafted anybody. Do you have any hashtag my guys left? Yeah, there's 2. There's CJ West and DJ Giddens. Those are my 2 hashtag my guys that are left. They'll probably be gone pretty soon here, though. I gotta go. Quinshon Judkins is gone. Did Caleb Johnson go? I was pretty tapped out yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. My wife came home from Japan, and we tried a flight of weird Kit Kats. I was really locked in on that. Okay, so I might have missed a couple picks. Lemon Kit Kats, though, they know what they're doing over there. Odds the Vikings pick up a free agent corner right after the draft, like Asante Samuel Jr.? Yeah, I think so. Caleb went to Pittsburgh. Oh, that's right. And everybody was joking about how his uniform looks the same. Yeah, okay, cool. Thanks. So of players I've watched at all, Billy Bowman actually would be pretty nice if he ended up falling all the way to the 5th. I liked him in the 3rd. I would have liked him at 97. So we can kind of hope for that. Otherwise, we've got Ollie Gordon or Deion Walker. I don't have draftable grades on either of those guys. There's a litany of 26-year-old COVID quarterbacks that would actually kind of be low-key nice backups because they have a lot of experience. It's just 6 years of college experience. Miles, yes, I'm a bit of an OG of Pineapple Hill in Sherman Oaks. That is the LA Vikings bar du jour. That I was there every game in 2014, 2015. And then once I got this gig and started being more serious about coverage, I had to do I have stuff I have to do during the game that's work. So I can't go there anymore during games, but I do kind of want to say screw it once and get on down there one more time. It's great. If you're in LA, you're a Vikings fan, check out Pineapple Hill in Sherman Oaks. Yeah, CJ West is hashtag my guy big time. I'm very on an island there. A lot of people are yeah, he's the 110th prospect. And I'm I don't know, man. I think I'd dig him in the 2nd round. I get it. I'm on an island. I'm happy on my island. Okay. I'll live and die on it. If he sucks, I'll just die. That's fine. But of other players I've watched, Miles Frazier is a 6th rounder to me. Joshua Farmer is a 6th rounder to me. And JJ Pegues is a 5th rounder to me. There's also Tonka Hemingway, who's a 4th rounder to me if you want a DPR. That's it. I never got to Cam Scadaboo, and I super regret it. Oh my God. There we go. That was the next guy on my list when I ran out of time. Titans got a wide receiver. Thank you. I should probably get. Well, I'm watching on TV, so you guys are gonna have to tell me. I'm not tipping the picks. Please tip them for me. Did you watch Xavier Watts? I did watch Xavier Watts. He's gone. But I got pretty frustrated with his tape pretty quick. He does not hit. My dude is uh the nail, not the hammer. It's their least favorite pick of the draft for any team. I hated Colston Loveland, so I hate that for the Bears. But honestly, it's probably going to be like there are people that I just have not heard of that I probably would have ended up hating if I watched them. And so yeah, I'll be here when you get to the office. Kamara Deacon is, oh my god. Okay, I know the Vikings liked him a lot. But the fourth round is high for him. I don't think anyone had him there. All right, one away. My throat's already hurting a little bit. This is bad. I'm gonna have to drink a lot of water. I think once I get through like the morning kind of grog, because I'm in LA. It's 9 a.m. for me. I just woke up. I was up late doing content on watching Ty Felton and like researching. Yeah, right. And so with Colston Loveland, sorry, I gotta finish one thought at a time. Okay, we're doing ADHD streaming. But I gotta. Well, I think once I get through the morning grog, my throat will be a little better. I just kind of have to warm things up. But anyways, yeah, Colston Loveland. The logic I've heard is like, oh, cool, what a great pairing with Cole Kmet. Cole Kmet is your do-it-all tight end. Colston Loveland is your move tight end. And I'm like, did you guys just take tight end 2 with pick 10 and you're like touting that as a smart thing? Why does Ryan Poles get so much credit? Like he gets so much charity for crap that so obviously is not going to work. Remember when he traded for Chase Claypool and everyone was like, you did what for Chase Claypool? And like people nationally were like, Ryan Poles rebuilding the Bears, Super Bowl dark horse. Yeah, it's a bit of a reach, Jordan. Jags up at 104. I should probably tell Ross that I'm not going to be able to come to the clipping stations. I've got priorities. Basically, yeah, 33rd overall pick for Claypool. Or it was 32nd because someone had forfeited a pick that year. My favorite safety was Makuba. Jesus Christ is Lord. That's the username. Not Ben Johnson got his new Sam Laporta. Cole Kmet is his Sam Laporta. Like, isn't the point of Sam Laporta that he's like super, well-rounded, do-it-all tight end? Miami lost their pick that year for the tanking thing that I talk about often. Yeah, that worked out, guys. Facial too. Okay. I don't know anything about him. He's a running back? Oh, he's the VT running back. Okay. Never watched him, but I remember people talking about him a lot. I think he was somebody in the day 3 contest. I should have. No, I'll just go to Blue Sky when we pick one. That's the other thing I forgot to mention. So Luke Inman has a giveaway that he's going to come do at some point today. So make sure you're there. And I also have a contest that it's closed. There's no more entering now. You mentioned possibly taking a late QB backup. Sanders is still out there. Thanks, Luke Walker. Look, I don't hate it. I know people don't want the circus for a backup, and he might get like Kaepernick style blackballed now because he's not good enough to be a starter and justify that the fact that like he's a media circus. But I'm not sure how much of a media circus you're going to see. This is a humbling event. All right. This is, you now have to earn your keep somewhere, and you basically won't get a job till you accept that. And so like you kind of like by nature, you can be like, okay, well, let's see if he earns a job. And if you're drafting it, if he falls to the 6th, who knows how far he falls. Cutting him year 1 doesn't even feel that bad. And he's like pretty good for that, man. Like I thought he was pretty good. I didn't think he was this bad. I didn't watch him a lot. I watched like a little bit of a QB school video and I pulled up some tape like 2 months ago, but I didn't like nothing arose that made me think like, oh yeah, this guy probably shouldn't ever play in the NFL. KOC QB camp for Sanders and then trade him next year. I see the vision. True Gus Bus Gaming. Yes. We're the rehab center, right? Our beautiful, perfect culture. I'd be super into it. I mean, but yes, a backup quarterback. So yeah, so I have the day 3 contest. Many of you submitted your day 3. It was kind of your draft crush contest, but really it's a prediction for the pick. So if the Vikings take your player, I donate $25 to a charity of your choice. I will. That's on that. That was submitted on Blue Sky. I probably should have done like a Google form for it so I could share it to more social media, but I was being lazy and it's fine. I got still like 40 submissions, so we got plenty. Unfortunately, we only have 2 picks, so we'll see if anybody gets it. You couldn't find it on Blue Sky? I'm sorry, Alexander. It's on there. Unless I blocked you. Were you mean to me? Second JJ has a bad game. Every moron on the interwebs is going to be like, play Shador. Yeah, true. But you know what? I'll deal with that. I will not be coughing on the mic. I respect you all too much. If chat pisses me off enough, I might start. Oh yeah, Cozy. Yeah, Hershey will want 5 months of the media planting that McCarthy is going to lose his job. They're going to do that anyways. They're going to do that if we sign like Ryan Tannehill. People are already were doing that about Ryan Tannehill, like actual writers, not just like people on Twitter. Oh, you couldn't find it in the timeline. I'm sorry. It was. I posted it like 2 weeks ago, so you had to scroll back a lot or find one of the times I like reposted it. Cam Scatabo to the Giants. All right. More dad jokes. You mistake me. I love dad jokes. Bring them on. Cracker Celsius. I got my coffee. A little bit of lemon honey water. Hot lemon honey water is in my future as well. We'll be all right. That's a really fun name to say. Scataboo. That'll be fun for radio people too. Yeah. They said on the broadcast. Jesus Christ. Charles boomed me. Luke is very dad coded for someone who looks more like a son. I'm not a dad, no. There's a volunteer thing I was doing at a high school though, and there are a lot of the kids had a lot of fun trying to guess how old I am. They were not good at it. Hello from Brazil, Camilla. Camilla from Brazil. I feel like I recognize you as a question asker from long ago. Draft Crush is still on the board right now. DJ Giddens and CJ West. And at this point, I would be pretty happy with Tonka Hemingway or Billy Bowman. They're not really crushes. I just think they're appropriate value at this point in the draft for teams to get. But if those guys fall to the 5th, I'd be really happy. I've got them as 3rd or 4th rounders. Thank you so much, Chris. I'm old enough for that to be a compliment. Pick is in for the Patriots. Oh, this is going to be tough too because like they're going to go to commercial, and I'm going to have to like look at the ticker. We're going to have like, was it Nikola Jokic who got drafted with the Taco Bell ad? Was that the famous one? We're going to have those situations. 155 people watching me here. We have not yet seen any guards, though, right? I want one. I've got my ChatGPT. No, I don't have my ChatGPT ready. That's a lie. I really wish I had watched Scattaboo. He looked really fun. Did you watch Lathan Ransom? That's another one I did not. That was like second on the list that I did not get to. Any corner that's worth it at this point. In the fifth, I'm sure there's like Quincy Riley. There's plenty. Did you watch the Wolves game? No, but I heard that it was really exciting. Congratulations. I'm not a Wolves fan, but I am an ardent Lakers hater, so I'm a Wolves fan right now. So I'm happy for you all. Craig Woodson to the Pats. I have to start looking up the beast here. There were a lot of jokes all year about like, are you doing all your research for day 3? No. we're your guess is as good as mine, everybody. Are you excited about your Clippers being up 2-1? Yeah. When I moved to LA, I went to LA for college in 2010. And I decided that I was going to adopt one team. I didn't really care about basketball, and the Timberwolves had just done the Johnny Flynn thing, so I was really mad. So everyone was really mad at them, and I was like, "Screw this organization." So I was like, I'm not going to be a Lakers fan. Screw the Lakers. Like Lakers hatred is visceral. As a Minnesotan, they betrayed us. Like they beat us in 2003 in the Garnett Sprewell year. So not an option. So I picked the other LA team. As your resident Ohio State guy, I'm taking your word for this, Nate Jelson. He's aggressive like Makuba, but has some bad moments in the alley when he's one-on-one, but I'd be happy with him at 139. All right. Who has the best draft so far? Oh, I'm so bad at this because I don't really like put together who everybody picks. I'm trying to, I don't know. I'll get back to you. What college did you go to? Loyola Marymount. Go Lions. Craig Woodson. California safety. Oh, okay. Another safety off the board. Rip. All right. 4.45, dude. Bunch of experience. Plays special teams. 24 years old. Okay. Jack Kaiser to the Jaguars. A lot of people thought maybe he was a pick at 97 guy. Notre Dame linebacker, right? Luke would love the Patriots draft. Who have the Patriots draft? No, I hate Will Campbell. You know that, Jordan. Oh, but they did get Jared Wilson. Do you know the best name in this year's draft? It's important analysis. I will be taking suggestions for that. What do you guys think? What's the best name? Lots of decent safeties left for 139. True. If you want that. If you want like Theo Jackson competition, I feel like it's maybe a stretch in the 5th round, but it's high 5th. Yeah, Scattaboo is fun. Like, could you imagine him like breaking one off and Kevin Harlan being like, Cam Scattaboo? It's really funny that we got somebody in the chat whose username is Jesus Christ is Lord, and then people are like, yeah, at Jesus, facts. Ephesians Prysock. That's a good name. The Florida system, are safeties more valuable than linebackers? That's a great question. I don't think that I think if you're asking it, you're probably asking the wrong questions about the Flores system. The Flores system is all about everybody being able to do everything. So safeties kind of have to play linebacker, and sometimes linebackers have to back off and do safety stuff. I think the correct opinion is to remain agnostic to that. Yeah. Yeah, we got Jesus in the chat. We're blessed. Is Billy Bowman not a great tackler? He's an over pursuer. This is why I didn't have him as like a true bona fide starter. I think this keeps him off the field. It's a bad enough problem, but he just gets a little excited. Okay, he's just got to chill out a little bit. He just goes over things, and then it creates really tough tackle angles, which will lead to like chartably missed tackles. So if there is like a production wise, like statistically a tackling issue, I wouldn't be surprised. But it comes down to the reason for it comes down to over pursuit, which like just chill him out and you're good. But that's not always like some guys can't, some guys, especially if they like feel like they're making up for speed they don't have, will like run too hard and like won't have the agility to stop on a dime and they'll just never get it. Yeah, people are going to keep asking this. When would you bet on Shedeur Sanders? The answer was 97 for me. So like, come on. This is free money at this point. Although look, the Vikings probably didn't do any work on him. But this is the kind of situation why you would do work on someone, even though it looks ridiculous to like meet with him, because what if? But you just have to trust the personality. How would taking Sanders at 111? I don't think so. At this point, if you're like, well, who got a quarterback? Cleveland got a quarterback. Saints got Jets don't have a quarterback, right? They're up in a couple picks. They've got Justin Fields, but they can still get Shedeur. Dante Thornton, wide receiver to the Raiders. Thank you. Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Dante Thornton. Height, weight, speed guy, according to Daniel Jeremiah. Got him in my ear, personally, to myself. No, that's Charles Davis. I got it quiet, okay. Bull Rush McIntyre. That is a name. Wow. But you thought the Bills reached on him at 41? I didn't have any thoughts about Bull Rush McIntyre. I've never heard of him. Like Sanders a little 123 to the Steelers? Yeah, maybe. Dude, Shedeur Sanders, George Pickens, Aaron Rodgers, Mason Rudolph. That's a podcast that's going triple platinum, if you ask me. Bills traded to 109. How are we feeling today? Feeling okay. A little under the weather, which is catastrophic for my all day 3 live stream punishment. Yeah, Mike Tomlin is always running an insane asylum. Add another one. Like, it's fine. Caesar, are you saying the Bills are going to take Shedeur? Why would the Bills do that? Aren't they pretty happy with their backup situation? Oh, you're just guessing. Okay, that's fine. Fields is a tank for Arch Manning. I don't think he's that bad. And I think the Jets have too much talent on defense. I think they're going to try to be serious. Yeah, Trubisky's their backup. They like him. First round Mike didn't seem pleased. I get sick like maybe twice a year. Smith's 22 Vikes. It's not that bad. Is this worse? Is the hot wings worse? They're both in a way a thing that I'm grateful for. My relationship to spicy food has improved greatly since the hot wings punishment. Oh my God, they took Deion Walker? No way. I made a whole new tier for that guy that's called maybe if you move to fullback. That guy's not an NFL player. That's dreadfully bad. That's horrible. I don't know if he makes the team. And he has back issues. Like, oh, great question, Gabriel Edwards. Why haven't we seen many Mike Allstott or Christian Okoye type running backs in the NFL? Is it just individual talent? Zoom. That's your answer. Zoom. People like zoom more. You want a little bit of agility, and 3 yards in a cloud of dust is no longer like an acceptable result. Analytics movement and all that, and plus those types of bodies will either want to like move to tight end, to defense. Like if you're that kind of kid growing up, you're not going to play running back anymore. They're going to put you on the line. They're going to put you, in the box, fullback, tight end, make you an H, that kind of thing. Is that the guy that gained weight and lost all athleticism? I think he did. Or that's also Ollie Gordon, who is the other guy in my maybe if you move to fullback tier. But that's actually a serious opinion. I actually do think Ollie Gordon should move to fullback, and that's how he has a future in the league. Bill's taking all the DTs I hate. Who else did they take? What other D tackle did they take? Quincy Riley, Gunnar Helm, or Brashard Smith. Gunnar Helm's another pretty good name. It's like the username you'd get on like a Call of Duty Twitch streamer, Gunnar Helm. And then I would learn about him for the first time after he's like fielding allegations. TJ Sanders at 41 in a trade up. Okay, yeah, no. I don't hate TJ Sanders. I just think it's a reach at 41. But they got an edge that's supposed to be really good, right? Yeah, Deion Walker looks slow. Yeah, you guys are seeing it, right? Jackson Dart is a fun name for a quarterback. Very true. And I do think that has helped his stock. I'm going to be honest. When I watched Jackson Dart, I didn't see anything so catastrophic. I think people are holding his earlier college against him a little bit too much. His senior year, he had his meltdowns and his stuff that like makes me not comfortable with him as a first rounder. Like, but I get it. Whoever the Thor guy is, who is the Thor guy? Who's his like late round dude? So I know he was big on Caleb Johnson, and I know he was big on like a bunch. I mean, he had like some first round guys and stuff that are all gone. But who's like his hashtag sleeper guy? I should have invited him on. That was a mistake. Maybe he would still come on. I don't know what he's up to right now, though. I'm sure he's super busy. I'm not going to bug him. Whatever makes sense to grab Shador in the 5th. Yes, sir. I'm into it. Backup QB. Ceiling of Kirk Cousins. You like T.Y. Robinson? I'm familiar with him. Oh, you're talking about the Louisville guy named Thor. I thought you were talking about Thor Nystrom. Draft analyst, JJ McCarthy defender. 8 picks after we took Ty. 3 of them wide receivers. Yeah, we started to run. We'll see who turns out there. Every mock in the Viking sphere included Quincy Riley to the Vikings in the 5th. Yeah, you can thank Tyler Fornes for that. He spread the gospel, and everybody got it. Which, by the way, I don't think I was as high as him on as high on him as Tyler was. But in the 5th, like I think I never like finished an eval and put a grade on him or anything like that. But thinking back to it, I would have been pretty happy with him at 97. So take him in the 5th. We'd be chilling. Draft Thor Nystrom, very true. Strap him up. Get him in pads. Get him on the sled. Let's see what he can do. I hope somebody like tags him on Twitter. It's like Luke's talking about you. And he's going to come like find the VOD and it's going to be the stupidest thing in the world. True. No, Thor's the nicest dude in the world, man. I've got the idea of Kevin Harlan saying "Scadaboo" like stuck in my head, and it's entirely my own fault. No guards yet. No guards, no specialists. This is such a bummer. Eagles didn't. Yeah, why would you think Eagles would do Shador, Stizo? Who'd they do? Nazir Stackhouse? That's a great name. Unfortunately, he does not play well enough to earn that name for a D tackle. Stackhouse. Arian Smith to the Jets, another receiver, huh? Yeah, Kevin Harlan is goated. That's true. Pig Cage? There's no way that's really a guy. The Cage family had a baby and went, let's go with Pig. Are you kidding me? You've got to be messing with me. That can't be real. One-year starter, Arian Smith. Oh, Georgia. 4.36. Confidence drops. Got it. Sucks. 40 time with drops. I've seen this. Lockdown bacon. True. Saints possibly double up at drafting QB. Are you reporting, Elijah? Elijah's sources? Ana Asaf Mensa. Remember when he drafted a linebacker and was like super excited to get another one from Ghana, and then the dude never played? In hindsight, that might not have been. Ty Robinson to the Eagles. Okay. Pig Cage, Louisiana Tech. Let's see. Let's see what Dane has to say. You guys are messing with me. It's not in the beast. He doesn't exist. Pig Cage football player. Or is he not out yet? Is that why he's not? Is he in the draft? UTSA. The Australian guy's getting a boo from the Pack. Why would the Packers boo the Eagles? Why do they care? Saints fans have been melting down over that QB pick. Fair enough. It's a wild one. Tyler Shuck? Come on. Did anyone claim Shador for the day 3 target? Nobody claimed Shador. The thing closed before pick 1. So it probably would have been possible. Why would you not boo the Eagles? True, that is their love language. It's just how they say hi. It's like in Dune when they spit. You just don't know the culture. He's a DB. Yeah, I've got him. UTSA, 5'10 junior. Transfer. He was LSU. Yeah, parents are Quincy and Yvonne Cage. He's listed as Pig Cage. Is he like Pigathan? His name is Degenerate Cage, maybe? Then you make him a sports gambler or a podcaster, and I think it's better that he ended up a football player. It's better for your brain. You heard the Vikings like Howard, Mike Sullivan? We got scoops in the chat. Who needs Adam Schefter? You'd rather be called Pig than Quincy? I don't know. I feel like Quincy has some dignity to it. Wonder what undrafted guys the Vikings will be paying good money to. They do kind of have one every year, right? Some priority free agent they throw like 300 grand at. Remains to be seen if he'll make the team. It's like they like to, because every team has like a limited undrafted free agency budget. So it is a little bit, there's like kind of a low key, like low stakes salary cap game to it. And they just like to min max it. And like, hey, you get one undrafted guy that makes the team. You had a good class, right? Imagine the nicknames Pig has on teams he goes to. I don't think you nickname Pig. I think you just call him Pig, right? Like, hey, Pig, come on, man. Pig, get the coverage right. Pig, what are you doing on the hash? Limited budget is just for signing bonus. Not forget. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Should have went to the Razorbacks. True. Be good on the Commanders, right? Return of the Hogs. That's what I thought they should have changed their name to. They should have just been the Washington Hogs. That would have been so sick. Piggy, yeah, Piggy. In a small draft class, they can be guaranteeing a lot of UDFA salaries. They'll probably have to just to get the depth, just to fill out the 90. Probably going to see like 15 undrafted guys. I think that's position to position, Steve, though. With a small draft class, they should be attractive for UDFAs. It's a chance to get a roster spot. Depends. It depends. Danny Stutzman, linebacker, the Saints. No Shador. Quincy is a UDFA genius. True. We're doing this from France. Where are the Vikings drafting from? Is it going to be London? We had a pig named Omelet. That's very cute. I will always accept pictures of your pets. Email them to lockedonvikingspodcast@gmail.com. You can email me anytime at lockedonvikingspodcast@gmail.com. Ask a question, share a thought. If you're not on Twitter, if you don't want to do YouTube comments, or if you're not on Blue Sky, I mean, if you're like, you miss, I'm not on Twitter anymore, you miss talking, shoot me an email. Colts take Shador here, really muddy those waters. Like, honestly, it's round 4. Throw him in there. At this point, I'm like fully nerd pilled on it. Just do it. Why not? What are your letter grades for Donovan Jackson and Ty Felton? I'm very against letter grades for the draft. I don't like it. There's a lot less tipping and picks this year. It might just be a lot on Twitter, and I just can't see it because I don't have the app anymore. Pig Cage is already his nickname. Real name is Quentin. Okay. He was on his high school fishing team. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, do you want to pop in? Give us some small school names to watch. Oh, did CJ West go to the 49ers? That's too bad. Shoot, that's like exactly consensus. Oh, that makes me feel really wrong. He's like 111th in consensus, and he goes 113th. I'm thinking of him as a top 40 guy. Him and Alfred Collins, that rules, yeah. That's huge for San Francisco. They needed some beef in the middle. Kevin, if you're still here, I'm going to send you a link. Come on in. Let's get our first guest going. Yeah, take your time, man. Where are they? Are they in Mexico? It sounds in Mexico or Spain. I can't tell. Somewhere Spanish. Yeah, so CJ West is going to be my steal of the 4th round. Is your next D lineman for the Vikings you like? I guess JJ Pegues. I have him as a 5th rounder. The Rabbits are doing great. The Rabbits might make an appearance. Let's put, you know what? Let me grab Zoe when they pick. How about that? Zoe's good luck. Is this this is the Kevin. Yeah. The Kevin often imitated, never duplicated. He's taking a minute, but he'll be in shortly. Kevin is my small school guy. He is, I will be talking to him probably about an undrafted free agent from a small school, assuming that there is one. So he'll be a guest on the show shortly. And he's somebody I've been encouraging to really, really lean into the small school niche. He loves it. He's good at kind of adjusting and identifying what is just like a good group of 5 player and what's a true NFL talent in a small school. And crucially, he's just really familiar with like who are the dudes at William and Mary, who's there at Nova, like so good resource. You should follow his work. He'll be on soon. Also, everybody, when he gets here, tell him to shut up. Everybody be like, shut up, Kevin, when he logs on. Can you guys do that for me? Not right now, though. Lauren is very right. But not yet. Wait till he gets here. No guards yet. We're on it. Go, baby. They're organized. Guards left are poor. I'm very glad that they like. Who is the next guard off the board? Like after seeing day 2, I'm like so glad they did Donovan Jackson and they didn't trade down because they would have missed out on him. He would have gone to Houston. And they would have had like 2 third-round picks, and then they would have had to be like Wyatt Millum. Like, it would have sucked. Talk about Kenneth Grant when he's on. I still haven't recovered. He was always going to go in the 15-ish range. Yeah, Embo and Frazier. Miles Frazier, yeah. Embo is my favorite guard who's next. Although I kind of think I might be all right with him. It was like, yeah, Tate Ratledge. Okay, Tate Ratledge, actually, I would have been all right with. A bit of a reach for me with what the was what they did. Hey, Trevor Etienne to the Panthers. All right, sure. This episode of the Locked On Minnesota Football Party, the Locked On Vikings, this simulcast is brought to you by Game Time. In fact, download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code Locked On NFL for $20 off your first purchase. Everybody say it. What time is it? It's time game. Dylan Fairchild, he's a guard. Bad dad joke. And in fact, while we wait, let's do this again. This episode is brought to you by LinkedIn Jobs. When you run a small business, hiring is like kind of the most important decision you make. It's one of the ones that carries the most risk because if it goes wrong, you've already put a lot of time into the hiring process, time into training, salary, all that stuff. And you can't afford to get that wrong. That is where LinkedIn helps you out. LinkedIn can help you get your job description together with a feature that helps you write. And you can also put the purple hashtag hiring frame into your profile picture to help double your reach to qualified applicants. 72% of small businesses say that LinkedIn helps them find high quality hires. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/lockedonnfl. That's linkedin.com/lockedonnfl to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. Everybody give a very warm welcome to Kevin. Hello, Kevin. How we doing?
What's up?
CJ West is gone. The light has gone out of my life. You have Kenneth Grant. I'm upset with you.
The light has also gone out of my life. I was hoping CJ West would fall into a much better situation than the San Francisco 49ers.
Wait. You were hoping he would not fall to the San Francisco 49ers? Why do you care about the 49ers?
I don't know. I just don't want them to be good. This is just like pure hate watching.
Got you. Chat's doing great right now. Thank you, chat. Kevin, I would like for you to see what's going on in chat, and then I would like for you to talk to me about some small school guys. Also, I hope you brought some kind of way to torture me because this is a punishment.
I feel like you talking to me is torture.
This is true. That's true. Yeah. This is awful already.
You
Not even
having
an hour
to,
in, and Kevin's on the show. This sucks.
you having to listen to me talk about the Fresno State linebackers is punishment enough.
So Vikings are looking for secondary help, depth right now for sure. They're looking for perhaps a backup center, perhaps a tight end. I know there's the Carter Runyon guy. I've talked about him on the Minnesota Football Party before. But do you have any other at those positions? Any small school guys? Some names we should be watching? Cody Simon.
Yeah, I think
to Arizona, by the way.
Your best bet right now is in the secondary for small school guys who will probably be picked first. I still have, and let me look at the board. I still have 8 safeties with a draftable grade on my board, which is by far the best of any position.
Now, when you say your board, are you talking about the small school board or
the small school board? I have 8
small
guys
school
who
only?
I would
Only small
yes,
school guys. So, like, yeah, not counting Billy Bowman or whoever.
yes. So right now, I think there are about 8 guys who I consider to be a draftable player, and really
Hey,
what
your
that
Dolphins traded back.
constitutes for like context is a guy with like 2 or more really good traits that will translate to the NFL. And so it's not just super fast guy who can't do anything else. It's super fast guy who can sort of
I felt
play coverage and do X or Y. And so I think if you need a safety, now's when you go get a safety. Especially
I'm
from
going to
a small
interrupt you
school
because
perspective.
you're a Dolphins fan. The Dolphins traded out of the 4th round entirely for a 2026 third round pick, and then a 6-7 swap.
I like that.
You like that?
I like that. I did not love the board for the Dolphins here.
Extra third next year. Okay, so who are some of those names then at safety?
A few guys I really liked was Kyton Crawford out of Nevada. He was a really athletic safety who didn't get to play a lot until this last year at Nevada, where he followed his old Texas coach. He was a former Texas Longhorn who went to Nevada and super athletic. And he's a guy who was getting like really early day 2 grades from some people who I trust, but I liked him more as a day 3 guy. And I think this is where you consider taking that athletic safety who can play sort of all over the field. He could play in the box. He could play a little bit of slot. I think he's best as a deep third corner. But I think that's a guy who may not be able to start. But I think when you look at the Vikings, they don't need a guy to start. They need a guy who they can develop and sort of build with and build around. Yeah. And so I think that's perfect here.
Is the word I'm thinking, right? Like potential, you need a little coaching, you need some time. Harrison Smith's got 1 more year. Whoever they draft has a year to sit even and maybe even compete with Theo Jackson, but with no expectation that they have to win it for the pick to be good.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, right? Is like a guy like Kyton Crawford comes in and competes with Theo Jackson, but even if he doesn't win, he's got special teams upside. He can play immediately, and that's the biggest thing for a team like the Vikings is you'll have a guy who can play immediately back there. A few other names that I really like. JJ Roberts really stood out to me. Super versatile safety who played on the same team as Mike Green. I don't think he was as good as Mike Green. I had a 1st-round pick on Mike Green on the field alone, but I have a 5th-round grade on JJ Roberts, and I think that's a guy who comes in and maybe doesn't have as high a ceiling as Kyton Crawford. Crawford, in particular, was a really highly ranked recruit who's really starting to figure it out. JJ Roberts, maybe not the same, but I think he is up there. And then at corner, there's 2 names that stand out to me. It's Western Michigan corner Bilal Coney, who is my highest ranked player still on the board. He is a third. He got a 3rd-round grade for me, and the only reason I keep going back to him is he might be the best athlete at corner in this class. Really super fluid mover who plays mostly zone for Western Michigan. I think there is man upside, and I would like to see him land in a spot like Minnesota because you look at how they've developed corners and developed secondary members. That's a guy who, if he gets a year or 2 of actual development, I think you've got a starting corner. I think you've got a starting corner for the next for multiple years. And then the name that I think has become a little bit more popular, and I know the Vikings brought him in on a visit. That's UTSA corner Zach Frazier. Again, long, lengthy.
He's like
athletic.
your guy. That's dude. You're like, please.
Long, lengthy, athletic. I think for a guy like him, the biggest concern is just the age, because he played junior college, he played FCS. It has taken him a while to get it figured out, and
gotcha.
that's not uncommon with small school guys.
I always ask like why, right? Like Savon Rebel, why was he in JUCO? Grades. All the big schools wanted him, but he didn't have the grades. For somebody else that was like a 1-star recruit, it's a different story. That's like, okay, why like schools didn't want you until you were 25 dunking on 19-year-olds? Like that's a little bit more sus, you know?
Yeah, my biggest concern, I think, was just he didn't go recruited. Or no, so he started off at Southern Illinois, then went to JUCO. So I think in a case like this,
oh, interesting.
Probably didn't go to the landing spot he liked, or the best landing spot for his career. Only spent a year at Southern Illinois,
JUCO
and then
you couldn't get
over.
playing time.
But I think the last few years it was encouraging, and last year in particular, that tape was really good. And I'll say this, man, I'm gonna bank on any 6'3" corner, 6'3" corner with athlete, like a 6'3" athlete corner. Those guys tend to translate a little bit more in the 4th, 5th round than a 6'1" corner with just average athleticism. And so I think a guy like that, especially in a defense like Minnesota's, that fits what Brian Flores wants. Brian Flores wants lengthy corners who can get up in your face and tell you to go push back.
That's because everybody's like 5'10" right now in that.
Yeah, range. Like I think he still wants that. You
gotta have one tall guy, right?
And I think he's probably patiently waiting for.
We gotta run running backs here. Any small school running backs I should know about? Because that's also like very much a thing the Vikings could go for. I feel like they maybe want to improve upon Ty Chandler.
There are a few. My only concern with this small school running back class was there were a lot of one-trick ponies who will be one-trick ponies in the NFL. The biggest was Marcus Yarns, and we've talked about him, right? Like, special teams upside, speed. You're not getting a lot of power. He's like 5'7". Like, truthfully, at this point, you're getting I think for him,
you're getting a little. What was his name? Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah, it's like Deuce Vaughn. I think probably better than Deuce Vaughn was coming out. The biggest thing is that speed is real. He's a home run threat, and maybe that's what Minnesota wants in that room, but it's definitely not a guy who has starter upside. The two guys who I thought had starter upside were Jalen White and Trey Stewart. That's Georgia Southern and Jackson State. My biggest concern on those guys is they probably don't fit the zone scheme. I think they're more of gap scheme running backs where you sort of tell them where to run, not tell them the landmarks to run to. And for a team like Minnesota, I don't know if that fits. There were a few undrafted guys who I liked, but I think that once you're getting down to the undrafted guys, you're probably not getting a day one contributor at running back. You're getting a special teamer who you hope you can develop at running back.
By 139, yeah. I think to dress on game day, you're not really expecting that guy to like get into the rotation, except at certain positions where that's normal. Like, you should expect Ty Felton to get some snaps, probably not 10 a game, right? Like 5 a game. Like you should expect him to get on the field some if you take him at 102, and dress for the game, right? If he's almost if he's almost pick is in for Atlanta. I lost my train of thought. Billy Bowman to Atlanta. That's too bad. He was never going to be there at 139 though.
No,
like this is how I felt like round 2 last year or yesterday when like people were like, everyone was like, no, Savon Revel went. It's like, we said no to him when we picked Jackson. Like
once Revel went past your pick at 24, you didn't like him enough. Like
it's once you decided not to trade down or whatever, Embo watch. If Marcus Embo ends up on the Vikings, I would genuinely be really happy. That dude is wild. That dude's so weird. It would make me happy in the way that like when you meet a really, really weird person and you're like, I want to spend the whole day with you.
I think the preseason reps would be really funny for a guy like Marcus Embo.
Like someone on an accordion with one of those big snake, like or on a unicycle with an accordion with a big snake, and you're like, I want to spend all day with you. Like that's the same. I would get the same emotion.
If you're looking for offensive guards and offensive linemen, Jackson Slater is up there still. And
From where's Jackson Slater from?
I want you to guess.
I knew and forgot. So just clarify.
I should just start making you guess the small schools before I tell you.
Oh, you know what? That would be punishing. Okay, I have to guess the small school. Delaware. I don't know.
No, he's from Sacramento State. You're not even on the same side.
I would have never conjured Sacramento State. We would have been here all day.
That guy is an athletic freak. That guy is freaks list. He was on the Bruce Feldman. He did like a small school freaks list. He was on there. Plays in zone. I think he can play all over the offensive line. Probably not a tackle in the NFL, but offensive guard center. If you can get a guy in the fourth, fifth round who could play offensive guard, and center, sign me up, man. And with that athleticism, with his ability to move, it is incredible watching that guy play football. And I always sort of caution with he's playing against players he should be better than. But all that confirmed it to me was he went to the Senior Bowl and looked just as good. If you're going to be a small school guy, go to the Senior Bowl and look just as good as everyone else. And look just as good.
That's how Gray Zabel went in the first round. Yeah.
And that guy looks just as good as every other offensive lineman out there. So I think he's plays with like a really good mean streak, really athletic, good zone scheme guy, can play a little bit of counter too. So I think that's a guy who, like, if he's on the board in the fourth, maybe fifth round, you'd have a hard time talking me off that ledge.
So the Vikings have 2 early fifths. So that's kind of where we're at right now. But Kale Chips has a question. Can he play center?
Jackson Slater can play center. And there you go. I would actually project him to probably be a really good center.
Okay, I'm like super in, actually. Yeah, that package sounds great in the 5th round. Let's do it.
Listening to interviews and listening to him talk about football, he knows what he's talking about. And I think that's the biggest thing at center, right? Like, can you call it projection or protections? Can you see everything ahead of you? He sees everything ahead of him. That guy is a center guard at the next level.
A linebacker to the Bengals. Still no guards. I don't know if you're familiar, Kevin, but if there's a guard, it's going to get very ASMR-y in here.
I know. That's what I'm waiting for.
Oh, you're waiting for a guard. Okay. To kill some time, I would love to play a game with you. Please name me a small school player and make some up, and I have to guess if it's real or fake.
Okay. Okay. Wow, that's fun.
Right? I'm trying to get myself embarrassed. Why don't you conjure a couple? If you can see chat, feel free to field some questions. I'm going to refresh my coffee, so I will BRB everybody.
I saw someone mention Ricky White in here. Yeah, super athletic, deep threat wide receiver. That guy's a day one starter on special teams, and he played all across special teams. I think he's going to fall until the 4th, 5th round, but I would say that guy is, or the 5th, 6th round rather, excuse me. I think that guy is going to get drafted. I know his stock has fallen off a little bit, but that's a guy who absolutely plays on Sundays. And I compared him to like a 10-year pro. He's one of those guys who plays 10 years in the NFL, and you never know why he's still playing 8 years down the road. Small school tight ends. This is my bread and butter here because Carter Runyon was one of my guys in this class. Carter Runyon is the Towson tight end who Luke mentioned on Minnesota Football Party. Former offensive lineman, converted to tight end, lost about 100 pounds during COVID. Super athletic, super toolsy. It's not there yet for him, but in the 7th round, in the 6th, 7th round, that's where I'd start considering a guy like that, especially as a sort of third tight end who moves, plays a little bit of H-back, maybe plays in line. Like those kind of guys, they go 7th round undrafted. And then you have JJ Galbraith from South Dakota, who is going to be an undrafted free agent. He was one of the guys who I think will probably make a 53-man roster as an undrafted free agent. That guy is very similar to Carter Runyon, but probably a little bit more refined as a receiver. And I know Minnesota probably doesn't need a receiver at tight end when you look at who they have on that offense, but South Dakota tight ends tend to do pretty well. Sorry, Luke, you caught me as I was talking about Luke or JJ Galbraith.
I know you were talking about Carter Runyon. I could hear that.
Yeah, shout out Carter Runyon.
Yeah.
Projected UDFA quarterbacks. Godspeed.
Who is the Nate Stanley? David Walker Edge. Yeah, you got to make up a prospect for me to guess what's. Yeah, if it's a real prospect, I got to guess the school. That's pretty fun. Want to play a little real or fake?
Yeah, let's play some real and fake. This is our version of some the.
You have a little music. I do have some, but I don't know any of it. Let's see how it sounds. It's a little too chill. Still too chill. All right, let's go with this. This one sucks. Hit me, Kevin. Hit me with a name.
All right. Let's start with Matthew Downing.
Fake.
No, real.
Really? Shoot.
He was one of the undrafted quarterbacks, actually. From Elon.
From Elon. Wait. This year?
This year.
This year. Okay, he will be an undrafted quarterback, you mean?
Yes, I'm trying to go with guys this year and maybe last year, because if I went to like 2018 guys,
yeah,
no one would know them. Let's go with Malcolm Lamar.
Malcolm Lamar. Is that one real?
That one is real, and he
was
actually an alum of FAU, so that's why I dropped it.
It's one of your guys. Florida Atlantic, Kevin's alma mater.
Let's go with Dante Rivers.
Fake.
That is fake.
Yeah.
That was the name ChatGPT cooked up.
No, you had ChatGPT make him up? It did feel a little too generic.
Let's
have my ChatGPT up for next time they pick a guard. I haven't missed any guards, right?
No, there still has not been an offensive guard.
One guard? I'm like getting close to I'll take centers at this point. I want to do it.
I feel like if they take a center, you should have to do it like half ASMR. Is that a thing we could do?
The stage whisper.
You should have to
like, ransom. Okay, there goes that safety.
I feel like if they take a safety,
controversial about at 97. So
I feel like if they take a center, you should have to like yell it. But I would also caution that would probably draw half the audience out of here. So
I would argue against that because my wife, who is very jet lagged from a trip to Japan, is sleeping. I'm not gonna try to disturb that.
Okay, I've got another one, which I don't know if you'll get. Ricky Person.
Ricky Person? Real.
Yes, real. He was a running back in the 2022 draft.
Oh, wow.
It
sounded, you know what? It was, it sounded a little familiar. And then I was like, wait, am I thinking of Ricky Pearsall? And then I was like, whatever, send it.
That's awesome. Let's go with Tanner Steele.
Fake.
That is fake, yes.
That is fake, yeah. I went 4 or 5. Let's go.
I actually want to throw one more at you, just because I want
to throw one more, one bonus one. But
I want to guess if you can guess this guy's college.
Okay.
So it is a real player. I will tell you that.
A real player. I'll guess.
I could not conjure up this name, even if you gave me an hour. Tuli Tuihema.
Tuli Tuihema.
Yes.
Getting a southern vibe. Jackson State.
Not even close, because it's Tarleton State.
Tarleton State
in Texas. They have actually a few guys who I really liked in this class. They had a running back who had like 2,000 yards rushing last year. That was really fun to watch because he was like 5'3", trying to run over 600-pound defensive linemen.
My hip hop beats to chill and name a guy too. I should probably copy this link, by the way, and send it to all the other Minnesota Football Party people. Nobody has intended to come this early, though. I think most people. I hope somebody's on with me when the Vikings pick.
Arif will inevitably hop on just to laugh at you.
Arif might hop on like right as soon as I say it.
If Tanner Steele was real, he'd be in Ben's top 2 tight end of the draft, no matter which year he ends up in.
All right,
Are we
there
still
we
in
go.
the fourth?
Yeah. Pick is in for the Steelers. They make such a Steelers pick. Who was it? Where am I? Oh, Jesus. Oh, they picked Jack Sawyer. Steelers.
That is a very Steelers.
They
pick.
love to pick a really bad white defensive end.
God, that guy is slower than I've ever watched. Which is
He was a guy that made the game clinching play against Texas, was it?
Yes, it was against Texas, and it looked like it was the hardest thing he has ever had to do, because he had to like try and turn the edge. And
The hero.
I sort of copped him like a yacht in the sense that like yachts don't turn very easily.
I just saw him get a red zone interception.
That's
T
hilarious.
asks, why am I watching a day 3 draft stream? Great question. I am getting punished. I got last place in the betting contest for the Minnesota football party. My punishment was that I have to be live and active for the entirety of day 3, which is going to be like a 7-hour stream. I'm sick, which makes this way worse. And people like Kevin and other guests are going to come on and punish me in various ways. We'll have everybody else, all of the other members of the Minnesota football party and more coming in to make my life bad. There's going to be ASMR if a guard gets taken. There's going to be wardrobe changes if a specialist gets taken. So come on, hang out, and laugh at my misfortune.
I still can't believe we have not had a guard taken.
I know. This is...
When
it comes to these punishments, like, I don't want to cop out, you know? Like, I don't want to get lucky and not have to do the thing. Like, we're going to do it.
You know what this is setting up to be? This is setting up to be like a 6th and 7th round where we only have guards taken.
Yeah, we're going to have
you have to try and go back to back.
Go get like 7 layers of clothing. Yeah.
Actually, I will field this question, Luke. I heard any small school on-ball linebackers that could be a fit. What do we consider on-ball? Is that edge?
I think he's talking about like 3-4 edges.
Yeah. Edge guys, Elijah Ponder is the really fun one. He's like a mechanical engineer major at Cal Poly, which, first of all, if you play football at Cal Poly and you are good, sign me up. That just means you're really smart. Probably smarter than I am. And I tried to talk engineering with him, and I sounded like an idiot. I think that a guy like Elijah Ponder is a really unique fit in the NFL because he can rush the passer. He can drop into coverage. I do get the PTSD with a guy like Elijah Ponder. Now, the good news is I think Elijah Ponder is a lot more fun than Christian Ponder. I know that does not set a really high bar, but Elijah Ponder is a fun little player because he dropped into coverage and had like picks, which is incredible when you can have an edge rusher
that can drop into coverage and get picks.
Imagine
having that, and then everybody hates him.
Yeah, that's pretty common too.
Yeah.
The only one left other than that is David Walker from Central Arkansas, who was the little engine that could, per se, because he is one of the smallest edge rushers I have ever watched play football, but also one of the coolest because he is so small, tormenting 330-pound offensive linemen. And anyone who can do that is just the coolest football player.
That rules super hard. Yeah, Ivan Pace coded. Do you do a double punishment? The Vikings are the team that selects a center. No, but I promise you, if it's a Vikings pick that selects interior line, I will make such a meal out of it. You will not be dissatisfied.
So
there's one other question from earlier in the chat that I wanted to give to you. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Do some positions have an easier time getting drafted from a small school?
That is actually one of my off-season projects. Is I do want to see which positions sort of have the best success rate. Just thinking out loud, I would say the ones that have the most success, and Luke and I will almost certainly talk about this later on, is the positions where you have a better chance of getting onto special teams. Because
that's what was going to be my answer.
I think likely once you get to the 6th, 7th round, which a lot of the time when you get to the 6th, 7th round, that's where you're drafting small school guys who you like. I think like I look at corner because corner really is a seamless fit to punt and gunner. You look at what Najee Thompson did. Rest in peace. We'll all miss you, or at least I will miss you. You look at safety. You look at running back.
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off. The Packers just selected somebody who was in the green room this whole time.
Who?
Baron Soro. He was in the green room.
The worst part was they invited Baron Soro to the green room.
Who is this? Edge out of Texas? This is the last guy I was looking at Texas.
No, this guy should not be in the green room. Like, did he just show up?
Gracious.
No, okay. I think he was there to support his teammates. I think he was there to support.
Fair enough. Well, but which teammates? Who is like the Kelvin Banks, I guess. Yeah.
Kelvin Banks, Jahdae Barron. He was probably there to support one of those. I don't think he was there as a draft invite.
We are now oh no, I'm sorry. We were one away from where the Vikings would have been picking. But they traded their pick to Jacksonville in the Dallas Turner trade up.
That pick is actually on the clock.
Oh, I'm one behind right now. Oh, yeah, on the clock, right. Pick is in for the Chargers.
We're waiting for the Chargers pick. Going back to the question about what positions, I have seen a lot of success for corners, safeties. Oddly enough, like I think wide receiver and running backs are two positions where if you find a small school guy who is a one-trick pony, they sort of work out because they've known how to use that one trick to their advantage better than anyone else. You look at, I mentioned the Tarleton State running back, who actually I have his name up here because I graded him. Kayvon Britton had about 1,800 yards last year for Tarleton State. He's like 5'6" and only runs fast. But I think to some degree, when you get to the 7th round, if it's a guy's 5'6", really fast, but ran for 1,500 yards at any level of college football, that's pretty intriguing. And I think those are guys that get picked. They also probably have a good hit rate as returners in that case, and not necessarily punt gunners or special teamer, but
being short is good there. Like center of gravity and stuff. I mean, like to a point, right? 5'6" is pushing it, but
yeah. And the other thing is there will always be a few guys who are special teams coordinators guys, and they're just like, hey man, who do you want? Oh, cool. We'll take him in the 5th round because we don't have anyone else or like the 7th round because we don't have anyone else we want.
It's super crazy that the Vikings did that at 102. That's wild to me.
the Matt Daniels pick.
The Matt Daniels pick. And then they were like, hey, Keenan, can you work with this guy? And he was like, I guess.
I think the funniest timeline for that was he's like, no.
I'm sure that happens all the time. And they go, okay, we won't draft him. They're like, no, this dude's ass. I can't do it.
This is why we should make a draft room public one time. We can blank out the names all we want.
I know. Like, give me a Hard Knocks real insider, but Hard Knocks is too commercial now. They won't do it. We need like a fly on the wall. We need like a leak. We need like anonymous on it.
I don't mind if a team does it, but like blacks out all of the names so that you can't hear them say Baron Sorrow or
no, we got to hear it. We got to hear them talk candidly. Be like, Shitter here? Nah, he's a dick. Like, I want to hear that. Speaking of, where is he going? Is he getting drafted at all?
I think he'll get drafted at some point. The question is at this point, man, do you want to get drafted? Is it better to just be a UDFA and go pick your spot if you're Shedeur Sanders? But the other issue is if you go on to draft calls.
Tough. You don't get to decide.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like, why are people saying that? It's like, that's not...
That's the thing that if he falls to the middle of the 7th round, you can go, yeah, I think I'm good.
Yesterday on NFL Network, somebody was like, what if he goes back to school? And all the other analysts would be like, he can't do that.
Which is like illegal.
What are you talking about?
You can't do that. You don't get
You're a draft expert. How do you not know that?
And I think his argument was like, oh, well, he didn't sign with an agent. Yeah, once you put your name in the NFL draft, you're ineligible.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you signed with an agent or not.
You don't need to sign with an agent to be ineligible. I think at this point, man, if he gets
the combine, like,
yeah, like you don't get to just like be like, well, I made a mistake, guys. Can I come back?
Vikings. Do you miss me on NFL Network? Big time.
I think the only pathway for him to be on an NFL roster this year, and this sounds really bleak, but I think this is probably where we're at, is he has to go to a team that has an established head coach already. Mm-hmm. He cannot go to a team with a new head coach because I think the concern is that once you get to with a guy like him and you have a father like Deion Sanders who is coaching actively in college and was involved with coaching rumors this offseason in the NFL. If you're a team and a GM and a head coach, are you signing off on a guy who could be potentially taking your job in a year?
Very true.
Like,
I did not think about that angle. Yeah.
Like, all it takes is one bad year for your quarterback and your guys.
That's such a good point.
And then suddenly everyone goes, what about Deion and Shedeur next year? Do you guys want Deion and Shedeur next year? And all it takes is one crazy owner who doesn't care. Jerry Jones,
like a mercurial owner, and you feel
sitting there
a warm butt at all. You're never doing it. That's so true.
I'm looking at the list of teams here, and I'm like, who has a head coach who's probably not getting fired in the next 2 years? Pittsburgh.
But
They've had
is
three
the
different
only good fit
opportunities to take
because
him.
they're the only team that has proven that they can run an insane asylum.
But they've also had 4 different chances to take him, and he hasn't even been like considered.
Yeah, so they also must just think he's bad. Like
I think that
the
at
Rams
that point,
coach
maybe that's not a fit. Tampa
Maybe.
Bay, do they want a backup quarterback? Probably
actually,
not.
the Rams kind of make sense. You're pretty stable there. Stafford's old.
The Rams, I think, is the fun fit because he goes to a place where it's like Sean McVay has run this thing and it's built a system.
You could very much have like a Brock Purdy-esque like point guard. That's all you got to do.
What about the 49ers?
Same idea, kind of. Although I don't think they want to put any additional pressure on Purdy. They're about to pay him like $55 million.
That's the other thing is because I saw people yesterday go like, why not the Miami Dolphins? They're not putting extra pressure on Tua. He's got enough already. They're not gonna.
You don't think they're getting a little over what's going on there?
I think they're getting a little over it, but I also think they want him to realize that this is his last year to prove it. And they don't want it to be a year where they've got a young quarterback breathing down his neck for the entire year. And look, the truth is, right, like we saw this a lot with the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes, which I can't believe that was a thing we did.
We did do that.
Going from Andy Reid to Deion Sanders would be the funniest change-up in NFL history. It would be so funny to watch.
That took forever.
The Chiefs go from Andy Reid, who's like really cool, hip coach, who everyone loves, to Deion Sanders, who's very much like my way or the highway. I don't think that would work, but it would also be hilarious. And I kind of want to watch that happen now. I'm going to make prediction he's a Colt by the end of the night.
He's a Colt by the end of the night? Just the chaos?
Yeah, I think the Colts will be like, man, we need a quarterback, right? Which putting him, Daniel Jones, and Anthony Richardson in the same quarterback room is asking for disaster.
All right. Is that everybody I need to send? Oh, I got to send a link to Tyler, too. I want Tyler to come after the pick, though.
We're still in the 4th round.
Yeah, they're taking forever. I'm in the 4th round. I'm already getting impatient. This is bad. Oh, baby.
I cannot wait till the 7th round where you have to try and do the scouting report on the small...
I got the beast up. I'm going to be honest. I'm already out of my depth. 4th round, 7th round. It's all the same. We're already cooked.
Wait, what happens if the guy doesn't have a scouting report from the beast?
Whatever. I'll do my best.
You should have to read their college bio.
I mean, that's probably what I'll do.
As an ASMR.
Started 24 games at safety. But I think we sort of let the idea die pretty quick of this being that I have to talk about every single pick because it would get not because it wouldn't be punishing, but because it would get so tedious and not be fun to watch. And I think it's way more fun to have people come in and like give me their little challenges and do their things.
I think it will. I think
Dylan Sampson, another running back. The run is on. No DJ Giddens yet.
This is insane. Did DJ Giddens hurt someone besides Shiloh Sanders in the Colorado game? But I mean, we sure about this, guys?
Is that what he did? Yeah. We should. If we hate the Sanders family, we should love the guy that did the biggest act of violence. First OL gun. OT or OG? Wait. Who is
I feel like we're gonna need
Jalen Travis.
Travis tackle.
Yeah, that's not a guard.
What's the rule here? That they had to be announced as an
I think if it's a tackle that like is expected to move to guard, I do it. And I'm gonna be pretty generous here.
Yeah, Jalen Travis is not even expected to move to guard. He's just a pure tackle.
That's a pure tackle. And I'm pretty sure he's like bad.
Oh, Jalen Lane to the Commanders. Fun. Largely because Jalen Lane's like 5'7".
Now we're going. Okay, so the Chargers must have sat there and like tried to trade or something and not gotten it done.
Really funny. The Chargers just wanted to waste the entire clock because they were bored and want to make every other team suffer.
My suffering has made Zoe very happy. She just flopped. That's like the rabbit's version of like leaping into bed because you're so satisfied with your day.
We also have not had a lot of small school guys go, and this is typically where you start taking those high upside guys.
Yeah, the like upper echelon small school guys this year all went like high.
The only one we've had taken today, I think, is David Walker, which is not shocking.
Yeah. David Walker is the Central Arkansas edge. Got it.
Yeah. Have you ever looked at their field?
Yes. They're the burgundy one, right? Can I give you a take?
Yes.
Oh. No, sorry, wait. What's the Central Arkansas field?
They're the purple and gray one.
Oh, that one.
Every
yeah.
10 yards, they exchange colors, and it's the worst thing ever.
So my take, I love it. I think it's cool. I do it in every time I do a custom team in EA college football. Like that feels a color.
That's good because I asked Efton Chisholm III about the Eastern Washington field, and they do the really red, like
that's
red
what I was
field.
thinking of. And like I need people to understand. I don't think it's good. I like it. There's a difference.
It's different, and
I like it because it sucks.
And I asked, was like,
it's like action green. Okay, it's good because it's bad.
And I asked him, was like, "Do you like this?" And he goes, "Oh man, I love it."
Yeah, it's so gaudy. I think it's great for a small school. I think it's a little bit more like if Ohio State did it, that would be a little cringe.
Yeah, you can't be Ohio State having a red field. That's like, come on, man.
Steezo asks, would you want us to trade out of one of these picks? Yeah, sure.
I think at this point, if you could trade out and get extra dark wood throws.
Like my answer to all these questions, Steezo, is it depends on how you feel about who's on the board. And at this point, I'm so out of my depth. Like, I don't know how, there'd be guys I really like if I like watched the receivers, or watch more corners, but
anymore, so.
I can't watch D-backs at volume like I can with the trenches.
Now, Luke,
I can't do it. It fries my brain.
The important question is, if the NFL allowed covered turfs, which NFL team would have a color turf?
Seahawks.
I don't think it'd be the Seahawks.
Seahawks always do the gaudy thing. Like that's their deal.
So I don't think it'd be the Seahawks because I think
they're Panthers.
I think their fans would revolt if they had a.
No, their fans would love the Seahawks fans are the most poison people. Have you met Arif?
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah. I don't think Chicago would do it. Like some of these teams like Chicago and like New York and the Steelers like want to give off dignity,
Yes, it would be too old guardy, like, well, you can't do this. Like,
right. But then like Jacksonville would do it.
Jacksonville would do it with Travis Hunter now.
Yeah, they would do it, but they would do the teal and it wouldn't look that different, but it would kind of be a Coastal Carolina vibe. And actually describing that would rule. I'd be so into it.
The thought of
Travis black Hunter, uniforms on there, the thought of the white helmets Hunter on the Coastal Carolina field, that would look great.
The thought of Travis Hunter wearing number 40 on a teal field, playing wide receiver is the funniest aesthetic I have ever seen.
Number 40?
That was the thing that happened yesterday. Did you not see that? Oh, you're not on Twitter. Sorry.
You're lying to me.
No, there was like a thing of like, they asked him like, hey, would you like, are you going to trade? Or are you going to like buy your number? And he goes, because actually Nick Mullins is wearing his old college number. And he goes, are you going to buy your number? He goes, no, I don't care. I'll wear 40.
Oh, okay. It was just saying he doesn't care about the number. Cute.
And so the thought of him playing wide receiver wearing 40, which is legal, still technically legal, would be hilarious.
Corner wearing 40? You'll look like an undrafted guy that's about to get like cut before the second preseason game, but
not just corner. He would also be playing wide receiver at 40, which would look like he was the high school guy who they forgot to give a jersey to. We still have not had a guard taken.
We still have not. I'm going to clear this line, Kevin. So if there's any other parting thoughts you wish to give before we move on and open it up for the next guest, if
someone draft Tamorian Wilson. He hits like he hates everyone he plays football against, and that's fun.
Tamorian Wilson is what position, what college?
Central Arkansas linebacker, David Walker's teammate, but it just hits everyone, and it's cool to watch.
Excellent. Kevin, I can find your draft guide somewhere or your small school big board somewhere?
Yes, small school big board is on Blue Sky at Kevin Fielder, on the other app if you still use it, at Rivals Fielder.
Rivals Fielder.
I'll probably update it at the end of the 4th round because that's when we'll start getting all the
people that will start to
the
get
small school guys start to fall off the board.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your time, Kevin.
Absolutely.
We'll talk again, especially if there are small school guys on the Vikings via draft or otherwise.
There will be small school guys. They're
going to have like 25 free agents with no draft picks. Like.
See you, Luke.
See you later. Thank you to Kevin. Captain Munnerlyn slander, hating on number 40 CBs. It wasn't a good aesthetic. He would have looked better. Didn't he wear like 24 for a year? Buchanan Revenge would be an elite NFL name. Who is that? Oh, the Jets traded up. Is this the easiest challenge you've ever done? Man, like none of the stuff has happened. It's still early. We're still in round 4 and my throat's already getting pretty sore. So this could get pretty rough by 7th round. And I'm already like impatient. It's taking forever. I want it to be over. This does not bode well, but once we have a pick to talk about, Malachi Moore, it's at the Jets. Once we have a pick to talk about, we'll do this. I think the challenge right now is trying to not make this. Oh, right, the Bama safety. I think I like him okay, if I remember. From when I was watching like Terrion Arnold and like Kool-Aid McKinstry last year. But yeah, the challenge is definitely keeping like some kind of engagement for everybody. How many roster spots do we have left after the 2 5th rounders? On the 90, we have like a ton. Yeah, you're going to have 15 to 20 undrafted free agents just to fill it out to 90. I wonder if the Vikings roster is updated to have like Donovan Jackson and Ty Felton on it. If I really run out of time, one way to punish myself is I might read some YouTube comments out on air. The impatience is part of. Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. I'm sharing that this is making me suffer a little bit already. Yeah, Scattaboo went name. What you saw from Murphy last year? Do you think he'd be a solid number 3 edge rusher this year? No, I saw very little from Gabe Murphy last year. I liked his tape in college, but you could kind of tell he didn't get a camp. How many are we away? This is the only coverage I have up. Yeah. Oh, if this is the only coverage we're at 130 right now, or Malachi Moore just got picked at 130. We're at 139. So we're getting there. How good was Kyrie Jackson? We'll never know. There's a little bit of hype coming out of OTAs, but nothing that was like super going to tell you like exactly what was going to happen. Thoughts on Jay Ward's future? Probably just continues to be a special teamer. Sometimes that is a 4th rounder. Like for a 4th rounder, I think if you're a special teamer for your whole rookie contract and then you just don't get re-signed, you're like a D- outcome. You know, like it's not an F. It's not a terrible bust. Like a C- outcome. That's what it is. Just a like slightly below average outcome. You know, like you want that guy to get on the field at some point from scrimmage. But if they're just a special teamer, like that's okay. But yeah, I do not think that he will get a second contract with the Vikings. I think that's a pretty easy call. Was the 4th round always this slow? Man, used to feel really like other day 3s, because usually what I have to do for day 3 is, especially in like the Spielman days when we had like 44 picks. Oh, Saints took Quincy Riley. Too bad. But like the way I used to do it was I would have to basically do like a short and there's like a locked on clipping station where we go in and like answer a couple questions that they use for like national stuff. And so many interesting questions in the chat. But yeah, so like I would have to like quickly look up a thing about this guy I'd never heard of because it's the 6th round, make a short, go onto the thing. And then they would like by that time they've made 2 trades and they picked a guy and like it was like this crazy chaos. And now it feels like crazy slow. Okay, a couple questions that I wanted to answer. First off, yes, it is amazing that we have our name that we have Min twice up on the screen right now. We have 2 of the first 5 picks in the 5th round. Thanks to the trade down last time, that 6th rounder became a high 5th. This rules. That is that like a lot of trading around has happened that started with getting a 5th for Zadarius Smith, getting 2 5ths from Cleveland for Zadarius Smith. Thoughts on Mekhi Blackman's potential? He was a rookie when he played. We'll see. I don't think he should be anointed with a starting job, but it kind of seems like we're there, unless you really believe in like Asante Samuel Jr. if he's really going to join. Is Theo Jackson going to be a starter at safety? Depends on your definition of starter. He will be the 3rd safety. That seems pretty set in stone. I heard something about Donovan Jackson being a better zone runner compared to duo or some other stuff. Do you think we still run duo primarily? I don't know if I agree with that. I think he's pretty well-rounded. He can do zone footwork, but I would much rather he do duo or power. So there could be a move to power with like Will Fries and Ryan Kelly, who were both, but both those guys can scoop fine too. So I think the world is our oyster. I think. I think that they could probably run whatever, and it's just a matter of what you want to teach. Oh yeah, the Bears got Shamar Turner. That was the first pick they made that I liked. But even that I kind of thought was a reach. Kobe Bryant with the next Vikings pick. I always forget about him, but everybody really likes him. Kansas corner. Somebody wants Giddens. Jason Harris. You also like Miles Frazier. Not a big fan of Miles. I have him as a 6th. So if we trade down, but I don't think he's very good. I don't think he's like too raw for also how he's not that like for how athletic he is. His athleticism doesn't make up for how raw he is. That's what I'm trying to say. That we go IOL in the 5th. I want someone to go IOL in the 5th so I can get Whispery in here. The ASMR is going to hit a lot different with this cold, by the way. Ruben Hiplight, LB to the Bears. Ruben Hiplight. That sounds like a Magic the Gathering card, to be honest. Your thoughts on Josh Farmer? I watched him really shortly, and he was one of the first guys I looked into, and I saw nothing. Saw nothing out of him. I was like, I'm getting nothing from this guy, and I put him in the 6th. Yeah. So a lot of you are asking me questions like this on names. I'm way out of my depth. There's like 2 people that I've watched that are left on the board. I spent most of my time on top 40, 50 guys, and I don't watch everybody. I just don't have the time to do that and give you like takes that I feel good about. I mean, I could try to like flash through 500 people and give you like super lazy takes. But I kind of just prefer whenever they just wait for them to pick somebody and then look at them after the fact. So if I don't answer that question, it's probably because I just haven't watched them. I don't have a take. Doesn't mean I hate them. Just means I haven't gotten to them. Do you like the next Vikings 2 picks? Great question. We'll find out. Yeah, this is what I'm thinking right now is what's going to happen. Are they going to stick and pick 2 5ths, or are they going to try to get an extra pick or 2 late with one of them? I didn't miss a guard, right? I'm like paranoid that people are going to be like, you're skipping the thing because no, Jalen Travis was the only O line, and that's not a guard. That's a tackle. I would love to trade one back and get more picks. I would love to go 5, 6, 7 instead of 5, 5. That would be fine to me. But also, I don't know. It's day 3. Like more bites at the apple is always going to be good for me. Yeah, we're gonna be Steven Sager. We're gonna be something I've made up small school prospect. True, I would have got that one wrong for sure. Once I learned Kevin did chat GPT, it was really easy. I was like the ones that sound the most generic because that's what chat GPT does. Everybody who uses chat GPT for things, you're making the most generic, averaged out version of everything. Oh my god. Yeah, bad dad joke. How awesome would it be if we drafted McCord, the QB that beat out JJ and sent him to Michigan? That'd be so amazing. Yeah, round 5 will be the OG round. Asante Samuel Medical is okay for us to sign him if he's cheap, which I think he will be. I don't want to like do like there's like one weird scoop from somebody who like texted a score north, and like that's it's the only verified Asante Samuel stuff we have, right? There's no like actual like career reporters on that, right? It's just the like tip line. It just makes a lot of sense. So it passes the smell test, so it's easy to believe, but let's not put that in stone till it happens. Imagine the Vikings double up on guard. Don't tempt me with a good time. How do you feel about the Vikings coaches from a talent development standpoint? You're gonna get me in trouble, aren't you? I don't. It's okay. It's fine. I mean, quarterback, they're doing great. Wide receiver, they're obviously doing great. I think O-line is the one I know the most about, and that's one where I know enough about it to know that there are like differing schools of thought, and I have learned most of what I have learned from O-line in a different school of thought than the one Chris Cooper belongs to. So there's stuff that they do that I disagree with, but it's just because, I mean, it's like growing up a Baptist and being like, I think the Episcopalians are wrong. It's like, well, they just did, there's a different thing, you know, they're doing a different thing. So I'm not going to be like, I think he's wrong. It's just that I have reasons why I have chosen to still belong to the school of thought that I belong to. I don't think they've ever really been able to develop D-line the same way since Andre Patterson left. They've done pretty good with like Ivan Pace. You know, DBs have been like a lot of 1-year contracts and stuff, so it's kind of hard to tell. Or like Mekhi Blackman, who got hurt, like we never know what would have happened with Kyrie, so we kind of haven't gotten a great sense for that. But I think they did a good job with a Caleb, to be honest. A Caleb was so grabby coming out of college, and they got rid of that problem immediately. And yeah, actually, like for a 4th-round pick, got a couple years out of him, even if they aren't good years. That's pretty good. Jalen Royals, wide receiver to Chiefs. Man, if Arif picked like wide receiver instead of guard, this would be like an ASMR stream. This would be explicit rating on YouTube. Steal by consensus, good for them. Jalen Royals is a solid yak receiver. I thought we'd target instead of Felton. Yeah, that's like I guess the point of Felton that I missed on last night's show, or on this morning's show. Only 4 more hours, time to switch to whiskey. I will not be drinking whiskey. It's 10:45 a.m. for me, Joe Callahan. We won't be doing that. We got college Madden ratings. Let's go. But the thing I didn't really mention is that he could kind of be a gadget player, but he's just a 40 time, and he doesn't look agile, and he didn't run the agility drills. So watching all your draft crushes go to teams you hate is a special kind of pain. I know how you feel. I had a huge Jordan Morgan draft crush, and and then he went to the Packers, and then the Lions got Terrion Arnold, who I loved, and I was like, that's true. Yeah, Kevin, I would not have agreed to this. We got puppies on the stream. Ty Felton also adding special teams value. Yeah. That was that. I talked about that a lot on the show, but I didn't talk about his value as like a gadget player, which is a miss, I think. But I also think that it's limited because gadget players need to be agile, and I don't like the way he comes out of his breaks. I don't think he would have run a good 3-cone, and I think there's a reason he didn't run it. Not even at a pro day. Same thing as Nick Emenwari. Like, you're hiding something. Only 4 hours to go, so that's 3 hours for one activity and 1 hour for something else. Those who know. Is this a stream where the one use case where you are willing to defend PFF? What do you mean? I have my PFF take is I try not to be combative about it. I don't want to be like, I think PFF is bad and they're a stupid company and they're all idiots. And like a lot of people will do that. I don't want to do that. For me, it's a crutch that I don't think that you should use as like your back of the book that you look up for the answers for how a player played. Go sink or swim on your own, watch a player, figure it out, be wrong, learn. Is it as soon as the draft is done that the formula is locked, or is it later? It's like Monday or something, but it's pretty much as the draft is done. Do you think Kwesi golf analogy around just hitting the fairway and taking your medicine also relates to not trading future picks to aggressively try to? Yeah, I do. And I think that it's a good way to think about it. Just have 4 this time. That's okay. Sometimes you have 4 in a draft. You don't have to have you don't have to have a first, a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, and a seventh every single time. Like, you don't have to do that. If you don't have a fourth, it's okay. Just don't have a fourth. Don't take a deal that's not the right deal, just to do it. I'm a terrible golfer, Kevin. I golf maybe twice a year, but I worked at a course throughout all of high school. So I'm very familiar with golf culture, but I don't really like to play. I like to play with my dad. That's it. Because he really likes golf. So I like going out with him, and it's fun to spend a Saturday outside. Nice weather, that kind of thing. What Robinson? Edge. What do you think about the Kwesi mustache? He doesn't have the aura. I hate to say it. He doesn't have. This is it, Kevin. This is what you wanted to get brought up. He doesn't have that sexual energy to pull off that mustache. I'm sorry. You can't. You got to be like Mr. Milchick. You got to have a little bit of steam to you. I think he belongs as a clean shaven Wall Street guy. You know what I mean? The mustache is a little bit too. It's a body type thing. You can't be like tall, skinny, and pull that off. Milchick is Apex. That's not fair. That's what I mean, though. You got to be Apex to pull off the mustache. O'Connell has the aura for a mustache. I think O'Connell's best look is clean shaven hat. Clean shaven hat. We have a cheddar sculpture. It's very Wisconsin of them. Was a Donovan Jackson pick, but could adding Jihad Campbell to the LB group have been a good idea? Not better than Donovan Jackson. No. The thing about Jihad Campbell is that he has 2 bad knees and a bad shoulder, and everyone's talking about how he got a steal. Like, I don't know if that dude is going to play. He could pull off his dash too, IMO. I don't know. JJ McCarthy mustache? Again, he doesn't have the raw sexual energy. He's baby-faced. Yeah, maybe when he's 10 years older. You know what? Yeah, when Kevin O'Connell is 10 years older, and like if he goes full bald and then the stash, that could work. The way it worked, like it worked for Brad Childress. Brad Childress had that. Like, there's a dignity to it. Harrison Smith mustache, so he has the sexual energy. He could pull it off for sure. This is great. Vikings are up in 3 picks, and we're talking about the sexual energy of Harrison Smith. You disagree on JJ McCarthy's raw sexual energy? No. He has he doesn't have, he has like yoga class energy. That's not sexual energy. How do you feel about trading for Sam Howell as QB2? Sure. That'd be nice. I would take it. He started a couple games, right? I think Brad Childress looked good in his days. Which player has the most sexual energy on the roster? Harrison Smith. We already talked about it. Oh, actually, that's not true. It's Ivan Pace, but for different reasons. Yeah, when he was rocking the Anakin Skywalker, when Harrison Smith grew his hair out, and everyone was like, "I was not familiar with your game." Tonka Hemingway, 4th rounder. It's a good value for the Raiders. Late 4. You think he has the energy? It's fair. I mean, it's a subjective opinion. There's no objective truth to this, so you're valid. Alec Lewis saying to expect defense with this pick. Oh, that's why people were saying expect D. I thought we were just still talking about the sexual energy. You're getting to the Vikings. Yeah, I know. Expect defense. That makes a ton of sense. Like what offense? I mean, I guess it could still have been a center. Like that center Kevin suggested. Christian Darrisaw has dad energy. Christian Darrisaw, as soon as I learned that he was like an avid outdoorsman hunter type, I was like, oh yeah, this dude's like ice fishing in Wisconsin kind of guy. Pegues or Bryant? Yeah, sure. Stizo, you're so obsessed with tight end 3. I'm sorry, I just can't care who the Johnny Munt is. It can be whoever. Some name you've never heard of. It's fine. Will Reichert has sexual energy? He either has sexual energy or he has like 25-year-old virgin energy, which to some people is in and of itself like a sexual energy. Like some people are like, ooh, I can show you the world, you know. Too much of a nerd, yeah. Like I want to take him to Great Clips and make him soup, you know. Didn't Ryan Kelly have a decent stash? There's a little sexual energy to Ryan Kelly. Who's going to show up for the pick, huh? Record is a goals kid. Will the Thrill has something going for him for sure. I just don't know what it is. That's the mystery. Yeah. But like that works for some people, you know? It's very much like I can show you the world. It was like that was like a whole plot point in White Lotus. Okay. 2 more till the Vikings are up. See if they can trade one of these down, get a couple extra picks, or if they just stick and pick. So I think what I might do too is Van Ginkel sexual vibe. Yeah, incredibly. Oh my god, yeah. Actually, that he's up there for one of the most sexual vibes on the team. The most aura on this, yeah, AVG for sure. Nah, CJ Ham doesn't have sexual energy. He has like responsible dad energy. I just joined. Are you depressed yet? A little bit, always, baby. How did we get? Welcome to the stream, living human. We got here. Somebody asked how you feel about Kwesi's mustache, and I gave the take that to pull off a mustache, you need to have a certain like sexual aura. And now we're just like debating various Vikings and if they have that sexual aura. Well, Will the Thrill could tell you a lot about like circuit breakers. Like it seems like he has one of those weird interests. O'Neal has the sexual aura. Yeah. Are we up pretty imminently? Everybody's like tuning in because we're about to make a pick. And we're like, I don't know. Brian O'Neal could get it. CJ Ham is Christian content creator. I don't know if he has content creator energy. I mean, he is very Christian, but I don't think he gives that aura. He just gives like amicable neighbor energy, you know? It's kind of guy that'd be like, hot one today, huh? You know? Will the Vikes picks be announced from Iceland? Good question. I don't know. I think it's been announced. Somebody might know. Okay. You're just trying to troll me. What kind of question? Of course. What kind of question is that? Hawkinson exudes the most sexual energy. Yeah. You ever see that tweet that was like, not to get political, but you have to be a little ugly to be truly hot? That's TJ Hawkinson. Yeah, mows the lawn in the rain. With the long hair and everything. Yeah. Hawkinson mustache, 100%. Wish he could rock the pencil thin stash. Maybe if he went fully into like the nerd look. No. Quasi equals Lando. Come on. This dude is like a pencil neck suit. Yeah, that's kind of the logic. Almost to the end of the fourth. And then the Vikings are up first in the fifth. Pick is in for the Patriots. San Francisco. Oh, yeah. Lumberjack energy for Hawkinson. Sure. Yeah. Right. Like put him in flannel, let him chop wood. Everybody sweats. Like that's, yeah. If any of the other Minnesota football party people are mad about how fun this conversation is, they should have shown up. Hawkinson on the Lions didn't have the energy. Well, he didn't have his hair out until his like third year, right? He had to leave to get that energy. He just had long hair. I think we just had to familiarize ourselves with him. I'm sure once it's the long hair. That's what really does it for him. It's like if you look at his picture from Iowa, he just looks like a guy from Iowa. Yeah, Kwesi needs tweed. That's what he needs to really look off, like pull off the look, right? Princeton economics professor, go full on tweed, turtleneck, glasses. That's the look. Like Chidi Anagonye. Sweater vests. Forgot about Elijah Roberts from SMU. Inside outside. All right, sure. Yeah, the turtleneck suit look. Whoa. Like a white turtleneck brown suit kind of thing. Joshua Farmer to the Patriots. All right. There he goes. I didn't like him this early. Give me Nazir Stackhouse. I also don't like him this early, but I haven't watched him nearly as much, like enough to put him on my board. He's got the more Viking aesthetic, AVG or Hawk. I mean, it's kind of the same aesthetic, right? What's wrong with Marcus Embo? That guard, he felt hard. He's sushi raw. He is like, you have to reteach everything and maybe move positions. Also, he's probably really athletic, but for some reason, there's no testing. I forget why. But the Vikings are on the clock. Let's see what they do. You guys can tip it for me if you want. If you guys find it on Twitter or whatever, please. Let's see if they trade. I don't think they trade out. So what I know about like the broadcast and the presentation is like the picks that have been like the Vikings might already be on the clock on their next pick that's turned in. So if there was a trade, we would see it already. So I don't think that they're trading out. Maybe they trade out of the next one. Who do I like here? Do I even have anybody left on my board? Oh, I closed it to open the ad. Let's see if there's anybody I actually like here. Tonka went, right? I like Pegues in the fifth. I like a quarterback in the fifth. Pick your guy, whoever. Yeah, Shedeur. Yeah. Pick your 27-year-old quarterback. Give me one of those. They're not going to be good, but hey, you know, they can show up and throw stick. They've been doing that. Yeah, Ollie Gordon as a if you would like to get an undrafted free agent at pick 139 that you're going to cut. Like he's just slow, man. Like I don't know, and he didn't look that good the year before. I know everybody's like, "Oh, you got to go watch the year before he gained all the weight." It's like that's bad. Sam Ekstrom just in time. Hey, Sam.
I had to join for the Vikings.
Just in time to react to the Vikings pick. Do you know how many guards we've gotten so far? Not a single one.
You're kidding me.
No guards,
ASMR?
no specialists. It's a disaster.
I wasn't expecting a specialist. I know there was a dearth of offensive linemen in this draft late, but my goodness, there was a tackle. So we're not doing tackles. We're just doing interior.
No, I would do a tackle if he's like one of those tackles that's going to move into guard, but Jalen Travis is not that.
Fair enough. Kevin asking me, Sam, which Vikings players have great sexual energy? I don't know if I can say
welcome.
that.
We've been talking about this for the last like 10 picks. Somebody asked about, here's the real question. What do you think about Kwesi's mustache?
That's hilarious. So I texted Luke Inman, 12:20 p.m., 39 minutes ago. I said, Kwesi is straight Milchick with the stash. Now, if you're a Severance fan, you get it.
Yeah, and I like he's not built like Milchick. You got to be that. That's why we started talking about sexual energy. Kwesi doesn't have that. He's got economics professor energy. He needs tweed and glasses.
But I like the stash though. Maybe it's not Milchick. Milchick pulls it off like nobody else, but I still appreciate it.
I respect the swing. I respect the swing for sure.
Yeah.
San Francisco takes Jordan Watkins. Is the pick in here for? The pick is in for Minnesota.
Beautiful. What if they took Shedeur?
Luke needs to grow a stash. I don't have it. I've been talking about it. At this point, it's indistinguishable from being like, what if they took Tyler Shuck in the 5th? It's like, yeah, okay, cool, backup.
Yeah, I thought the Pelissero report today on NFL Network was pretty enlightening, and it kind of confirmed a little bit about what we thought. Teams that are picking essentially a backup now don't want the sideshow. We could be like Shedeur.
Kaepernick logic now.
Might be at the point where Shedeur is hoping he doesn't get drafted and gets
maybe he can choose a place,
because it sounds like he wants a lot of say in the process. UDFA would give him that.
Somebody suggested this to me last night. If he goes undrafted and says, you know what, screw you guys, Houston Roughnecks, I'm gonna make this my league.
Yeah, just takes over the league. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson would be appreciative.
We got a Georgia D line.
We got a Georgia D lineman.
Tyrone Ingram Dawkins. Oh my God, Steezo called that.
Was
20
on
picks
your
ago.
list? Was he on your list?
Oh yeah, let's check. Tyrone Ingram Dawkins. He's not somebody I'm super familiar with.
We're gonna do on-air research and figure him out.
Yep. I might even pull down some tape and watch it live with people. I got nothing but time, Sam.
It concerns me that I can't search his name. Tyrone Dawkins?
Tyrone Ingram Dawkins.
How do you spell the first name?
Or is it Tyon? Tyrion.
That's it.
170 on consensus board. Little reach.
6'5", 280, and this is the edge. Okay, so this is the. I really like that they added an edge because I feel like they're light to that position group, and you probably want 4 that you can trust. And right now, Bo Richter is probably your 4th, and I think Bo Richter could use some competition. Alec Lewis insinuating a possible trade. The chat says
we do get one. We have a winner, Brunson Burner.
Congratulations, Brunson. And the Vikings are right back on the clock in 3 more picks.
Yep.
Steezo, Bo Richter's DE5. Who's 4? Who am I forgetting? Gabe Murphy?
Well, this guy now, right?
Oh, well, if Steezo is putting Bo, if can I call him by his initials yet? If TID is DE4.
Tyrion Ingram Dawkins. 3-4 DT, don't think he's an edge. Okay, this is like a Jihad Ward, maybe.
Yeah.
Versus a Bo Richter.
And
or Gabe Murphy is 4? That's pretty presumptuous. I don't know.
Well, but this is why you need somebody who can rush the passer, because you don't have Jihad Ward back and you don't have Pat.
Yeah, this is your Jihad Ward replacement. Yeah. Third downs. Yeah.
The rare single college guy who spent his entire career in a place. Wasn't Ty Felton also a one school man?
Maryland man.
And
what do you think of that pick, Sam?
Ty Felton. I thought they should get a receiver at some point. So I'm all on board. I think that with Jalen Naylor's expiring contract, this makes a lot of sense from a roster building standpoint. The speed's intriguing. Scouting reports and the tape I've seen, it looks like he's got a pretty good catch radius, to use the cliche. And I feel like, Luke, all the receivers, like even taken later than the 3rd round, like day 3 UDFA receivers that have come through the Keenan McCardell era, by year 2, they're all kind of showing us something. Like they all have moments where you think that they're okay. Lucky Jackson, all right, Tristan Jackson, okay.
They're giving you some kind of maybe this guy. Lucky Jackson never made the team. I don't know if I can give you that one.
There's something there. Who's the
Hillary replacement? Yeah, kind of.
I'm forgetting his name. Who was the UDFA 2 years ago? NC State, who's still on the team, I think. Chat. Sam Howell is a Viking. Sam Howell.
Oh, are you guys not manifesting? Is that a thing? I thought you guys were just wanting. We got Sammy Skull. Did they trade their other 5th rounder for him?
Seahawks have traded Sam Howell to the Vikings per Schefter.
The second they took Milrow, I was like, okay, so we're getting one of those.
Absolutely. Yeah. That was a pretty loaded QB room. So Sam Howell is your QB2. I think you actually tossed this name out on the football party like a month ago.
Somebody. Well, so I was thinking this was before they signed Drew Lock. And I was thinking like Sam Howell, Jaron Hall, QB competition, one of them's getting waived and we pick one up on waivers. And we move from 142 to 172 for Howell. That's it? Okay, that's like free. Nice. Okay, that gives me some time to watch this guy. I'm going to pull on some tape.
This is big.
I can't stream it. That's against the rules, but I can at least try to tell you observations as I see
your guest named Sam joins and everything starts happening. We got a pass rusher. We've got a quarterback named Sam. We needed one after we lost the last one.
Gotta have a Sam.
Wow, this is interesting. So, okay,
I like it.
Guys, how is no one? There needs to be a bigger celebration. The Aaron Rodgers rumor mill is dead.
It's over.
It's over. Yes, thank the Lord. So Ryan Tannehill.
No Ryan Tannehill. Yeah, all this crap is over. There you go. Macho Meech isn't in here, but
Sammy Howell. Okay, so Sam Howell, the latest reclamation, who is going to be the backup here. Let's check out his contract status. First thing.
There was a really funny Victoria Zeller, whose username I'm not going to say, had a really funny troll a couple years ago when Sam Howell was in the draft, saying that Sam Howell was going to be a first-round pick for the Vikings. She was just joking, but it kind of took on some steam, and now he actually is on the Vikings. This is fantastic.
It's $1 million cap hit. This is perfect. I mean,
$1 million cap hit, and you move down 30 spots in round 5. Nice. And so they basically got, because they were what, 189? So for moving down 5 spots,
I think they went 182 to 142 to 172. So they netted 10 picks up.
Netted 10 picks and Sam Howell for moving back 5 spots in the 3rd round and a bunch of guys nobody cares about in a terrible draft. Kwesi's cooking, man. This is great. That is blood out of a stone.
He was the Shadur Sanders of his draft, was he not? Dropped to the 5th round?
Maybe people were like a little bit, maybe he would go in the first. I think he was more like a Spencer Rattler, where people are like, ooh, 1st round hype. And then it was like, okay, no, yeah, that was never going to happen.
Sam Howell, remember, given the keys to the Washington Commanders in 2023, like he was,
I remember that.
He was the guy. 21 touchdowns, 21 interceptions that year.
Yeah.
It was not a great.
None.
What is this new category on PFF? Smoke. Have you seen that? This is brand new.
What?
There's a go to like the quarterback page for Sam Howell. There's a smoke grade.
Oh, is that for like smoke routes? Like for
it's like right next to passing, rushing, smoke. The key says this is what live streams are for.
That's wild. Look, this is not the weirdest thing that has happened on the show today. Diana Rossini just dropped to her knees in a Starbucks. Yeah, true.
I believe that.
Smoking Sam Howell.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's basically got 1 year of NFL experience on the field. He's 24 years old. This is not your trusty veteran backup variety. I think I would be nervous if JJ McCarthy went down, probably more so than if it was Ryan Tannehill. But
maybe. Yeah. Well, so this confirms too, like I walked into the offseason thinking they're going to have a competition, right? You're going to have another Sam Darnold tier guy. No.
I want the smoke. Does Howell want the smoke? I want it, Ben.
You want the smoke.
Can you
I would love for you to be here when a guard goes, but we still unless is Carson Vincent a guard? No, started all 12 games at left tackle.
Did he play guard at any point? At any point?
It's like, is this a guy that people think is gonna go to guard? Let's consult the beast.
You go to Brugler. I'll go to
Pillar at left tackle. Prototypical size measurements. I don't think so. Started every game at left tackle.
Yeah, Alabama A&M. So. Do you know their nickname?
No idea.
Bulldogs. Literally played 3,417 snaps, all at left tackle. Never once a guard snap. I don't think we can call him a guard.
Yeah, Arif's consensus board sorts guys different than 3-4 and 4-3. He says like 5 tech, so that's out on the end.
Let's just indulge Charlie here for a second. Hates the draft, doesn't like Donovan, doesn't like Ty Felton. Can you see a world? Contract. Can you see a world where that's the case, where this is a terrible draft? Like, could you make the argument that they reached on Jackson? They could have done better with 102. What do you think?
Yeah. Riley Mills, DT to the Seahawks. That's who they traded up for. I mean, that's like free money for the Seahawks, right? They had 5 quarterbacks. Might as well throw a one out there to go up 30 picks. Okay, so Ty Felton, I can very easily see it. He is not a good receiver. His routes tip every single time. He doesn't run 100%. He's got a drops issue. He's just a jet sweep guy. He's a gadget player. The second he comes on the field, everybody's going to be like, he's going to get the ball. They're going to try to do a yards after the catch thing, which is a tell, which means you can't put him on the field. He's just a punt gunner. He's not going to get a second contract. That I actually kind of believe. If I wanted to devil's advocate with Donovan Jackson, who I like a lot, I think you'd have to be like, man, the second he went up against like a good NFL player in Abdul Carter, he got smoked. He's not fast enough, I guess, would be the thing. Like he's not rangy enough, which showed up more at tackle, but is still going to hurt him at guard. He's not heavy-handed enough, so he's not going to be able to move anybody at the next level, and he's going to lose his job to Blake Brandel.
KOC on the released phone call, from the team saying, "Hey, Donovan, you're joining a killer offensive line," like talking as if he's kind of inserted. I feel a little bad for Brandel, kind of got one crack at this, signed a 3-year deal, probably thought he was going to be the guy for a couple of years.
Money.
He is going to get that, and I love him as a sixth man. I love him as your utility player on this line.
Love it, yeah.
He was pretty good at tackle in 22.
Still absolutely a valuable piece of this offense that I would like to keep through that contract.
Injuries happen. So again, I guess I understand why you'd be frustrated that there were trades that happened behind you, and you wish you could have attained more value. I get that, but you also have to consider the possibility that Donovan Jackson was a really coveted asset, and there was a dearth of interior offensive linemen after that, and that those trades don't happen if Donovan Jackson's on the board at 25. Like, you have to consider that.
Charlie, which Oregon game are you talking about? Because I watched him, the one at guard, not the playoff game, the first game where he was still at guard because Josh Simmons wasn't hurt yet. I thought he played great. I think you're both too mad and also wrong.
He was a tackle in the playoffs all the way through.
He was a tackle from like week 6 on because Josh Simmons got hurt, and a lot of the worst things happened there. So like that stuff doesn't worry me. He's not playing tackle here.
I think if you judge any lineman by their worst play, it's going to
they're bad play out of position. It's like, well,
it's a volume position.
How got murdered by Harmon and gave
how infrequently
you said it again, but which game are you talking about?
Yeah. Erica, who's miserable? Us or the chat?
The chat. I think people are pretty mad at Charmin. Before Simmons got injured in that Oregon game, really? Like at guard? I watched that. I can't conjure the play you're thinking about, and you might be. I don't know if you're thinking of the right person, to be honest. Sometimes it's like the center gets killed, but it kind of looks like the guard. Did you just watch that one on TV and then get really mad about it, or did you like watch all 22? If you're gonna be this mad, you're gonna come at it this hard. Show me your bona fides.
Luke, anybody in the picks like in the 90s yesterday, or in the picks in between 97 and 102 that you were saying, wanted him? So you had Jalen Smith at 97, Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant, Upton Stout, Savion Jones. Slightly before that, you had Wyatt Millum, your guy.
Wyatt Millum, I liked okay. Where did I have him?
You wanted him in.
I had him I would have taken him at 97. Yep.
You wanted him at 97 yesterday, but we got the guard. He could have played tackle as like a backup. He could have been your Michael Juergens.
Like, yeah, Millum is a guard for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see here. From 97 to 102.
Is that legit? Shadur alert?
Shadur alert.
I don't see it yet, but the Browns are on the clock.
Yeah, tell me a time code, Charlie. Let me know what you're seeing, and we'll see. But I thought he actually kind of got like the way he played Harmon is really cool to me. And I'm going to talk about it in a Patreon video. So I will show my work on this. I'm working on that video out probably for the rest of today. But the way I liked it, so Harmon's whole thing is like trying to slash through gaps, right? He wants to get lateral, go around. And I thought Donovan Jackson did a really good job of using square hips, good feet to like stay in front and basically play brick breaker. Via Josina Anderson Shadur is a Brown.
Yeah.
Right here on this pick.
Yeah, it's official. 144, 5th round. And Shadur could still absolutely win that job.
Yeah. They just got good value. I love what the Browns did this draft. Okay, yeah. So to answer your question, Sam, so I breathed a huge sigh of relief when Xavier Watts went to the Falcons at 96. I was really worried that was going to be the pick. I didn't like him.
Mm-hmm.
I think at 97, it would have been an easier cope. I was worried about him at like a 33 if you traded down kind of thing.
Yeah.
And Charles Grant, I absolutely abhor. So I was pretty happy to have traded past him. I don't have a take on Caleb Rogers, the other guard out of Texas Tech, but they had already taken a guard, so whatever. I didn't have a take on Jalen Smith. I just didn't watch enough corners this year. So there's a lot of corners that like Darian Porter or Jacob Parrish that like I probably should have had opinions on, but I couldn't tell you if I like them or not.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So when I asked you the devil's advocate side of the Ty Felton pick, you gave a pretty convincing argument why he might struggle. Is that you saying that?
Yeah,
or is that
I genuinely do believe. I do not like the pick. I did a whole episode about it, and the comments on YouTube are very mad at me. But if you want the other side of Ty Felton, Ron Johnson actually has made that point on social media. He's talking about him as like the kind of that element we don't have, that yards after the catch kind of gadget guy. We don't, oh, he's the bubble screen guy now. He's the guy that you throw, that you give jet sweeps to and stuff. And then plus the special teams. And I think the hope for Ty Felton too is like, look, no matter how bad you are at wide receiver, you'll always be dressing because he's going to do stuff on special teams.
Does he have punt return potential?
Oh, big time. Yeah. It's like I think that's the point.
That's his bread and butter.
I think they kind of Kenny Wong-wood it at pick 102. I just think that's not good enough value for the pick that they had, but
kick return, he actually does not have a punt or kick return track record. That would be seems like a new skill. He returned 2 punts
really?
in six kicks.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought he had, hold up.
Very minimal.
I know he's like a gunner extraordinaire.
And yeah, special teams in general, yes. He's done plenty of punt coverage. He just hasn't returned a lot.
Oh, coverages. Yeah, coverage. Yeah. Okay. Experience on kick and punt. Yeah. Okay. So special teams workhorse kind of guy. Where's the ASMR? Have we seen guards? Have I missed guards?
Let's take a look. Maybe they're just tuning in and seeing it on the rundown.
No guards. Only the Alabama A&M tackle. And
let's remind we've got 500 people here. Let's remind them. So you're going to do ASMR scouting report reads in salacious, sensual fashion.
Sensual fashion. Yep.
Sensual fashion. And then if there's a special teamer, kicker, punter, long snapper, you add a layer of clothing until the show is done. So a shirt or a hat.
A shirt or it's got to be something that people can see.
Something
right?
visible. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going to put on a sock. Matthew Hamlet asks a great question. And Inman's going to make me do a 2026 mock. when he comes on.
Yeah.
Would you trade BPA in the first round instead of Jackson for a shot at Embo? No. I think it's actually super appropriate that Embo is here. I would have taken him at 97 as an upside prospect. But it's like an upside thing. He's all athlete and he didn't test, so it's like not measured, but you can just tell. But he is raw. This dude is not playing football this year. This dude is a project capital P. So I mean, yeah, that's great for day 3, but I certainly wouldn't, if they did it, I certainly wouldn't be like, cool, their guard problem is solved. Like that is something you do that you don't expect anything from for 2 years.
And thank you, chat. You're really making this easy.
I'm looking it up
Ben
right
Brown. Now. Ben Brown, are you asking about
the regular
Jordan
season,
James?
Charlie?
Jordan James. Yeah, thank you for the timestamp, Charlie. Ben,
looking at it right now.
Jordan James is my day 3 running back crush. Do you mean, is there a James Jordan also? Jordan James is my guy. And I would say, go Wolves, mentioning the UDFAs. We are headed toward, Luke, I kid you not, we are headed toward a 20-man UDFA class.
Yeah.
Like if they make, let's
that,
say
do you have the numbers?
If they add a pick, if they make 3 more picks today, I think their roster's at 70.
First game at 640. Okay.
Because they waived Najee. They didn't fill it.
Yeah.
So I think they were at 65.
I kind of think Ty Felton's your Najee Thompson replacement. I think they drafted Najee Thompson replacement in the 3rd freaking round. I don't like it. I think that's a huge reach.
But would any receiver have had a big impact this year? Like, I think any of them would have had a year to bake.
Somebody that could beat Jalen Naylor in a competition. I don't think this guy can beat Jalen Naylor in a competition right now. Jalen Naylor runs better routes. Full stop.
I would have been surprised with anyone beating him though at 102. Like I feel like I think there's a redshirt year with some special teams mixed in.
Like I don't think Jalen Naylor is an unassailable wide receiver 3.
I don't either. But
yeah, maybe at 102.
I wouldn't have. Guy, right? But I think that he's got a high enough floor.
Yeah.
And they've also got Rondale Moore. I mean, let's not forget that Rondale Moore, if healthy, can do some of the things we're talking about with Felton. That's also a 1-year pact. So it makes a lot more sense to count on Felton as a 2026 contributor, I think, than this year.
If that's the case, I would like to pick a lot more. If he does end up doing that, like Keenan McCardell has a lot of work to do on this guy, though. So the big thing, I talked about this on Locked On Vikings, but the big thing, by the way, people question my bona fides. Okay, receiver coaches call it like jumping the pads, or at least the receiver coach that I learned this from called it jumping the pads. He coaches up in the Bay Area, and he described it to me as like, as like the most common tell. This guy coached DBs for a while, and when he coached DBs, he would tell them to look for it, and then now that he's doing receivers, he tells them not to do it. So if you play a game, okay, watch Ty Felton plays, watch his routes, find some tape, watch some routes, and see if you can guess when he's going to break the route off. And I'll give you the hint: when his helmet comes up, he's breaking the route off. It's a tell every single time. It's a really common way for receivers to kind of tip their hand, where they want to kind of like they're trying to pull up. And instead of just sinking their hips and keeping their pads super level, if you watch Jordan Addison run a route, his pads basically like they land like a plane. They just that's what you want. You want your pads to come down like an airplane. Ty Felton's come all the way up and jump all the way down, which is both clunky. It's slower, but it's also a huge tell. NFL D-backs are going to jump every route. It's untenable. You cannot put that on the field and expect any deception. And you have to get that habit out of him before. Can you get that habit out of him? Sure. But you've also got a focus drops issue. And you also potentially have an agility issue. So like there's how much of this gets solved? Can all of it get solved? How long will it take to solve all of that? I don't think this guy is contributing from scrimmage for a while.
I would say that his speed does not. I think he actually looks a little slower on tape than his 40 would reflect. And a little choppy. But
when he runs a route versus when he has the ball, it's different. And I don't think he's going 100%, which might be something that Maryland coaches because you don't want to outrun your quarterback's arm. So I'm not gonna super like, and I just don't ever want to question anyone's effort who I don't know. Like I don't want to do that. But that's also maybe a little concerning to me with like if there is anything, I don't know. I guess I'm just keeping an eye out for what the reporting on that says.
I do want to point out that
Keenan McCardell unsubscribe. Okay, chill out, Jimmy. you're crashing out here because you heard an opinion you didn't like.
McCardell,
it's okay. You can hear an opinion you disagree with.
He came from Maryland. He's got Maryland connections. I think that McCardell is a pretty reliable source for choosing these guys. So I would say that the things you're describing are coachable. And that probably got a pretty good
the volume of things.
He probably got a pretty good amount of information before they pulled the trigger.
All right, let's see here. 647. I've got it up.
McWilliams, Brady Swinson, Edge. Vikings, is that still in the 5th round? Yeah, it is late in the 5th. And then Luke, you get, assuming they don't trade back, you get 2 rounds, sans Vikings picks of any kind. Yeah, I'm actually really excited for the Monday show. I love, and I think you do as well, trying to figure out the UDFAs they're going to have a fit on this team. That's always a fun exercise. You, of course, famously projected Najee Thompson out of nowhere.
Got that
to be a legit contributor.
My secret UDFA weapon was on the show earlier, Kevin Fielder. He covers the small schools. He knows the Georgia Southern guys, and he actually had talked to that guy's special teams coordinator and was like, "Yeah, they don't know yet, but this guy's a guy." Yeah, too bad. Are we getting close yet? No. Pick 147. We get any guards that I missed? Any specialists?
Not that I've seen.
No.
Macho, glad you're here. We slammed
Macho Meach
numerous times.
You missed the sound, man.
Go back. You can go back in the stream. We slammed it like 3 times.
Charlie, if I'm looking at the rep, yeah, you're super wrong. That run didn't go to that gap. He let somebody. It was a B gap run, and he let someone shoot the A gap. That's trapping someone. That's like a
Jordan James. Oh, he's off the board to the Niners.
Oh, your guy
to the Niners too. No, the Jordan Mason replacement. No, he's gonna flourish. That's a great pick.
We do have a charity donation, by the way, because someone did win the contest. Planned Parenthood Federation of America. Let me get that squared away right now.
What are you out for at this point, Luke? How much dough are you forking over?
Well, they've only made 1 pick, so it's $25.
Oh wait, so it's the Vikings pick.
Vikings
okay.
Pick. Vikings
it's not. Yeah. It's not any pick.
No, otherwise I'd be paying. I mean, all of those.
Yeah, you would be.
Picked. Yeah,
you'd be broke.
Yep. So it's 25, and then we'll see. But I've had like 5 people hit before. So
let's update the newcomers and answer Christian's question. Our thoughts on the backup QB. So yeah, if you joined just after the news, Vikings trade for Sam Howell. They go back 30 picks. They're paying 30 picks worth of capital and $1 million to Sam Howell for this year. 1 year backup. And again, this is not your standard veteran. This is not someone with a lot of experience. The 1 year that he had was fairly poor. This is a 24-year-old who still, I think, is learning. I don't think he knows it all by any means. He's not exactly the type of mentor you would expect for someone, to put around your rookie quarterback, which is a little interesting, Luke. I mean, Brett Rippon's not that guy either. So you're putting a lot on Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah. Well, they're competing, I'm going to guess.
Being that guy.
I don't know if we clearly have QB2 set. I think that's going to be a camp narrative, is who wins QB2.
Between Rippon and Howell?
Yeah.
Right. And that says everything. If you don't have a defined QB2, if they're like in danger of losing to Brett Rippon, then you really don't feel secure if JJ McCarthy has a sprained MCL and misses 2 months. But I guess Tannehill could always be on call if he doesn't sign anywhere.
We have burner allegations in the chat. Ty Felton might be in the chat under a burner named Jimmy.
All right. Let's level set also where we stand, or where Kirk Cousins stands at this moment. So the Steelers have Nobody, but probably holding out for Rodgers.
They're
Browns have
Rodgers.
Flacco and Shadur. The Saints have Shuck and the left arm of Derek Carr. That's all that's left of him. And the Giants have Jackson Dart. Kirk Cousins is not going to be given a job.
Kirk Cousins, yeah. I like the easiest thing for Atlanta is to just eat a really expensive backup and just have that be embarrassing. Everything else is like kind of harder. But whatever happens with Cousins can't happen till after June 1st because that contract is they can't take money. They would take like 50 mil dead if they did it before June 1st. It's so not possible.
Yeah. And you know what? At $1 million for Howell, you could cut Rippon and still execute a Cousins trade. Theoretically, could still execute a Cousins trade or even bring in a more experienced QB2 and have Howell
like
be
a veteran
QB3 at $1 million. Like this is like Howell is as cheap as it gets.
Like eve of camp, Tannehill signing still maybe in the cards. But I just see absolutely no reason why the Vikings would spend any like significant money or draft capital to acquire Kirk Cousins just because he's a name we know. I think we just kind of have to give that up.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for it.
It's time. It's time to stop with. Wouldn't it be funny if this guy was on the Vikings manufactured storylines? I think we can call those done. And for all of my trust level in certain national reporters has ebbed and flowed. We've adjusted the power rankings a little bit, I think, after this offseason.
On a future football party, I would like to get those power rankings from you. I think that'd be a good.
that's maybe a June segment. A June move.
Yeah, the dog days type of show.
Do you think the Browns owner put the call in for Shadur? That's a reasonable idea. Like, come on, do it now. It's the 5th round, and everyone goes, "We don't care." Okay.
The Browns just can't resist to have the most polarizing quarterback. Manziel, Deshaun, Shadur.
Man, if Arif had picked D tackle, I'd be doing ASMR like crazy. It's a ridiculous run on D tackles after the Vikings picked their guy. And it happened at wide receiver too.
Let's take a look at best available. Let's see who. Okay, the top available is Embo from Purdue. The second available is Miles Frazier from LSU. So get ready. I mean, it's coming.
Those are both guys I actually watched and have opinions on too. So
Arif and I actually, when we did a no trade mock.
Yeah.
I wonder if is it still in the system?
Yeah, I never deleted it.
Here it is. Check it out. This is mine. And let me just say, PFF can kick rocks because Justin Wally was a 3rd round pick. So give
us all Fs for that.
Missed me with that F grade. So that was I had Miles Frazier in the 6th, A+, and Arif had Miles Frazier in the 6th also, and he also had Justin Wally.
And I had Justin Wally too. And they gave us all an F.
This is Inman. A lot of awesome. Andrew Makuba love. Jordan James is gone. Quincy Riley's gone. And here's yours, Braun. Harmon Ratledge, who went to Detroit. Wally. And then DK, who went first pick of the 4th round to Titans.
Yeah, that actually super surprised me.
Which one?
I thought he was going to be like a late idea for the Vikings, like if they traded down and got a 7th or something kind of idea. Because I know the Vikings were into him, but I don't think they were that into him.
DK?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How should we frame the Vikings' lack of addressing our patchwork DB room in the draft? A lot of buzz in the chat about Asante Samuel to signing on like Tuesday.
We need more Sams. We can never have enough. That was my guy on the week after the Super Bowl. I'm like, this is my favorite free agent. And the projection said, this is an $18 million a year guy. And then the medicals started.
The medicals must be really bad. Yeah.
Gotta be really bad. He's holding out. Sometimes the dudes hold out for too long. They think they're worth something. And then the money dries up at some point. Now the Vikings do have, like last year, they had enough at the end to give Gilmore a pretty healthy 1-year deal. And if you can get Samuel at a similar type of deal, I think that would be acceptable if you're not paying $72 million.
If the Score North tip line is to be believed, the deal is already hands have already been shaken, and they're just waiting till after the comp pick deadline
for Asante.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Someone met him at a club, and he was wearing a Vikings hat, and someone was like, "Do you play for the Vikings?" He's like, "Yeah, my name's Asante." That was the report. It was an anonymous tip into Score North. Whatever you put into that. But it so passes the smell test. Like, it makes so much sense.
I can't remember a year where the comp formula impacted activities this much.
Well, yeah, they're losing they've got like so many uniquely valuable players like Cam Robinson and Sam Darnold leaving. Like, you don't really very often let that many people out the door, but still feel like a contender, because you have these weird situations where you have like, Daniel Jones and all these like temp guys that just showed up just for the comp formula.
Yeah, that's very unique. So we're looking at, like, it sounds like the Vikings plan is going to come to fruition here. They're going to get the comp picks they want. So that would be at minimum a 3rd and a 5th next year. And then
yes.
Shaq Griffin never signed, I don't think. So
no, Trent Sherfield could get them a 7th.
Get a 7th. Who cares?
And then we're watching the Colts competition. If Daniel Jones wins it and plays enough snaps, or if he like takes over in the middle of the season and plays enough,
right.
That 5th could become a 4th.
I'm going to look up next year's draft allotment for the Vikings. Just remind myself and other folks what next year holds. So next year you've got the 1st, got the 2nd, got the 3rd. You gave up your 4th in the Cam Robinson deal. You gave up your 5th. I'm sorry. So the Robinson deal is a 4th or 5th conditionally. You gave up your 6th in the Jordan Mason deal. And it looks like you have an extra 7th. So you are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think 6 picks next year. But you have your first 3, maybe your first 4.
Oh, wait. This is 93 on Georgia. Wait, I like this guy. I just realized who Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins is. I just didn't know him by name. He's got a little juice.
Nice. Someone compared him in the chat to Jaquelin Roy.
I don't think that's correct. This is definitely a Jihad Word type body. Jaquelin Roy was supposed to be more of a nose tackle.
Tyrion Ingram Dawkins.
Stackhouse and Zion. Yeah, Stackhouse as an undrafted free agent, sure, but I'm pretty sure he was kind of a hot prospect last year, went back to school and sucked. No, DJ Giddens to the Colts. Oh my God.
That was, running back you like, Kansas State?
Yeah. He went way later than I thought. I might have to take an L on that one.
Yeah, Tyrion moves around a lot, it looks like. A lot of end, but can move inside. Definitely a little bit of a tweener vibe here. Someone mentioned that in the chat as well.
Yeah, so I ended up watching a bunch of Georgia D-line in scouting O-line guys in the SEC, and ended up kind of noticing like, oh yeah, wow, this 93 cat's kind of got some juice, but I don't know what he. And then when they took Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins, I was like, oh, an edge. Oh, that, like, I was never really watching the edge. I only really watched him on the interior. But yeah, no, I like this guy. I'm into it.
Nice.
Rewriting history. Show me the receipts. I don't have receipts for this one. You're going to have to just take my word for it.
Didn't play a lot until last year. Very, very limited impact until his senior season.
Yeah. Tough to get on the field at Georgia. Definitely like rotational guy. Like, I think there's definitely this is not going to be your like diamond in the rough superstar type of potential, but yeah, versatile player, dirty work dude.
Crap load of run stops last year.
I like it. I'm into it. DJ Giddens, they just showed a compilation, but they did not show any of the violent acts he did to Shiloh Sanders. Should be happy with this guy at 102. Reach.
I'm holding on here because I want a guard. I want an ASMR reading. That's the only reason I'm still here.
Give me a guard. It hasn't happened. There's going to be a run of like 10 of them in a row, though. That's how this is going to work. And then I'll have a lot of then we'll be good.
Josh,
or get me a specialist so I can run and grab.
We just did talk about that. Maybe he's behind.
The DMI alignment. We got Josh Johnson. Yeah. You can go back. We just talked about him. Mm-hmm. But I like the pick.
So you would give it a B? Sounds like you're giving it about a B.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's not like my favorite thing, and yeah, it wouldn't be like getting CJ West or some crazy steal or anything, but I think it works. Good works at the pick at 139. That feels good. I think he's got a pass to the field as a rotational guy. As you know, I mean, every single one of these guys on the roster will play 40% of the snaps.
Are you surprised Kwesi hasn't tried to accumulate more picks?
I don't think anything could have surprised me there. I kind of didn't know what he was going to do, so this was, I guess, as good an option as any.
4, again, said this a million times. 4 picks would be the lowest in team history.
Yeah.
Can you remind 4
picks in a backup QB?
4 picks in Sam Howell.
And Sam Howell.
What did we get for the picks? Let's try to remind. I'm trying to remember, where did the picks go?
So they went 97 to 102. Oh, you mean the picks they traded away?
So the picks that we didn't have this year, where did those?
Oh,
picks
they were
go?
all part of the Dallas Turner thing.
It was all part of Dallas
Turner.
The
second was moved up from like 42 to 23 or whatever they did when they made that trade in March, and then the 4th and the 3rd were part of the second trade up with Jacksonville on draft day. And then they got their compensatory 3rd back. So all ended up being part of Dallas Turner, but in 2 separate trades, and one of them we kind of thought was for a QB, so it was weird.
I assume that Cam Akers is responsible for a couple of the late rounders being gone.
No, they got it back for Ed Ingram. They got the exact same pick back that they traded to Houston for Cam Akers. They gave it back for Ed Ingram, and then they turned around and gave that pick to the 49ers or something. No, they gave a 5th to the 49ers and got another 6 or something.
Alexander's saying guard.
Guard alert. Jalen Rivers. Guard Miami. Let's do it, baby. We're here.
You get up the scouting report.
Yeah,
I'll hit the sound effect.
There we go.
If you're just joining, this is part of the punishment. Luke Braun stunk gambling this year. He has to do ASMR guard scouting report reads. Let's get a little music.
I don't need to change this much. It's very relaxing.
I think it's even better if it's just your voice.
Hang on a sec. Try GPT.
You're not that far from being halfway, Luke, and it's gonna speed up.
Yep.
In round 6 or 7,
right.
It's gonna feel like a downhill bike ride.
Well, we might have a lot of guards though, so we might be whispering a lot. Are we ready? I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Jalen Rivers boasts a massive, power-packed frame with long levers and oversized mitts. Effortlessly uses that rare length to keep defenders at bay and create clean separation. He strikes with precision. His hands work independently and reset like clockwork against high motor rushers. He explodes out of his stance with fluid efficiency, carrying his weight like a pro. He generates knockout power from shoulder to fingertip, delivering jolt after jolt at first contact. When he's balanced, he drops anchor like a rock, immovable, and in total control.
Marcus Embo got picked next.
I would call Marcus Embo a guard enough. I would do that.
Oh yeah, no, you have to. We need Marcus Embo.
I am dying to do the Marcus Embo version of this. I've been excited for his pick eventually. Where did he go?
Giants.
All right, let me try a different one. That ChatGPT did not make it very sexy. I'm going to be honest. Like, okay, the real Brugler one started with massive, dense body. And they turned dense into power packed. That's not sexier.
Yeah, do better. Do it slower.
Use Gemini.
Folks, if you have headsets like this that you can really, I'd recommend putting them on to enhance your experience.
I want to give someone the tingle. Tell me if someone gets that skull tingle.
Make eye contact with the camera, Andy says.
Oh, I have to read though.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus Embo moves with rare fluidity, effortlessly winning leverage and positioning against all kinds of defenders. He flashes stiff, independent hands and a spring-loaded coil that lets him counters and stay in the fight, while he leans on his savvy angles more than raw power. Due to some core length inconsistencies, he can occasionally get caught with high pads, lunges, and his posture lapses, throwing off his balance. His blend of athletic body control, hand talent, and natural movements make him high upside. He has starting potential at multiple spots, tackle, guard, or center. His game echoes shades of Zach Tom, with the tools to carve out a long NFL future.
Goosebumps.
Immaculately agonizing. That's the...
I think with that, I think I have to excuse myself.
It's so funny that the most normal person on the Minnesota Football Party was the one here to hear that.
I'm really appreciative that I was here for a pick, Shadur, a trade, and the most central thing I've ever heard in my life.
Felt wrong after a little bit, Chris Roberts. We'll get used to it because this is going to keep happening.
Yeah, like two in a row was like overload. It's like, wow.
Yeah, I need to get better at the prompt. I think make it sexy like is not working. I need to maybe say like do it like a romance novel.
Mm. I mean, your voice makes it that way, Braun. I'll give you credit for that. But yeah, fiddle around with the prompt.
I mean, I can perform it, but I think I need. We lost 100 viewers doing that, by the way. A lot of people left.
If you left during that, I can't blame you, but you also missed out.
I can blame you. Soft.
They'll come back. They always do. They felt in their mind they thought, oh, this is uncomfortable, but I want more.
They'll be back. They'll always come back.
Yeah, numbers are climbing again. They're climbing. They're climbing. You know, like stock market goes down, pops right back up.
By the dip.
I'm out. I'm out. This has been fun. I hope Arif and Luke come bother you later. You are.
I hope so.
You're a warrior. Your endurance is impressive, and we'll talk on Monday.
We'll talk Monday.
Goodbye.
Okay. Now I can take my headphones out and there won't be an echo because my AirPods died. My didn't have volume on the actual draft, but I still gotta have it up. My AirPods have run out of stamina. I will not be running out of stamina. Mid-sensual reading. Well, now that it's just the two of them. Your endurance is impressive. Everybody's in the mood. Okay. I'm so glad we had that Kwesi conversation earlier. That really set the tone. Okay. I'm going to play around with ChatGPT a little bit with different prompts. So edit this to make this read like a sex scene in a romance novel. Oh my God. That's so much better. Yeah, that's the one. Cool. AirPods need coffee. I might get a third cup. I'm going to be honest here. Luke is ending up on a list today. I'm not going on any list. Yeah, now I figured it out. I figured out how to make it real gross. I'm not an innovator just because I figured out a ChatGPT prompt. Okay, any idiot can put anything in a ChatGPT. That's why it's if like anybody here, if you're in school, all right, and you use ChatGPT for your essays, okay, I don't respect you. Write your own thing. Also, it's super obvious. 100 girlfriends just entered the room and made it awkward. I should share that I have told my wife about this punishment, and she thinks it's utterly hilarious. She loves it. But she will not want to hear it. Like I think. Oh no, I know Blue Stork. I'm just riffing on you. If I tried to do this for her, I think she would get immediately uncomfortable. She would not like any part of this. Ideas and risk assessments, like a brainstorm, I get. Yeah, like there are uses for like an LLM that I can understand. But well, actually, it was someone in chat was talking to me about a writing class that they were in, and someone used ChatGPT in it. And it's like, what's the point? Like to do their writing for their writing class. Yeah, everybody knows. Ideating or whatever. Like some people use it as a search engine, and I kind of get that. Although I don't know if I trust it. It's a little bit like Wikipedia, where like where's this sourced from? I should throw a pie in our face. Added punishment. We would never do that to pie. I do have additional punishment coming after the draft, though, in May. Keep an eye out. Because somebody hit a bold prediction this year, I have to eat the score of that game in eggs in one waking day. That's 36 eggs. It was a 36-point game. It was the Giants game. And we will be, I think the idea is I'm not going to do like a live stream all day or anything like that, but we're going to produce a video about it so that there will be evidence of all 36 egg consumptions. ChatGPT is right 100% of the time. Stuff I don't know anything about, and right 50% of the time about things I do know. That's about it, huh? 36 eggs in this economy. Yeah, I will be taking out a loan. Eating 11 hard. So my plan right now, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to make an egg that's going to be different. Yeah, messing with grok is funny. No raw eggs, but yeah, I there's a lot of different preparations. My plan is to do mostly hard boiled because I like a hard boiled egg with a little salt is one of my favorites. I love that. Or a little hot sauce is divine. I could slam down 20 of those and be pretty and never get sick of it. So my plan is to probably do that, and then like a big scramble or something in the morning, and probably a big scramble to like finish it out and like really power through. And then I'm going to make sure you have something to unclog the system. Don't worry, I'll also drink coffee, keep things moving, and I plan to spend a lot of time on an exercise bike just to work off, just to kind of keep the appetite up. Deviled eggs. I've never made deviled eggs, but I could try. Salt and fresh cracked pepper. Yeah, true. Gink said salt and fresh cracked pepper. Haven't missed any guards, right? All right, good. Lazy Dog's crispy deviled eggs. Maybe I will. A small egg bake. Like, so sometimes. No, I don't want an egg bake. I don't really like the spongy texture that much. Egg salad feels underrated. Egg salad sandwich might be a move. Yeah, Kevin. Some of that chili oil crisp. Can you eat it some as scrambled or as an omelet? So I cannot make an omelet. But yes, a big old scramble in the morning is probably going to be the first move. You can eat unlimited eggs in a scrambled form. Eat 36 in a day. Let's put that unlimited to the test. Hey, we're on the screen. That's 2,800 calories. Yeah, like that's a day of overeating, right? But like a Chipotle burrito, like a big Chipotle burrito with double meat is 1,500 calories. And like some people will knock that down and be hungry, hours later. Can you put eggs in a cake? Yeah, but that's horribly inefficient. Why would I do that? You have to eat a whole cake to get 2 eggs off. You have the draft up live because you're watching this. I mean, you don't need to see people at a desk discussing players you don't care about. Come hang out here. What do you mean that's not what he's saying? Just put a lot of eggs in the cake. Easy solve. Just ruin a cake and then eat that. 36 burgers with an egg on each. True. Yeah, raw egg smoothie. I'm a little nervous about that. Like, there's a bird flu epidemic, and I don't know enough about it to trust raw eggs. I don't know if that's even a concern with it. Yeah, this is an egg flavored cake. When I was a kid, I would just like, I didn't know, like I was 12. I was not using the stove, but we had these little ramekins, and I would just like beat up an egg, microwave it, and the ramekin was exactly the size of an English muffin. So I would microwave it, put that on the English muffin, and then like Canadian bacon and a little bit of ketchup because I was an insane child. And I would call it my little homemade egg McMuffin. And like, honestly, kind of hit. Like, I would do it again. Yeah, do those guys get salmonella? Like, okay, so raw eggs, this is not medical advice. But raw eggs, their danger of like bacteria is probably a little overrated. It exists, it's there. And if I had 36 raw eggs, yeah, I would probably get really sick. But if you think about it, like hollandaise, those eggs barely get cooked. Oh my God, true. Well, no, because I don't get the yolk. I only get the white for a fizzy cocktail. Wide receiver to the Chargers. Yeah, cookie dough salmonella is more often from the flour. That's how The Last of Us happened. Packers pick is in. I might have to quick hit the restroom before our next one. We're at the 3-hour mark. Arif is here.
Yo, what's going on?
How we doing? You missed some sensual guard reading.
That's okay. I'm good.
There'll be more.
There will be. What did the chat think of it? Were they?
We lost 100 viewers. But everybody who stayed, I don't know. Chat, you tell me. What do you think?
Yeah, the people who stayed must have loved it, right?
Yeah. My favorite movie is Airplane.
A good movie.
I did make a meal out of the word stiff.
A meal. So is that what do we do it like, do we throw it into Chat GPT? Or did you just do
I did the one you did where I said make it sexy like, and I'm gonna be honest, disappointing results. I tried, I played around with it, and the next one I'm gonna make it just say like, make it like you're in a romance novel.
Okay, like, have you tried the word erotic? I think that that would really.
Maybe. Well, so I did romance novel, and the results are fantastic. So
okay, great. Yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, don't fix it then. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have told Nicole about this. She thinks it's hilarious. But I'm pretty sure if she heard it, she would be immediately uncomfortable.
Good.
Yeah. But she's.
I expected actually both of these outcomes where, because she, like, from what I know about Nicole, she like buys into the bits, but like also
she loves the bit.
Yeah, but also like this is like a rough reality to like face.
She wants to know that it happened, but she doesn't want to hear it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Perfect. I'm glad that happened to you.
She's completely unaware. She's out cold right now, jet lagged from a trip to Japan. So
great. What was
she's blissfully unaware?
Is there an eggs bed?
Yeah, so we were talking about my bold prediction thing from Locked On Vikings, where I have to eat 36 eggs in a day.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna make a video, but she's gonna help me make a video for
it. Thank you, Blue Stork. Yeah, I wrote a piece on Shedeur Sanders' slide and compared his slide to a bunch of other draft day slides, all going all the way back to 2015 when we have consensus board data. I'm going to use your stream to plug my website, wideleft.football.
Yeah, why don't you say more detail about it? Because I've had to pee for like an hour.
Bye. Yeah, no, I mean, the piece is just like it goes into some of the draft day slides that we've seen over the past couple of years. A lot of them we've got really good understandings of, right? Like we know why Miles Jack slid, right? He had like a knee condition that was a lot worse than a lot of people understood, right? We know why Lyle Collins slid. He was a person of interest in a murder investigation, right? Like those are like known slides. Shedeur Sanders is, by my data, the 5th largest slide that we have, like going back to 2015, so the past decade plus. And I talked a little bit just about kind of how dramatic that slide was, whether or not there are other quarterbacks that we've seen similar slides for, and then also kind of like why he might have wanted to have gone undrafted, given that he wasn't going to get a first, second, or third round contract. Let's see, is there anyone left on the board I'd like the Vikings to take? Tons of people left on the board, which I do have to update for the most recent picks. But now I gotta like pull up the board. Here we go. Let's see, is Torrey Horton still available? It feels like he hadn't been drafted yet, so he's somebody that I kind of like. But the Vikings did just grab a receiver, so that's not a huge deal. Chris Paul, linebacker from Mississippi, wouldn't necessarily hate that. Quinn Ewers would be funny, so of course I'm a huge fan of that. Kobe Bryant, obviously.
Got their backup. What do you think, Sam Howell?
I like it. I don't know. There's not. I don't know. There's like not much to say. I think that's like a pretty good quarterback to invest a pick swap in. That was a really small, relatively speaking, pick investment for the quality of quarterback. I think Sam Howell is, which is not very high, but I don't think you're going to get a better quarterback for the role that you're asking him to fulfill, which is as a backup between picks 145 and 172 or whatever it was, 142 and 175, whatever in that pick range. I think it's fine. It's not like overwhelmingly great. It's not, outstandingly negative or anything like that. Did I like Doc and Ingram? Yeah, actually, crazy athlete. Ryan Flores just finished talking about him, about how they're thinking about outside-inside leverage for him. So he's 280 pounds, right? And he primarily played on the outside. It sounds like the Vikings are primarily going to look at putting him up, and then moving him inside in a lot of situations or twisting him in, because at 280 pounds, it's like 5 pounds lighter than some of the lighter defensive tackles that you see. I was going to say Aaron Donald, but that's only a size thing. I'm not like comparing him to
the next Aaron Donald. We did it in day 3 again.
Well, the Lions just got the next Aaron Donald, right? So I can't.
Oh, really?
But
who's that?
Oh, Tyreek Williams, the defensive.
Oh, he's the next Aaron Donald? Really?
Yeah, the defensive line coach or the defensive coordinator said he moves just like Aaron Donald. It's crazy. Then, like a couple sentences later, he's like, that's kind of unfair to him. I shouldn't.
That's probably a lot. Yeah, my experience with Doc and Ingram is that I ended up watching a lot of Georgia trenches, watching for O linemen, because I liked saying, oh, hey, let's see how you do against Georgia, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I kept noticing, I was like, oh, this 93 guy's kind of good. What's his deal? Oh, he's a day 3 guy. Oh, all right, cool. And then I spent about 30 minutes after the pick going, all right, I'll wait to watch tape on this Tyrion Dawkins Ingram guy. And then I turned on the tape and I was like, wait, he's 93? Oh, wait, yeah, I like this guy.
Oh, hey, I remember you.
Yeah.
So you haven't had the time to like fully break him down or anything like that?
Not fully, but he's got some juice.
Yeah, that matches. So the combine IQ stuff. So remember, I talked a little bit about combine IQ a bit ago. The way the combine IQ develops their athleticism scores, obviously they use the combine data, right? But talking to them, they use other data. They weren't allowed to tell me like what the other data was, but I am to learn, right? I am to infer that it is tracking data that they use, which I think is a lot more useful for a lot of people because it's the on-field movement capability, right? And Ingram Dawkins was like one of the most athletic tackles / defensive linemen that they had, the second most. So it was like athleticism score was actually Tonka Hemingway, number 1, Ingram Dawkins, number 2. Mind you, a lot of defensive tackles didn't work out. Like they didn't do the combine workouts. They didn't want to impute a score even if they had partial data. But I think this tells us a lot about kind of what he does. So his production score was relatively low. They incorporate things like pressure data, run stuff, and things like that. But, he's got pretty good burst, especially in short areas, which is kind of what matters a lot. Short shuttle of 4.34 seconds. That's like really good at 280 pounds, astoundingly good. 3-cone is 7.28 seconds, another astoundingly good 3-cone. So the athleticism that you were talking about that you saw seems like that shows up in the tests. And I think the Vikings are pretty excited about that. He's also like really long, 33.5-inch arms, I think. In like a wingspan of like 80 plus inches. So like really long. And that was another thing that Ryan Grigson was talking about today in drafting him, was like, hey, with length like that, sometimes as a defensive coordinator, you struggle in all the ways that you want to use him or something like that. They really like the implication of versatility, is the best way to put it, with Ingram Dawkins. So I'm kind of excited to see how he's going to be deployed. The Vikings have gone from kind of a weakness along the defensive line to like an embarrassment of riches. The same thing on the offense, right? So, yeah, interesting team.
Should Tyrion gain some weight? Isn't he a little light? Probably not if he's a tweener.
Yeah, I think if he's a tweener, he's probably at like his ideal weight. Maybe it's like
probably good. 280 is probably right for a tweener.
Yeah. Like actually, even like losing, like going to 275 might be a little more ideal for that role.
Also, somebody won my contest and named Planned Parenthood as the
nice. Hey,
thing.
hell yeah!
I'm making that donation right now, but the website's not working great, so I don't know if I'm going to get a screenshot. I'll get an email. Really? Oh yeah, I got an email.
Okay. So Ingram Dawkins was the pick that they had for the Vikings.
Okay, I can screenshot some of this without doxing myself.
No, you should dox yourself. Look, as somebody who's been like thrice doxed, that's fine.
I was going to say, do you recommend? I trust your review.
Well, I know that the stellar reputation of the Minneapolis Police Department is similar to that of the awesome reputation that the LA Police Department has. So when you call them up and say, "Hey, I got doxed. Please put me on a most wanted list."
This is like a 15% shot that I'm not making it out of that interaction. Desmond Watson is the big guy.
No
he's
chance.
He's too big to get drafted.
No way Desmond Watson gets drafted. I mean, I shouldn't say that. Anybody can get drafted, but I would be very surprised if he got drafted.
They need a replacement for Jay Ward. They just got him. His name is Ty Felton.
Oh, that took me a second to process.
Because special teamer that's not going to do anything. Yeah. What do you think of him?
Ty Felton?
Yeah.
I don't know, Jack. Super athlete. Great.
Cool. I turned on his tape yesterday and I watched the game against Minnesota and I was like, nope, don't like it.
His consensus ranking wasn't outstanding, which I know means a lot to you.
It was like a 30 spot reach or so. It was
it wasn't like a huge,
mild reach.
Yeah, but like it's whatever.
Well, we're up again here in 10 picks.
I hope the picks I know about. It'll be live.
Yeah, Caller's really high on him.
Is it because of the Maryland connection, or did he watch something, or
it was production and then just the idea of receiver?
He's super productive. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Brandon Powell replacement. I guess that's the idea. Yeah. He's lightning fast, right? 4.37 40. After catch kind of guy. Yards after catch kind of guy. But I really don't like the way he runs routes. He gets bodied downfield by contact. He tips every route by jumping his pads. And he's got a focus drops issue. So this is going to be an issue. I don't see this guy coming in and immediately challenging Jalen Naylor. I think it's more of a project thing that does special teams in the meantime.
Who else had focus drops coming into the Vikings? Adam Thielen. Then he had one of the best, some of the best hands in the NFL. So, given the one example,
become a guy in 2 years.
Yeah.
Maybe he can make the team in a couple of years.
Yeah, I would love to see him as a personal punt protector. That'd be a lot.
He'll almost certainly be a gunner. I guess part of it is that he's like an insane gunner and good at kickoff coverage.
Oh, is that like part of the
deal? Was it seemed like from the quotes and stuff that like special teams was kind of the idea, and then they were like, "Hey, Keenan McCardle, can you work with this guy at all?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure." And
yeah, why not?
Yeah. But somebody said in the chat before, I can't take credit for this joke, but somebody said in the chat, like, it's good because we usually have to go in the first round for that.
That's good.
Can Ty block? Yeah, he's okay at blocking. He's good at like everything receivers do except for routes and catching it. Like he's good at the blocking. He's good at the special team stuff. He's good at like, making plays with the ball.
This is like the scouting report on Jalen Milroe. Really good at all the things the quarterbacks do, except the throwing.
Except like the main ones. Yeah. But all the like side stuff. So I don't know. But like I was like so unbelievably wrong about wide receivers last year. I don't know.
In what way were you wrong?
I didn't like either of the LSU guys. Just total like catastrophic L. So maybe it's great that I don't like him.
Outstanding work, my guy.
Yeah. But to be fair, I only watched them insofar as I was really focusing on Jaden Daniels. And I just thought Jaden Daniels was doing a really good job and bailing out his receivers sometimes, which I guess everyone was good. So
right. Yeah. The Joe Burrow problem.
Yeah. We also had somebody in here that maybe was his burner.
Was Malik Neighbors his burner?
Ty Felton's burner. He was named Jimmy, and he was going to bat pretty hard.
Okay, that rules.
Yeah, that would be pretty fun.
Yeah, I love that for him. So Charlie Bull is saying that Ty Felton dropped everything at the Senior Bowl. As someone who was at the Senior Bowl and did not pay attention to anything, I believe you. See, Gus Bus Gaming says, can Ty block? That seems like a thing that you said that he can do.
Yeah.
Also, like, they had to replace Najee, and he is also a returner. Both things in the chat. Yeah, technically you could do both at the same time. But it's not always
third round value. Need a replacement. True.
Yeah.
Any other NDSU prospects we could take at number 172?
There's not that many in the draft, actually. Like, after Zabel, there's like no one in the top 300. Yeah, all the quote-unquote quality NDSU prospects declared last year.
I'm still into JJ Pegues, although they got a defensive lineman, so you're probably looking at a D-back now, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
I don't know anybody who's left. We're way past guys I watched. The last guy I watched that went was Billy Bowman.
What'd you think of him?
A puppy, good, raw, overruns everything. You just got to calm him down. But
he does overrun everything.
But it's there. The concern is it that he can't get to where he's going on time without going full sprint, and then doesn't have the agility to like slam on the brakes after a full sprint, or is it just that he gets too excited because he's young, and I can't tell.
Right?
That's the big question.
Oh man, it was Puka Nacua was on a podcast like over the spring or something like that. And he was talking about like the importance of deceleration for receivers, which is like important at a lot of positions in ways that people don't, I think, fully realize. But it was funny because he was like, I didn't really get it until someone told me, who was it that told him? Might have been Cooper Kupp. Someone told me it's not deceleration. It is opposite acceleration, which from a physics perspective is true. But also, I can't imagine why that would click more with someone. Like, yeah. Why is that the thing that unlocked your route run? Sure, go.
We have Magic Pineapple is a diehard Iowa fan in the chat who even he is surprised at Yaya Black at 164 to the Steelers.
Yeah, he was consensus 222.
Donovan Jackson did some ugly things to him.
Good.
Yeah. But not a guard. We only had two guards, and one of them was Embo. I had to like, he's a tackle that's I guess is going to move in, so we went with it.
Yeah, I dug in on Embo. I was like, man, he's been going in for like, can't just be that he's a weird eval, right? Like that we talked about.
Well, he's just a super raw athlete.
Yeah.
That goes somewhere in day 3 every time. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, the projection was that he would go day 2, and so I was like, "What? Like, why? Why is he falling? Why is he falling?" So I checked in. Not a locker room guy is. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, like super not a locker room guy. So that was.
Hope he doesn't find what I said about him on this show, because that's going to be real uncomfortable for him. Nicholas, no, you did not miss the egg eating punishment. The egg eating punishment will be probably debuted on a Locked On Vikings, or if you all would like, I could debut it on a football party, but it wasn't like part of it was part of Locked On Vikings. But no, that's going to be something for May. But there's plans in motion. Don't worry about it. God forbid a football player doesn't like his teammates. We also had Kevin on the show. He named some small school guys and I had to guess if they were real or fake. And
that's a good
he used Chat GPT to make the fake ones, which made them too generic and easy to guess. So I got like 5 out of 6.
He after getting the first Chat GPT like round of results, he should have refined it. Be like, make 2 of them more Nigerian, and then
if he said a Nigerian sounding name, it would have got me 1,000,000%.
Yeah.
Might go to both, Nicholas. Might go to both. It'll go on Locked On Vikings no matter what. Yeah.
Seahawks.
There goes Torrey Horton.
I'll just pretend he's like their de-escort or something.
Oh. Yeah, he was consensus above Ty Felton, right?
Yeah. I like him a lot.
Cool.
Kevin, you say it's funny that I think you could pronounce the Nigerian name. I don't think you can, and that's way funnier.
Yeah, it is funny. Make it sound more like a man. Yeah, here we go. Zon Frazier or Kobe Bryant? What do you think?
Kobe Bryant, dude.
Kobe Bryant here in late round 5?
Yeah, Zon Frazier that's the UTSA guy, right? He's fine.
You don't like him?
Well, I don't hate him. He's fine at this pick slot. Kobe Bryant's fun.
Yeah.
He will, like, if Godzilla's attacking the city and you're like, hey, Kobe, Godzilla's attacking the city, he's like, got you. He'll die, but he'll try. I like that.
Jackson Slater. Oh, there's a guy Kevin really really likes. Is Jackson Slater. It's time.
Is it the Sac State guy? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, let me get a I'll just do the summary again. See how it goes. I'm not going to read this if it sucks though. I'll mess with the thing.
I'm turning this up.
Actually, yeah, give me a second. I need to
set the mood.
Can you hear that? The rabbits are trying to join the podcast.
I can't. But... Most frequent misspelling on the consensus Big Board this year. So I had a system that did a better job at catching misspellings and automatically converting them, so I didn't have to spend time changing them. So I didn't have to worry about that much. But let me pull up, some of the more common corrections I had to code into the system this year. Because I used to just have a misspellings tab because it was fun, but now it's just called alternate spelling so that it automatically checks. Aside from people using weird punctuation or periods or whatever, probably the biggest misspelling. Oh, Donovan Ezraku, I think is how you pronounce his name. That one was misspelled all the time. The I usually came before the Z in the misspellings. They usually had all the correct letters, but the Z would screw up the rotation.
Oh yeah, this is good.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, we're in. Are we all ready? Everybody turn up here. Get your headphones on. Jackson wasn't flashy, but there was something about him. Something sturdy, grounded. His frame was stout, dependable, like the kind of man you leaned on when everything else was chaos. He moved with purpose, setting quickly into place, reading the field like a lover reads a glance.
What? What?
I'm sorry. He moved with purpose, setting quickly into place, reading the field like a lover reads a glance, diagnosing stunts and shifting lines with calm, practiced eyes. His hands were deliberate and varied, always adjusting, always adapting, knowing just where to strike and when to hold. There were flaws, yes. His angles in the run game weren't always perfect, sometimes a touch off, sometimes too eager. Worked at it tirelessly, chasing connection with every step, every reach. When he moved, there was range, untapped and waiting, something that could be unleashed in the right scheme, like a man finally allowed to run free. He just needed someone to believe in what was already there.
All right, chat, you're allowed.
Chat is going insane.
Chat, you're allowed. Go ahead. Someone's going to ask you to count down from 10 at some point.
People are tingling.
Yeah.
This is absolutely the funniest, but we haven't had a specialist yet. I haven't had to add any close, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, but it was just round 4. We're just in round 5. We're about there. Also, it was off Frazier the Bears.
Oh, there he goes. Yeah. I don't know if anybody can clip these on YouTube, but someone should. We didn't lose anybody that time. Everybody who was uncomfortable with this is already
they've
gone.
already been, yeah.
We've weeded out the weak.
I just joined. What in the hell is going on? It's a football podcast. What do you think is going on, man?
What are you talking? It was a scouting report. Cody Lindenberg would be cool here. Yeah, at this point, position is out the window. You take a guy you like. Player you think is good. The romance novel move was absolutely the way.
Yeah,
that's so much better than
placing it as a narrative was like a move I did not anticipate. But yeah,
that I think an important component.
Like updating the consensus board while I'm on a live stream is tons of fun.
You've never heard of it. Drew Kendall was drafted by the Eagles as a center. I think we're okay. I don't think we need. I think guard. It's fine. I was gonna start including centers if we didn't get any guards just to say we did it, but we got a few now.
Yeah, I will say you probably could have saved yourself because a lot of people have Jackson Slater listed as a center, but
I don't want to do that. I don't want to talk my way out of these. Yeah, I'm an honorable man.
Can we call our new offensive line the Ice Wall? That actually is really good for non-conspiracy reasons. That's good. That's incredible.
I might want to call them the Ice Wall, and people will think it's just like a Norseman thing.
Right, exactly.
But those who know will know.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Beyond the wall, there's magic.
So who's the pick here? Is it Kobe? Trade back again?
Oh, yeah.
Get a 6 and a 7?
Yeah, trade back again. Ice Wall, wink, wink. Jordan Hancock. Do I have a Jordan Hancock? I do.
CB Ohio State?
Yeah, I do.
Surely you have everybody watch the Ohio State corner.
I guess the most notable players to me are the players where I have to figure out if he's on enough boards to include, or if there are significant enough misspellings that I remember them, or if they're in the top 100, obviously. Yeah. So these guys with super easy names like Jordan Hancock from schools that your eyes will just glaze over, like Ohio State. Yeah, oh, do I have that? Oh, I do. That's crazy. Good for him. Whereas, I know immediately that I have David Walker from Central Arkansas. Obviously, I have that guy.
Yeah. By the way, folks, we're not even halfway through this draft.
Is this what real war rooms are like? You mean in NFL draft rooms? Yeah.
Yeah, they read erotic fan fiction to each other a lot.
It's more common than you might think.
This is an LSU, okay? By the way, I don't know if you can hear, but I've fallen ill, making this entire thing so much more painful.
Outstanding. I'm happy about that.
Did you see KOC's face last year? Yeah, no. We spent a long time talking about debating the merits of Kwesi's mustache. What do you think?
It's how do I say this? I think it's pretty typical for West African of his age to get a mustache like that. Like that's a pretty common.
Is that what it is? Is he getting? It's an old man thing?
It's he's transitioning to old man. Yeah,
to old man. Okay.
Yeah, and I think within that context it's fine. But I think if you perceive him as like a young GM, then I can see why that would cause controversy.
That's what it is. So my take was that he doesn't have the sexual energy to pull it off.
Yeah, it's not about that.
Okay. It's about the ding. Yeah. He needs tweed. This is what I've been saying. He needs tweed. An elbow patch.
Yeah.
Like just full on embrace econ professor.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, because I don't think you're gonna avoid the nerd allegation, so you might as well like lean in.
You'll never avoid the nerd allegation,
right? No. So you might as well like lean into the best versions of that.
And he's not like a skinny guy, but he's so tall that his build reads as skinny.
Right.
He's kind of like Shamar Stewart in that way. Pocket watch? No, he's not hipster enough for a pocket watch. I do know people that unironically carry and use a pocket watch.
The pocket watch does read different if you're wearing tweed and you've got the elbow patches, though, right? Like,
I feel like you start to tip from econ professor to hipster
or distinguished gentleman. It depends on how with it people perceive you.
Yeah, no, it looks like you're going too hard for distinguished gentleman, and you're just coming off Reddit.
It really depends on the state of your trilby, right? That's.
It's just like there's a fine line between distinguished and Reddit, you know.
Chest pocket versus side pocket. That's a good point too. I was thinking side pocket, but like chest pocket, I think would be pretty cringe.
I was thinking chest pocket, so yeah, side pocket would be a little bit more subtle.
Yeah.
Quasi has a vibe that doesn't present trying too hard for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Wait, did we trade back? I gotta have.
What happened? Did we miss a pick? Vikings traded out. Okay.
Go. Well, who'd the Lions pick?
We don't know yet. Maybe somebody does. What did we trade? Anybody got it? Traded out with the Rams. Back into the 6th.
Nice.
Get a pick next year.
So the Rams did that to get ahead of the Bills. Lions got ahead of the Bills and the Vikings.
ATL swiped Xavier Watts from us. That's good, Steven.
You don't like Xavier Watts?
No.
Why not you like him?
Sharman soft.
I mean, how many safeties has that ruined?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like pure only cover. Like this is just never going to be in any kind of Flores scheme. Have him play high safety in a Fangio scheme. We got 201 and 202 for 172. So we just split this thing in half.
Okay.
Cool.
Split the baby.
Gus Bus Gaming. You're banned, by the way, if you're wrong. If you're trolling me, I'm kicking you out.
My tweet deck is not updating, so this is so frustrating. Oh no one's tweeting. That makes more sense, of course.
No one's tweeting. Nobody cares. Cool. We now are going to have 5 picks and Sam Howell from the day.
That's not bad.
It's not bad at all. And without moving down first round, which like I was thinking about it, like watching day 2. Boy, did it get dark at guard right away after Donovan Jackson.
Well, it depends on what you think of Joseph Ionia, right?
Like that, and Tate Ratledge. Those are the 2 like second round guys, but I feel like there's a pretty big drop off.
Yeah,
at least to me. And I like both those players, but I don't like them nearly as much.
I like Jonah. Tate has upside, is maybe the best way to put it.
Right. Is he an injury concern, or is it just we can't watch him because he was hurt too many times?
I think he's an injury concern. I'm not confident though. Where are the trade terms? Where did you get the trade terms? Okay, Alec Lewis said yes. Alec Lewis is 201, 202. Okay,
201 and 202. All right, cool. We're not banning Gus Bus Gaming, which would be sad because he's been here all day.
It would be
hard. Awesome. Miles Frazier.
I'm
reading the weaknesses part. I don't like this. I don't like him. Oh, to the Lions? Sweet. This dude sucks.
Yeah.
I'm reading the weaknesses.
I actually don't like him. I mean, this is a Lions value pick, so I got to calibrate appropriately, but I didn't like him.
He did not look I have no idea what the testing is like, but he did not look like an athlete to me.
Let's take a look at the testing. Let's take a look at the combine IQ. No, actually, let's
do
take a
that
look
while
at
I put together a little something something.
Oh yeah. Get to it. Oh, I closed my athleticism score spreadsheet. Let's just pull up combine IQ.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I got to sign up.
I just opened a new browser.
Should I just...
This is not awful testing, but it's just not great. So the 40-yard dash is bad. 5.21, 5.24.
Whatever.
And the 10-yard split's not great at 1.69. But nice. But the shuttle of 4.84, not the worst in the world. And the 20-yard of 2.97, not great, not the worst in the world. So
okay. He's also really raw. So it's like, what's the upside here?
Oh, okay. So like raw and middling athlete. Why did the consensus board rank him 115th then? That's interesting.
I don't know, LSU bias. He was kind of the only lineman on that side that, or on that interior that wasn't like a disaster.
Oh, yeah, with the Ed Ingram bump.
Yes. Because that center is a catastrophe, that left guard is a catastrophe, and then they had like 2 good tackles.
Rams got Chris Paul. CP3.
There you go. Who won the trade between the Vikings and Rams? Day 3. 5th for a couple of 6th is pretty standard fare.
Yeah, but we want to see the graphic, man.
You can get the graphic. I've got something a little bit more salacious. Ready? Everybody got your headphones on? Are we all ready?
Let's go.
Miles Frazier moved like a man with secrets, deliberate, measured, never one to waste energy on flash or flourish. There was a stoic elegance to the way he carried himself. Though some whispered, he lacked the sudden spark of recklessness that came with a heart unguarded. Broad-shouldered and taller than most, Dorian's stance betrayed a certain rigidity, a tendency to bend at the waist rather than yield with grace.
Yield with grace? I don't want my offensive lineman doing that.
That's the funniest way to call someone a waistbender I've ever heard.
That is good, though. That's a good scouting report, actually.
I'm not done. I just broke. He wore his defenses high, chest open, not out of confidence, but vulnerability. A man who had been caught off guard too many times, who struggled to recover when the world shifted too quickly beneath his feet. And though he stood firm against most storms, it was the unpredictable twists, the sudden emotional turns of the heart that might undo him.
That's outstanding. He kept his chest
so
open. He got not out of confidence, but vulnerability. That's so good.
Oh, no, this is a great time to tune in.
Perfect time to tune in. We just learned about Miles Frazier. We learned that he's a waistbender. We learned
that
he keeps his chest open. We learned that he doesn't pick up stunts and twists. This is the ideal.
So beautifully backhanded.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
yeah, you're right, Mr. Pineapple. This romantic novel suggests that he's terrible at guard.
That was definitely the best one. That was the funniest one. The first 2 you missed were a lot less creative, I feel like. They were just kind of the same things. Like one of them took a fairly sensual Dane Brugler report and in my opinion made it less sensual just by trying to find synonyms.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I've got to hang on, everybody. There you go.
You have like,
yeah, brand new
paper to crinkle into the mic too.
Yeah, let me get a little. There you go.
Someone definitely just discovered that they liked ASMR and didn't realize it.
Oh, I'm awakening things in people, I think, for sure. I'm pretty thrilled with everything that has happened today for the Vikings.
Thrilled?
I like
that's pretty.
I like the Georgia dude. I like taking Sam Howell. We traded back a couple times in a way I like.
Sure. This is like one of those where like it feels like everything the Vikings did thus far, by the data I have available to me, is not strong. But in terms of like my instinctive response, it's like, all right.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things where like, because like Tyrion Ingram Dawkins was like a reach by the board. And it's like, all right. I like him. So he's going to, when I do the grades at the end of the thing, it's not going to look good for the Vikings, but the players are fine. Probably, I still think they probably could have hunted for value a little bit more. So, by the way, the big conversation about Donovan Jackson was that like Denzel Burke just went, was just that like, the Texans were going to take him, right? And if he wasn't, the Vikings were going to take him, someone else was going to. And the reporting on that is actually pretty strong, right? The Texans were going to take him.
Texans were going to do it. And then, that kind of makes sense that the Texans like wanted him and then saw the Vikings taken and went, all right, we'll take the Giants deal. Like that sort of tracks to me.
It was funny because it's pretty clearly the Giants were like calling the 3 teams ahead of the Vikings, and then they just like were going down the list, which is just crazy.
Yeah, it's more the Falcons deal that bugs people. I think like you could have gotten a first next year, and that first might be like a good one because
I still don't know how much I agree with your take that like the Falcons were just so unpredictable in that regard that you couldn't have anticipated that, because obviously the Vikings wouldn't have called the Falcons. They would have needed the Falcons to call that.
No, it's not that it's like an excuse. It's that it's a different critique. It's the way to improve upon this in the future is to examine why the Falcons are calling the Rams and not you for that.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Make that relationship. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I would find it really strange if the Rams had a relationship with the Falcons, but the Vikings didn't. Obviously
there is, and I believe it's via Raheem Morris, and I think it's and I think there was talk a lot about the Rams trading up with the Falcons before the draft, and that might have been reporting that was actually about this one.
Okay.
So that's why I think that was kind of, a different thing, but it's I think the downfall of having like you want a young GM that's new and fresh ideas, and that's great, but he doesn't know anybody well and like have those trusting relationships with people. I mean, everybody's got everybody's phone numbers in the GM. I'm sure there's a GM group chat, but like which actually, now that I said that,
just a bunch of dunking on Gladstone. Yeah, I would love to see that group chat.
Just photoshopping him onto pictures of babies.
Yeah, get wrecked, nerd.
But like Spielman had these relationships from all over the league from all of those years. Mm-hmm. And, people would like the Saints always knew they could call Spielman and he would take their trade down, and he would always be able to like leverage that. Mm-hmm. So that's what I think you don't get, but I would be surprised. Well, actually, I wouldn't be surprised considering the talent cliff at guard that they were dealing with too. I guess then the other side of it is, what if they did get called and they said no?
Yeah, I think
to go down to 46 is a long way.
It is, but like you can trade back up, right? Like I don't think, because trading down seems to be a little bit easier than trading. Like
they could have found a lot of people willing to go down if they wanted to go back up to like the 30s. It's very true.
So I don't know. Like I think that from maximizing, which is why I gave him a B+.
Right. That's not even like a bad grade, but yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. The biggest issue is that like when I communicate a lot of this via like Twitter and stuff like that, people get like pretty mad because it's really difficult to like parse out all of the things that you mean. That's not even
like, the decision to pick a player is different than the decision to take a trade or not.
Right.
Even
exactly.
though they happen at the same time.
Yeah.
They're two different components.
Yeah. But I do think that the conversation does make my argument a little bit more difficult, but also does concretize the conversation a little bit more now that we're reasonably confident that the Texans would have taken Donovan Jackson, right? Because now the question is not what are the odds that he's like, because the odds are 0. At least for the purposes of our consideration. The odds are basically 0. So then it's just like what's the difference between like Jonas Vainia and Donovan Jackson in your mind, right?
Right, and is that worth going?
Yeah,
is that worth? And I think for me, that's probably not worth a third this year and next year.
But it is worth the Falcons first next year.
But it's probably worth the Falcons first next year. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably where I'm landing there.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah. I mean, like that. I it's hard for me to like go too hindsighty with it because I had in my like there's receipts. I had him as a guy I would decline trade downs to pick at 24, and that's what they did. So works for me.
Nice. When's the last Vikings draft that you disliked? Because I did dislike the like Brian Asamoah pick. I disliked the Ed Ingram picks. Like that draft I disliked, like 22, right? That was 22.
Which one didn't I?
Before that,
I don't know if I've ever like universally disliked a whole thing.
Well,
but the last, I mean, I don't like the Ty Felton pick. There's always picks I like and picks I don't like.
Which like are there any that like when you get like we all love the purpose of assigning letter grades to really holistic and nuanced right. Like the draft. But are there any where you like if you were forced to assign a letter grade, you come away with a C- or worse that you remember?
So I think there's if you go to 2022, the live stream of that is still up, and I was chanting Kyle Slamilton when they were up at 12, and then they didn't do that. So that one, I guess. But I was also like, okay, once they went back to 32, I thought Lewis Cine was a fine pick there, which is probably an L I have to take.
I think a lot of us do. I thought that like once,
2021. I hated 2021. That's the one. I didn't like the Darisaw pick, which I was wrong about.
Okay.
I was beside myself day 2. I thought they absolutely fell flat on their faces day 2, which I was right about. And I think there was like one guy on day 3 that I liked that I don't care about anymore. I thought by the time they picked the tight end punter, I was just fully in the gallows. That's what it was. I was like, this is hilarious. All right, fine. I like this because it's funny.
Okay, yeah.
2021, I absolutely hated that draft. Yeah, that's the one. But 2022
higher on that draft than you then.
Yeah, I wanted to stay and pick Hamilton. I didn't love the Booth pick. But I thought it was appropriate in the second round. I just didn't have him as a first rounder like everybody else did.
Mm-hmm.
Disliked Ingram, but not for on-field reasons. I didn't watch him before that draft. And then I thought he was like fine. I was like kind of whatever about it. Asamoah was whatever about it. Yeah, I didn't love the 2022, but I like 2023 a lot.
Did the big board spell the name wrong? No. Okay. No, the big board's fine. We're good. Don't worry about it. I was so concerned because the Seahawks just picked somebody off the top 300, Robbie Oosts or whatever from Alabama, who I have as like a tight end / fullback in my athletic database, because he's like what 270 something like that.
Oh my God, John Schneider can't help himself, huh?
Yeah. And like I kept misspelling his name when I was like updating the big board, and I was like, no, you have the data. I promise you do. Rank 378.
Oots.
I don't know.
Common Magic L, yeah. Yeah, Alexander brings up a point. This is what I talked about on the show on the day after they picked Donovan Jackson, is like just pick a good player, don't do the Lewis Cine value thing. That is kind of the exact
so you got Trump.
The exact logic that got them in trouble with Lewis Cine was like, well, is the difference between Lewis Cine and Kyle Hamilton worth it? And it gets exacerbated because you got the like bottom percentile Cine outcome and the top percentile Hamilton outcome.
Yes.
Which obviously you can't like you can't like bank on that on the draft day. But if for those who really hate that they passed on Kyle Hamilton to take Lewis Cine, they did the not that thing at guard.
Yeah,
that's my guy, Stizo.
I think
Kevin's guy.
I think you can't be spooked by like one player outcomes. I think is the problem. Is that like you can learn your lesson too hard, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, for sure. You can overcorrect.
Yeah, because I mean, like the issue here is not that you were necessarily wrong, right? That like you shouldn't take a guy who's slightly worse in order to get a lot more value elsewhere. The issue is that you were way wrong on the actual evaluation. So the calculation is
right. And it's a risk you exposed yourself to. And you have to just like say, okay, I exposed myself to that.
Yeah. Tyler Barron.
And hopefully you would be able to mitigate that risk by saying, but we got more players, but those players also didn't work.
But the players also suck.
Yeah, it was kind of just dead either way.
Are we in the 7th round? 6th round? Jeez, there's so many rounds.
Yeah, man.
Why do they put all of them together?
I'm here forever.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm tired of this, so. Kevin asked me, what are my thoughts on Elijah Ponder? I've always been a huge fan of his. You're right, from day one, ever since he had committed to Cal Poly 5 years ago. He fended off multiple offers from Power 5 schools and then transfer offers on the way up. Cal Poly's, I think, sack leader, historical, his 5-year player there, got his architectural engineering major there. I mean, huge fan, obviously. That's why I could rattle off all of those pieces of biographical data that didn't just come from the pro day piece that I published 3 days ago. Yeah, huge fan, lifelong fan. I have cheered for him ever since he was a no-star in California that I was aware of for some reason. All right, I got to do like written work, so I gotta leave.
Go do your thing.
All right,
thanks for coming.
Yeah,
peace out.
I hope you have a bad time.
I will.
Great.
I also need to take a moment. Everybody, please enjoy. I need to go. It's almost 1 o'clock here, and I was instructed to wake up my wife if she's not up by 1 because her body clock's all messed up. So I have to go be a good person. Yeah, where's Spin Man? He'll be around. He's gonna make me do a 2026 mock. We got that coming up, plus more ASMR, and maybe if a specialist ever goes, I'll have to put on a piece of clothing. But Sam maybe wanted to pick a different position. All right. I'll be back in like 45 seconds. Actually, a little longer because I'm going to do a little more coffee. We lost like 40 people for a 45-second break. You trying to prank me? You guys aren't that organized. I think I exude the most sexual energy on the Vikings. I don't think so. It's not what I'm ever going for. I'm going for NPC energy, usually with my fashions. Was it really 1:45? I'm sorry, everybody. I lied to you. Could do a little mukbang ASMR with a granola bar. We do that. Luke lied. People died. Oh, there's the VT corner everybody liked. Goes to Buffalo. That pick took forever. I guess we did a round break. How are the rabbits? Should I bring the rabbits on? So remind me around pick like 198. I'll grab one. They can be on for when the Vikings double pick. When are we getting your Kwesi mustache? Never, my friend. Not even if I wanted to. That cannot happen. You can go look at like a show from last June of 24. I'm sorry, June of 23. No, it would have been June of 24. My wife had to spend a month at home for personal reasons. Little one is waking up. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Jacob. So she spent a month in New York where she grew up. So I was here alone for a month. So I was like, I'm growing it out. I'm going to try it. Never tried it in my life. Doesn't matter if she likes it or not. She's not here. And you can see it. It's not good. It took me about 2 weeks to be like, yeah, this ain't me. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let it ride the whole month. Maybe it fills in or something like that. Never did. It sucked. And the mustache was the worst. It's truly like pencil. It's really bad. What's the selling point for having rabbits versus cats or dogs? There isn't one. Get a cat. You just have to like rabbits a lot. They're the amount of work a dog is. You don't have to walk them, but you have to brush them. They take a pretty annoying amount of maintenance, and they have the personality of a cat that they like no affection at all. Like a cat, but not a sweet cat, like a super aloof cat. But we just like rabbits a lot, so we have them. But you have to. Who do you want us to pick at 201 and 202? We're on Kobe Bryant watch, right? Who else y'all got? In Japan on vacation, UTPP wasn't working, so you're my pipeline to the draft. All right, David Woodson. Everybody make sure to tell David Woodson all the picks in the chat. Would you ever switch to a dog or just keep getting rabbits? Ideally both, although that can be dangerous. Like a lot of rabbit people say you can't have a dog and a rabbit in the same household, which is I see both sides of that debate. Or you just keep them separate because like as nice as your dog ever is, it's still a dog. Like it still is going to see a prey animal and is going to have, no matter how well trained it is, there's still like an innate thing there. I didn't realize ChatGPT names your tab. I've now got a tab open, an incognito tab open, because I used up all my free ones on my Google account. Which is just a little granola bar. But now I have an incognito tab called Romantic Character Rework, which is the most suspicious thing. Fullback for Kevin. Did the Dolphins take they took a fullback last round. That was them, right? No, that's the Seahawks. Big run on corners. Vinny and Holland Lops are the best rabbits. Yeah, ours technically count as dwarf rabbits, but they're mutts. What's the reason you think that Kobe Bryant is falling? Didn't everybody have him in the 5th? It's not that crazy to have a guy everybody thought in the 5th to go in the 6th. They took Ollie Gordon? You deserve this, Kevin. You were talking about my team is getting all the fat guys. Monkey's paw curls. They're just talking about first rounders again. We're at the point in day 3 where they're not talking about the day 3 picks themselves anymore. They're just talking about the other people that this team did. You can't hurt me, Kevin. Shut up, Kevin. Oh, and was Bilal Coney Kevin's guy also going 1-4? At this point, 6th round, I'm pretty sure I can't dislike anybody unless they took like a kicker or something. Let's see. Yeah, of people I finished watching, the only one left is JJ Pegues and Will Howard, who I didn't really watch. I just ended up seeing a lot of him watching D-backs against Ohio State. Splinter time. Those eggs, Will. I'm built different. Sorry. Hoping later we can get One Bar and Lupagus on. Could probably grab Tyler, actually. I got to message him the link. That would be a lovely time. Oh, there's JJ Pegues. All right, there he goes. Raiders. Oh, my God. Ha! There's a Raiders fan that's very happy about it, and I'm happy for him. All right, we are officially out of players that I'm familiar with at all. Whoever they draft, I don't know a gosh darn thing about them. I'm going to try to get Forno on right now, Alexander. You'd recommend checking Colorado State cornerback Dominic Morris's RAS. Okay. You can cross this name off your mock drafts. Oh my God. 4.9340. He's getting outrun by several O-line. 7.873. That's a 0.0 RAS. 5'8", 171, 493. That man is a podcaster. Oh, shoot. Tyler asked for the link like 2 hours ago, and I didn't have Discord on. I feel bad. CJ Ham succession plan in Pegues. Hold on. I got to get this image and put it up. Holy moly. This is the funniest RAS thing I've ever seen. You guys need to see this. And I'm leaving it in the... Oh, shoot. Download it as a WebP. Damn it, Reddit. Kyle McCord to the Eagles. Okay. Watch out, Jalen Hurts. It's funny. He has 29-inch arms. That's good, right? Look at this. Oh, my God. I've never seen it. 8.6-inch hands, not even an efficient podcaster. Yeah, man. Oh, my goodness. This guy is a delivery driver if I've ever seen one. Holy moly. Welcome, Tyler. What do you think of this guy? What do you think of this RAS?
Incredible. That's like if Sam Ekstrom redid his combine.
Sorry I didn't send you the link 2 hours ago when you asked for it. I did not have Discord open.
You are just fine. I am being told that it looks like we're getting a specialist.
You're being told that, huh?
Yeah.
Wait, we're getting a specialist in general, or we're getting a specialist?
No. Sorry,
the
a kicker's being drafted. That's a punishment for you, isn't it?
That is. New England is doing. New England is doing a classic Patriots.
New England is doing a classic Patriots.
I'm gonna have to go get an article of clothing.
Oh, there we go.
I feel like I'm not gonna have many, so I should probably pick a funny one.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm guessing it might be the Miami kicker Borregales, but I don't know.
I'll wait for the pick to be official.
Yeah. What do you think so far?
I'm loving day 3.
Me too. I loved the Sam Howell trade. I wrote about it 2 weeks ago. I thought
you did.
Yeah.
I thought I like it. Yeah, it's a supernatural idea.
He's the perfect backup quarterback. He's got ability. There's Arif.
We had Arif for a little while, just a few picks ago.
Oh, that's perfect. He's got some arm talent. He's got the ability to run. He's tough, but man, he also kind of stinks. I think he's the perfect type of player to be a backup quarterback and the perfect guy for quarterback rehab.
Hey, decent arm, decent brain, kind of sucks. Backup. Yep. Love it.
Yep. Well, he was at one point projected to maybe go first overall in 22, but it just never manifested. And that 21 North Carolina team stunk. He had to carry them literally on his back, and he ran for like almost 1,000 yards because he had to. What do I think of Kevin Fielder? Man, I don't even know if he gets drafted in the UFL. I'm going to be honest with you. Just not my type of player.
Before I go get a piece of clothing for this kicker, I would love it if everyone checked out patreon.com/Luke Braun NFL. I'm going to have a video up soon on Donovan Jackson, maybe one on Ty Felton, or was it Tyrion Dawkins Ingram? Is that his name?
Tyrion Ingram Dawkins.
Ingram Dawkins, the edge and Jihad Ward type out of Georgia, who I like.
I like him too.
Go check it out.
I think you should check it out because it's good stuff.
Go check it out. A whole bunch of things, by the way, if you're not a Vikings fan, which I don't know why you're here on day 3 if you're not a Vikings fan. But if you're not a Vikings fan, I'm about to make everything I did up to this free on Patreon. After the draft, I'll make all of those breakdowns free. So all you need to do is, Miami kicker. There you go. So all you have to do is give me an email address and nothing. You don't have to give me $1 if you don't want to. All right. I'll be back. I got to go get clothing.
Sounds good. Enjoy the clothing. This is hello, everybody. If you don't know me, I am Tyler Fornes, host of the Real Forno Show. And it's nice that we're able to do this again after Forno Fridays disappeared, because doing a show with Luke is one of my personal favorite things. I know saying nice things about Luke Braun feels weird, Arif, but I like him. First kicker going in top of round 6. Really funny though that Kyle McCord went before Quinn Ewers. I think that rules.
That does rule. You guys are going to be really mad about this one.
Oh, that's fine. You live in LA now. Whatever.
Yep. I live in LA. I got it for the.
You're just
the World Series and got it.
You're just a West Coast Yankee fan now, so.
Yeah, deal with it. World Series, kiss the ring.
Boom. What did you think of the trade to get for 201 and 202 to drop back almost? I think it was.
A fifth for 2/6 is pretty standard fare.
Yeah, I was looking at the trade chart. It's basically equal across the board, so fine by me.
Yeah,
I'd rather have 2 bites of the apple.
That trade, is known to be pretty even. A 5 for 2/6s, so whatever. I think I'd rather have the bites at the apple. Like I'd rather have the 2/6s side of it.
Yeah, I agree. Especially this late in the draft, it's pretty negligible, the difference between like pick 172 and pick 201. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. I'm intrigued to see what they do. Do they finally go running back? There's some really good ones still available.
There's still that Delaware guy you like, right?
That's Kevin.
Oh, that's Kevin. Who's your guy?
RJ Harvey and DJ Giddens. They're both gone. Harvey went at 60th.
Yeah, Harvey went high. And he was tell the chat your comp for Harvey.
Maurice Jones-Drew.
He's the next MJD, baby. RJ Harvey.
Yeah. Just the size, the body type is the exact same. The play style is very similar, and he's got long speed. He ran in the 4.4s.
Marcus Yarns. He went though, right?
Yarns has not gone.
Yarns has not gone. Okay.
Giddens went in round 5 to the Colts. I kind of like that pairing. He's going to get opportunity there because Jonathan Taylor gets hurt all the time.
I guess. Yeah, this World Series is very funny. My wife grew up in New York as a Yankees fan. She'd like going to games as a kid, like a natural, not a bandwagon at all, natural Yankees fan. And we actually ended up going to one of the games, and she had her Yankees hat, and I had my Dodgers hat. We both had to buy hats though because we don't otherwise care about baseball at all.
Yeah, none of my hats fit anymore ever since I grew out my hair. It's just too thick. True. I need to buy another hat, but I also don't want to pay for another hat. They're like $45 now.
I've never been a hat guy because I don't like to hide my hair.
That's fair.
Is this better? What if I did that? Now I look like a fantasy analyst. Yeah, I don't want to do that. That's
you look like every kid in the year 1999 trying to look like Ken Griffey Jr. Yeah.
No, I was definitely that kid in 1999 too.
Me too. But it had to be the North Carolina fitted hat with the little rabbit's foot in the front. At least that's what it was in Plymouth. Yeah, everybody wore those. Oh, Devin Neal to the Saints. Why do the Saints take everybody I like, Luke? They take every player I like, I swear.
What do you like about him?
Devin Neal, he's just like a wide zone back. I wonder why he lost a lot of athleticism, it looked like on film from 23 to 24. And I'm curious as to why. But if you have a good enough answer and you think some of that's going to come back, I think he's like a round 3, round 4 kind of player.
Round 3, round 4 player, but you just got to trust it.
Yeah, it's answering that question and figuring out if it's salvageable or not. That's the one thing I just do not know. I'm taking a look at the consensus board. There's I would like to grab another offensive lineman here.
Give me a Vikings guard.
Cam Williams from Texas.
Whisper about
the offensive tackle from Texas, the one who was like really bad. The other one.
Oh, I never looked at him. So I was watching Kelvin Banks.
He's flashed really, really good play. Has a profile to be really good. He just cratered down the stretch. He's only 21 years old. He's a guy you don't have to. It's 6th round. You don't have to trust him to do anything. Just come in and learn.
No, I mean you're Walter Rousing it, right? Like just get a guy.
Looks like Will Howard, the quarterback's going to the Steelers. That quarterback room is so funny.
Okay. Yeah. We're getting to the. This is your part of like. These are the names the Vikings would be getting if they didn't do the Howell thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know why Damian Martinez is falling 103 on consensus?
My guess is the play weight. I don't think, even though he's shown the ability to be really good in wide zone, I'm not convinced that people believe he's a wide zone guy in the NFL. Then he's more of a gap guy. That's my guess. Plus, there could be some off the field that we don't know about. And in a running back class that's this deep, teams could just prefer other guys. And that's when you are a talented back, that's a risk. Because if there's too many talented players, you could just fall.
There are every year people who fall for just no good reason. It's just the team happened. The team that needed your position when you were on the board happened to like another guy more and had a weird take. And it's like, guys, and then nobody needs a running back for 20 picks and you've fallen,
Or like an Ivan Pace, where why didn't the Vikings take him? That's like a common talking point. Well, if at every
he was small and that was it. And it's or like the like people sank him to the 5th because he was small, but just should have sank him all the way. And it's like
it also could be that, hey, I just liked one guy better at each spot and you just end up falling. It's not that we didn't like you. Like that happens too, where, oh, why did you wait until the 5th round to take Shedeur Sanders? I liked all these guys more than him. And at that point, he was the guy I liked the most. So I took him. That's obviously not why with Sanders, but that's probably the best like example we could use right now. As Odie is whining at my door, poor guy. He just wants to go play. And he does not like being in the office for this long. It looks like Luke's wife might be home. All right, let's
Will Howard to the Steelers.
Interesting player. I was told that they had a lot of interest in him like 2 months ago. So waiting until now, I mean, their quarterback.
So it's like how much interest? You took him in the 6th. How interested really were you?
I know, right?
But it's crazy. Like, what are your thoughts on the Shedeur slide? That's the big.
Oh man, yeah. My wife's gonna bring me something here in a second. Man,
excellent.
If his name is Steve Johnson, he doesn't fall. But
you really think so?
Yeah,
I think if his name is Steve Johnson, he doesn't get first round hype. He just goes in the 4th, and everyone's like, okay.
I think he should have gone in the first like 50 picks, and
you think? It was like my take on him keeps like ebbing and flowing. I do think that he probably, I think that the 5th was probably too much for him. From what little I saw, like I get not wanting to make him your first round quarterback, but I'm not gonna like. I'm not gonna sit here and say that like he actually should have been undrafted and he was that bad. Like that's probably a lot.
Yeah, I heard he absolutely cratered some of the pre-draft process, and more of that came out today. I also
now there was this like total smear piece from Tom Pelissero right before the draft, but maybe that wasn't a smear piece. Maybe that was just the reporting.
Yeah. Pelissero doesn't seem like the guy to be a smear guy.
I mean, mouthpiece, right?
Yeah. He is a mouthpiece, but he doesn't strike me as somebody who's going to intentionally smear. He's going to just report. But you know what? Maybe I'm wrong, but Pelissero he's one of us. He just went national.
Yeah.
I do think that some of that is the Dion thing. Like, you're always going to have the Dion cloud, like being held over your head,
and he's leaning into it too. So, like,
how much of that do you want to bring into your organization? And then once round 1 is over, at one point, are you comfortable maybe taking that chance? These are all questions. I really don't know, but I had Shedeur as my top quarterback. I really liked him. He didn't have any elite trait, but he was like Teddy Bridgewater. He was just really solid, did all the little things right, was mobile enough to create if he had to. But I think he would have had a better evaluation if he had any semblance of an offensive line, because his offensive line was dog water. It was really, really bad.
So it's hard to see some of those plays.
How much is that guy going to want to step up into the pocket if he's going to step up into murder every single time?
Like you had like known drug addiction that went 22nd overall.
Yeah.
Like there's got to be an on-field reason here.
And that guy went
that people think he's kind of a dick. Like, I'm sorry, your quarterback can be a dick.
Like, and the Browns took that guy.
Circle? Is this where we're at?
Yeah, he's
I don't know anything about him.
Ohio State center, transferred from Alabama after 23.
The Ohio State center.
Okay, he tore his Achilles though, so that's why he's available. Unfortunately, otherwise, I think he probably would be like a round 2, round 3 kind of guy. But a torn Achilles—that's a brutal injury.
Can we talk about this? Matthew Golden will wear 22 for the Packers.
I was about to tell you that.
Catastrophic. You cannot be serious, Kevin. I'm banning you from the channel if you're lying to me.
No, he's not. It's Matt Schneiderman, the athletic beat reporter for the Packers, is reporting it. He's wearing 22. That's incredible.
We've only seen one draft pick, right? I'm not tripping. In 2 trades
for the Vikings, yeah. I have to write like 3 pieces that are like essentially the same thing.
What, the other trade, and the Howell trade?
No, day 3, they're like, oh, you can just write one big piece and talking about all the moves, and then I have to write a piece that's just the final draft class, and then I have to write a piece grading each pick, and they like all have to come out like right at the end of the draft. It's like, oh, and I can't just copy and paste it, so I have to write the same thing in 3 different ways, which is extra fun. But let's see where we at on picks.
Vikings are on the screen.
All right. It's weird. I have watched 0 seconds of the traditional broadcast this year because I've been live every second of the draft. I heard Mel Kiper had a conniption for 3 days about Sanders, which I'm very excited to go back and check Awful Announcing and watch.
That's
Ooh, here we go. Ravens took a kicker.
They did?
Yeah.
All right. I got to go find another piece of clothing.
Tyler Loop, big-legged kicker out of Arizona. Well, I'll let you go find a piece of clothing, Luke. I need to get back to my stream, but it was great chatting for a little bit. Enjoy the rest of your punishment. Glad it's not hot sauce this year.
It is. But you know what? I made a really big tactical error. I hate wearing hats, and now I have to wear a hat for like 2 hours.
Oh,
why did I do this? But I have to go get another piece of clothing then. Tyler Loop. All right. Would you mind sticking around real quick and watching things while I go get this piece of clothing?
Absolutely.
I'll be like 30 seconds.
Go ahead. Yeah. Tyler Loop. Well, it looks like Justin Tucker, they're finally going to go potentially move on from him because of the all the allegations of sexual assault that he is currently facing. So taking that guy in round 6, I mean, Loop's a good kicker. So he's got a huge leg. The Ravens not having Justin Tucker will feel really weird. But I mean, it is what it is. Hi, Odie. My dog is back. Okay. I'm trying to think of anything else.
I've borrowed a scarf from the wife.
Ooh, very nice. Your boy Ollie Gordon. I don't know if Kevin told you he's a Dolphin.
Oh yeah, we made fun of Kevin in here for that.
Good. Because that's just so funny. I have a fun comp for him. And then I'll head out. Ollie Gordon is Derrick Henry without actually being good at football. He runs up.
If Derrick Henry right, was bad,
big. But if Derrick Henry was bad, that's Ollie Gordon. Yeah, because he doesn't break tackles well. He needs a clean runway, and he's not fast, but he runs upright and is built very similar to Derrick Henry. Your pain is our comedy, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin says my pain is not your comedy. Everyone together now. Shut up, Kevin.
Shut up, Kevin. And I will talk to you later, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your stream.
I will see you later. Oh, you guys are late with it. According to Derrick Henry, we're back. Texans take Jaylene Reed, not to be confused with Jaden Reed. Safety to Penn State. We're getting there. Let's say pick like 198, 199, like Packers and Chargers. We'll grab a rabbit. Although I'll have to take the scarf off for that for a second because I don't want to get, this is probably really bad to get rabbit hair all over it. Yeah, Sam, we had 2 kickers, so I grabbed the hat and the scarf. Shut up, Kevin, while tossing the scarf. Shut up, Kevin. There we go. I can't stand how I look in hats. This is horrible. French Luke Braun. In the Dodgers hat? I don't know, man. Still got 300 people here. Thank you so much for hanging out. Skull from Charleston. Vikings from 1969. That's awesome. Where are we now? We are at pick 188. Vikings have only made one selection today. It was an edge rusher out of Georgia that I like. If you stick around right now, anybody I think everybody who is here has pretty much been chilling all day, but if there is a guard pick, I have to do an ASMR sensual reading of his draft scouting report. And if there is a specialist picked, I have to add a layer of clothing. Cubs just won the season series against the Dodgers. Curious. Cubs are pretty good, no? Give me the Iowa tight end one time. True. Get me a Marion Flash. I don't really care who the tight end 3 is. I'd like get me whatever Johnny Mutt you want. The threat of ASMR, by the way, made 10 people leave. 15. Oh, they're going out fast. Is Martinez or Brashard? Damian Martinez is still there. We just talked to Tyler. If you want to back up a little bit, Mike, you can back up in the stream a little bit. Tyler just talked about Damian Martinez and why he might be falling. Could be off field. Luke Lakey is Sam Laporta. If Laporta was good. From an Iowa fan. I trust you, Magic. You're going to invite 3 friends for the potential of ASMR. Let's root for a guard. Brashard is still there. There you go. I'm going to be honest. The scarf's okay. I'm all right with the scarf, with the look. I do feel like I look like a pretentious photographer in West Hollywood. Like I look like somebody who would make your photography session go way late because I'm trying to get like the right angle. People stay pay $4.99 a month for the ASMR. Less than $4 a month. Patreon.com/Luke Braun NFL. Just now able to look at DraftKings. You got married today? Oh, congratulations. We're feeling really good, but not as good as you are. Congrats. Yes to you and yours, man. Do you feel like answering a question that no one can give me a straight answer to? Sure. You can ask it. I can't guarantee that I'll answer it, but you can ask it. Riley Leonard to the Colts. All right. This should have been like every time there's a day 3 QB. That would have been a funny punishment versus specialist. I don't know if I could quite get enough clothes on for that, but like something. Like I would have had to, I don't know, sing a song or something. Who are you most bummed the Vikings missed out on? I'm not bummed about anything. I'm like pretty happy about everything that happened today. It's going to be a geometry joke. To be honest, I thought it was going to be like an LGBT joke, which would be a really good one. Like nobody can give a straight answer to. And the question is like, why do you like men? It'd be like something that I would potentially contend with in like 10th grade. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with everything that happened. I like the edge rusher they got. I like trading for Sam Howell. Trading down to get a fifth into a couple sixth is at worst neutral, but I think I'm okay with it. You know, you're bummed about missing out on Scadaboo. He went like 105. Neckwear underrated. I don't have the right. Well, I used to have the right build for neckwear. Okay. Forgot this was happening. Regret not just watching this instead. What's up, Kurt? Are you Court? Everyone say hi to Kurt's mom. We already did. What do we end up giving up for Howell? We moved from it was a pick swap, a fifth for a fifth. We moved from the top of the fifth to the bottom of the fifth. That's all we gave up for Howell. And then we took that one and traded it down further. So for pick 141 or 142. We gave up for pick 142. We got Sam Howell and 2/6. That's kind of how that ended up going. Do you think we could have taken Scatabo at the second pick and Felton would have been their next pick? I mean, we could have taken Scatabo. Per consensus, Felton would have been there around 139 if you wanted to do that. But I don't know about I'm not like that attached to Scatabo. So I don't think it's like this missed opportunity. It's a guy you like a lot. But one thing with the draft that I think we need to talk about is, especially in day 3, everyone's got their draft crushes. And you just have to understand that there's 32 teams. Your draft crush is probably not going to your favorite team. If it does, great. It's your lucky day. But you're power washing? Post power washing video tonight, Queen? But like we need to not expect our favorite team to look at things the same way we do. If we're super high on a guy, like, love it for you, right? Like, stay on your island, go do your thing. Root for him wherever he goes, but don't be like, man, Cam Scatabo is so good. What are the Vikings doing not taking him when he was available there? Acting as though the entire league is stupid except you and hopefully your favorite team. It's I don't know. There's a hubris to it with these draft crushes, Like CJ West, big draft crush for me. I would have taken him comfortably anytime in day 2, and he goes day 3. I'm not looking at the Vikings and saying they're stupid for passing on him. They didn't have him the same way I did. Nobody had him the same way I did. That's my take, not theirs. You were hilariously high on Janarius Robinson. Fair enough. Yeah. For an Iowa fan. And that's another thing is, like, if you're like a big fan of like a college football team, don't be too crazy about your favorite NFL team getting all your favorite college teams players. Unfortunately, Mike, I didn't watch Scatabo, so I don't have an opinion on him. Ceremony was actually last night. Wife is napping, otherwise I'd be hanging out with her. Yeah, you better not be streaming a podcaster on the draft day after your wedding. Unless she's asleep. But congratulations. That's awesome. But enough about Caleb Downs. Sometimes you end up draft crushing on a player that's just plain old butt. True. I got to take a big Cam Smith L from a couple years ago. Big Cam Smith L. We're getting close. 192 pick is in. 10 left. Ash and GT not going to the Bears was my one big ask. And you got it. Instead, they reached on a tight end. Guard alert! Let's do it, baby. Let's scare off 100 more people. We like plummeted from like 445 to 345 last time it happened. Let me mute the broadcast. Name Bryce Cabledew. That's how you say that, right? Cabeldew. Okay, I did really good with like. Oh my God. Yes. Oh, that's some good stuff. That's tight hands in pass pro and generates torque. That's got to work real well. All right. I love every time I do this, ChatGPT is like, all right, so is this an enemies to lovers vibe? Like the ChatGPT is like ready to write the whole novel. Are you all ready to tingle? Luigi Monroe? No, we did not get to 201 yet, but we did get to this. Are you ready for it? Bryce Coupledue didn't wait for life to come to him. He launched into it, bold and decisive, like a spark striking tinder. There was raw, thrilling energy in the way he moved, explosive and exact, as if he'd studied every step before taking it. When he loved, it was the same. No hesitation, no second guessing, just full commitment with hands and heart held close and tight. There was strength in him, not just in the sinew of his broad shoulders or the torque of his powerful frame, but in the way he could shift a room with the force of his presence alone. He had a gift for timing, whether it was a disarming smile or the perfect touch. And when he reached for something, he didn't miss, especially not when it came to love. Oh my God. I got me of when he loved it was the same, got me. Should do this on Monday's episode for all the Vikings draft picks? No, this is. Yeah, I will not. Yeah, I promise you from the bottom of my heart, I swear on my rabbits, I will not. People left after that, by the way. People came for that and then left when it was over. So I think I've awakened things in people. But I promise you that if you crank the volume when I do this, I will not betray you. $228 after all that. What, they trade down again? Oh, no, I see what you're doing. Okay. You can crank that volume. If you want to tingle with me, you can tingle. Take my little granola bar wrapper. I truly don't think this stream would have worked as a piece of content without this, without this card thing. Or this, these little like packing things that I always fiddle with. I don't know. They're just like a stem. Can you hear that? Dynamite. Good. Why does the NFL make them use stick microphones for such a long broadcast? True. Lava man up. Or it's a static set. Put a shotgun down. Come on. Entire draft guide with romance ASMR for the next year. No, this is not. This is today and today only, baby. If I start doing it forever, it won't be special. Another one? Bears? If it's the Bears, I'm doing weaknesses. Luke Newman. Okay. That's pick 195. I'm getting close to rabbit time. I will be removing the scarf for the rabbits, but that's for the sake of the scarf, not for me. I'll put it right back on when I put the rabbits away. Is that okay with everybody? Oh, we don't have strengths and weaknesses on this guy. Oh, hold on. I'm cooking. Let me cook. Oh my God. This one is really good for this. Let's see if ChatGPT can make it work. Oh God. Oh my God. This is going to be good. is it's our little secret. It's just for us. Yeah, it is just for the 300 people that are here. For every article of clothing you remove, you need to replace with 2 more. I'll put it right back on. I just don't want to get rabbit hair on my wife's nice scarf. This is like expensive. All right, are we ready? Ready to tingle? Everybody turn up your volume. Luke Newman was forged in the quiet strength of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. A place of steady roots and old values. The son of John and Denny, he carried their quiet integrity in every stride, shaped by long winters, tough love, and the time-honored halls of Brother Rice and all-boys Catholic school that taught more than just discipline. It taught devotion. On the field, Luke was all fluid motion and watchful eyes, quick to adjust, quick to protect. He moved with purpose, sliding, shuffling, mirroring, always one step ahead, whether facing a blitz or broken heart. With powerful shoulders and a deceptively calm demeanor, he had a way of disarming even the fiercest opponents. But where others relied on brute force, Luke led with finesse, grit, and a quiet resilience that refused to break. I super love it when someone shows up. And all boys Catholic school should not be a part of this programming. I strongly disagree. Oh, Jamie Stubb, you sent your question. Did I miss it because I was doing ASMR? Can you just type it again? I'm sorry. I just totally missed it. People showing up and being like, what is this? This is haunting. That's right. Yeah, I totally missed it, Jamie. I'm really sorry. Or did you email it to me? Oh, here we go. Everyone comments that JJ is great because all he does is win at every level. Why can't this be the same reason he be used considering Stetson Bennett 2-time natty? Because it's bad logic. It's bad logic for Stetson Bennett. It's bad logic for JJ McCarthy. You should judge him on something else. Winning at high school and college is not the same as winning in the NFL. Someone's going to have to clip these, yeah. I'm not doing it. I'm not scrubbing through all this crap. Although you could probably see it in the waveforms. It'll probably look different. Just join. Thoughts on the UGA kid? I like him. I don't have like a full and complete evaluation where I do with like Ty Felton, where I can like tell you traits and like the, you know, super specific stuff. But why are the Lions people in the war room wearing Aggies shirts? Who is that? What is that about? But so I ended up watching a lot of Georgia, kind of tertiary Georgia. Because good point, Gus Bus Gaming. I ended up watching a bunch of like Georgia kind of on accident, watching O linemen go up against Georgia, and I kept noticing like, this 93 cat's kind of good. So Dan Campbell is an Aggie. Is that why they're doing it? Oh, Brad Holmes. Okay. I have to add an article of clothing every time a specialist is taken. So we've had 2 kickers so far. And every time there's a guard, I have to do the horrible ASMR thing. But let's be honest, you guys all love it. Support Brad Holmes. He's giving us his commencement speech. Got it. If you had to take 2 of the same position in a row here, which would you pick? Corner. Someone's got to work, right? Normal Lions media clip farming. Thank you for your support, Sam Delker. Pick 197. I'll wait for the Chargers because I want to. 93 is built. The body on that guy is nice. You're in the mood, man. That ASMR has got some. It's turning something up in people. Who are the CBs still available? I have no idea. I'm just talking general positions. We are so far past anybody I'm going to be familiar with. I am not your 500-man big board kind of guy. Okay, everybody I watched is long gone. Sam Hansen back up like 2 minutes. Somebody else just asked the same thing. Monster body DTs left on your big board that you would consider? No. Not that I don't know. Maybe there's some really awesome dudes left, but not anybody I watched that I'm familiar with. Kobe Bryant still there. Rashard Smith to the Vikings. That's another one people have been calling for. So back to Kwesi's mustache. Real ones, no. We're gonna start talking about Hollow Earth again. Damon Martinez and Seth McLaughlin. Power back and center of the future. Potentially. Oh, you know what? I have an idea. We agree that Sam Howell is not serious competition to JJ, definitive backup. I don't even know if he's definitive backup. I think he's competing with Brett Rippon. Yeah. But yeah, Sam Howell is not serious competition to JJ. Probably easy enough to assume, but good to mention. Kobe is still there. Why? Wasn't he supposed to be like a 5th round guy? We're in the 6th. It's not that weird. Third rounders, no. Thomas Fidoni, RJ Mickens. You got some ideas? Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna switch this up with something that is can get a little more hair on it, and then I'm gonna get a rabbit. How are picks actually submitted? I'm pretty sure they still fill out a card, like handwritten card, right? And they've got like people there that hand it to someone. I'll leave that comment up. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello, everybody. This is Zoe. Zostradamus, as some know her. I'm still live. I got up to get a rabbit. Hello. Hang on. Let me get comfortable. I'll get the scarf back later. What is Zoe's broad jump? It's probably really good for weight adjusted. What do you think? Zoe ASMR. How old are the rabbits? Great question. We don't really know. We have spotty history on them. They could be anywhere from like 5 to 7 years old. Are you wearing gloves to hold your rabbit? No, I'm wearing gloves because I had to put on an additional article of clothing to replace the scarf I didn't want to get hair on. Yeah, sorry, I was muted for a little bit there. Kobe Tanked is stuck on his YouTube channel. I don't know what that means. But Zoe, if I get her on me right, she'll kind of relax, and she will kind of chill out on me. How does a rabbit's affection level compare to a dog or a cat? A rabbit's affection level is up there with the least affectionate cat you know. That's kind of the deal. Okay. AirPod's dying again. Hang on. I gotta deal with this. This is gonna be difficult with one hand. The self-debating episode. Yeah, that was fun. I haven't really seen an issue that was like that difficult, because I forget what I even did it about, but I remember my thing was wild tight end of 1-on-1 end of 1 for those who care. By the way, I care. I say go wild. Yeah, the self-debating episode I did was for an issue that I was truly torn on. Like, I really didn't know how I felt about it, and so I figured I would just represent both sides. You're not muted anymore. Yeah, thank you. She's trying to get my AirPods. That's not food. But we've got a rabbit for the pick. Pick is in for the Packers. Yeah. I'm doing it. But I have to feel truly torn on an idea. I'm not going to do it just to like devil's avocado, you know. Sam, I don't have to wear gloves for the bunnies. This is for the specialist punishment. It's replaced because the scarf is expensive and I didn't want to get hair on it. Mike isn't completely picking you up. Interesting. Testing. Oh, you know what? It's because I put my audio settings freaked out a little bit. Hang on, let me. Okay, yeah, it just freaked out when I took my AirPods out. That was my bad. We'll have Zoe here until the Vikings take their picks, as long as she doesn't freak out too much. Jed asks, rabbits rescued? Yes. There's a bunny rescue in our area called Bunny World Foundation. They also help us out sometimes with grooming. Warren Brinson, I don't know who that is. Is that a guard? Oh, there we go. No, D-tackle. Oh, another Georgia D-line. Show me those football books to learn defense. You're volunteering at a university to get your foot in the door. Coaching specialist, but learning D-line. Oh, that's awesome, Josh Johnson. Send me an email at lockedonvikingspodcast@gmail.com. But I've got this one. It's about coverage. It's the Cameron Saran book, which I think is a good starting point for like some basic stuff. Although it's a little outdated now. It's like some man match cover 7 stuff that was like very Zimmery back in 2016. But send me an email. I can send you some other D-line stuff. But I was lucky enough to actually go to a couple D-line clinics like in person. So I can't share those with you. But I didn't record it or anything. But do you think we bring on another center, Kelly's agent and his... Oh, do you think we bring on another center, Kelly's agent history? Make me really nervous. It might be Juergens. Now that they drafted Donovan Jackson, they might decide to keep Juergens at center after all. And he's your backup, which they apparently feel pretty good about him. I think with Sam Howell, QB is probably off the market. But no, I can't really give you 3 names. I'm out of my depth. We'll wait to see who they take, and then I'll watch them and I'll decide how I feel. You want to do some ASMR? This is sleepy. Do you have a preference on a selection? I guess people want Kobe Bryant. There's some running backs that would be kind of fun. Damian Martinez an option. RB. I don't think running back's off the table at all right now this late. Brosma, for example. Yeah, I think they got their QB. They could get a fourth, but like that could be an undrafted rookie. Chargers took a tackle. Branson Taylor. Okay. Aeneas Peebles. Sounds like a storybook character. Marcus Yarns. Yeah, there's a lot of people want Marcus Yarns. Vikings take a specialist and make me put the scarf back on. We're on the clock, baby. Pick is in. I'm going to guess we would know about a trade by now, too. So I'm going to guess they're just going to take both of these. I can't imagine they would trade back now because you're too late for it to be any value unless you're getting future picks. Bless the pick, Zoe. She's so pissed off. She's starting to relax. We've been working on this. I've been kind of holding her a lot to try to get her to like trust it and giving her treats while she's here. But as soon as I'll leave the volume on when I go put her back. As soon as I put her back, she's going to thump like crazy. More Zoe content. She's here. Hello. Said bless the pick right after as I sneeze. Rayon Lane. There you go. Navy safety. What does thumping communicate? Great question. That means that's basically a middle finger. Get her a little Helga hat. Oh my God. Yeah, a thump is basically a middle finger. It's so they get mad every time you pick them up. But I've wanted to kind of get her more used to human contact. So I've been trying to basically train it. But every time she's got to make the point to, to stomp and little tantrum. But it's never that serious. Special teamer. Pick is in at 2:01. On the clock at 2:02. When are we trading for Shador? 2028. Pick is in. What do we got? Kobe Bryant? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you guys to tip it for me. Kobe King. Other Kobe. Tight end and linebacker. I don't know a gosh darn thing about Kobe King. Kobe King. Penn State. Linebacker. Okay. Mike. With his violent play style, there's nothing passive about the way King plays downhill. Relies on his eyes, timing, and physicality. Do you like Kobe King? She's very curious about the mic. Every time she like boops it, she's trying to get to know it. Yeah, we got the wrong Kobe, right? Not a punting tight end. The other thing thumping could be is a warning. Sometimes if inclement weather is coming, they will thump at each other to be like get to high ground. Or if they think that there's a predator around. Like she thumped a lot. One time someone brought a dog over that she didn't like. And we kept them separate and everything, but she could still smell it. And she's just thumped up a storm. She was warning. Gavin Bartholomew. Who's that? Gavin Bartholomew? A tight end out of Pitt. All right, cool. I'm going to thank you for blessing the pick. Oh, thank you for blessing the pick. We're going to put her down. See if she thumps. And we'll take a look at these guys, yeah? I'm going to download some tape and take a look at these guys. I'll go put the scarf back on, too. Give me 1 second to defer. Say goodbye, Zoe. Bye. Bye-bye. No thump. Not that mad. Ah, there it is. You hear that? Let me go get that scarf back on. They can get back in if they want. I doubt it. We'll spend the rest of the day kind of watching these guys. I kind of figured we would do that. We would kind of talk about the guys they picked. Pretty sure he signed the Declaration of Independence. Gavin Bartholomew is like a low-grade Bond villain to me. Do you get to stop now since we're done? No, sir. Gotta go all the way to the end. Oh, guard alert. Thank you, Ollie. Johnny Cornelius. No, NFL.com lists him as a tackle. Let's see what we say. Held down right tackle. Late bloomer, stiffness. He projects as a backup and will prolong his career if he can, but if he can provide depth inside as a guard as well. Yeah, that super counts. All right. Let me edit this up a little bit before I give it to ChatGPT. Really try to prime it, right? I did. This one's going to be tough for ChatGPT. I don't know if this is going to work. Oh my God, they gave him a nickname. Y'all ready to tingle? Oh. Ebenezer? What little you know. It's funny that this looks funny. 250 people. 320, actually. Thank you very much. Probably expecting to get information on Gavin Bartholomew. Or Gavin Bartholomew is like a state senator, huh? Or Kobe King. I will get to those guys. I'm downloading the footage for them now, but I also have a punishment where every time a guard gets taken, I have to read ASMR of their spicy ASMR, salacious ASMR of their scouting report, and we're going to do that right now. So everybody lock in. Speakers up. Cornelius Core Hayes had always been a man who played it close to the chest. There was a certain stiffness to him, but not the way he moved, but in the way he held himself. His lower half, while solid, was never the most graceful, yet, when the stakes were high, his feet found their rhythm, carrying him into position when others might have faltered. He wasn't the flashiest or most effortless in his movements, but there was an undeniable quiet strength in his ability to get the job done. I apologize for that airplane. I can't do anything about that. When life, or love, didn't follow the script, Core had a gift for adapting. He had always had a plan B and C, and sometimes even a plan D, to pull himself out of the mess. Things didn't always look easy, especially when the pressure was on. But what mattered most was that he would always find a way to protect the things he cared about, was his family, his team, or a woman who needed someone to lean on. He was the steady presence that no one saw coming until they needed him most. Mike Vaughn is done. All right. Let's watch a linebacker. Oh, wait, I already have it. Oh. You can at least watch him. I can't watch him in coverage because I only have the one angle, but I've got... What's his number? $41. What's 41 up to? So where is he? Oh, he moves fast. I wish I could stream this for you. I really can't. Yeah, he moves laterally really fast. Okay. We'll see what kind of stuff we can get in coverage for him. I don't know what kind of coverage ideas we can get for him, but we'll see. Ooh, I like the dynamicism. There's definitely he's an athlete for sure. Okay, five play Andy scouting report. That boy fast. Oh, missed a tackle really bad on Quinshon Judkins. Yeah, I just tackled high. A little raw there. Oh, and Turf Monster got him, or that was a big one. Let's see if we get off a block here. Might be only fast. Okay, that is really, really good side to side. A little bit weirder downhill, but still like fast. This is like an east-west cover the sweep kind of guy. But he's not, yeah, there's not like coverage technique. He's not like strafing and, oh wow, get up and under, huh? Oh, I like it. I could dig this. He plays super, super frenetically. And that's both a good and a bad thing. But Eric Wilson can do coverage. Reads like someone that's going for Asamoah's roster spot. Yeah. I've noticed that we have a tendency of not drafting players older than 23. Do you think they're just off the board for us? Not always. They drafted like Jaron Hall. Like, I'm sure they downgrade people for it, but I think we got to stop trying to do like absolutes. There's no absolute rules. They probably just have an adjustment for it. Hey, if you're kind of old, we're going to think of you that much worse. Yeah, drafted Kyrie and Mekhi Blackman. Yeah, they've drafted plenty of older people, but they probably had them lower than they would have otherwise, right? So does everybody. Oh, he's Kalen King's twin? What? That's so cool. Better to teach someone to slow down than not be able to speed up. Yeah, for sure. I don't think he's like out of control. I think he's a little bit there's maybe a rawness to like coverage techniques, right? I want to see him like open up to a hook drop. I'm waiting for that, but Ohio State's not really making him do it. I can only be descriptive here, which sucks. I'm really sorry. Oh, there we go. That's the one. What do we got? Nope. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Yeah. Open his hips. Yeah, he doesn't like open his hips in coverage, really. Blitz. Smoked. Yeah. Definitely Asamoah coded. Can dip up and under a gap just fine. Does his job, right? Yeah, so he doesn't have the like change of direction. Why am I dressed like a boo-boo head? I'm being punished. I had to put on a layer of clothing because they took a specialist. Hey, Wild up 2-1. Let's go. I mean, it's a 6th round, right? Asamoah in a 6th rounder that does special teams for you for 4 years is a pretty good pick. Or 5th round. No, 6th rounder. Yeah, 6th rounder that does the special teams for you for 4 years is pretty good. 28 Dead Poet has sent me an email. Let me check that. He sent me a scouting report for Christian Gray. I'm not going to do that, but thank you. It's more just you got to drill some like coverage footworks from scratch, which is probably going to stop you from ever being, like you're never going to put him in over like Eric Wilson, but love that tenacity. There's some potential to that. Coaching staff just believes in the DB room more than we do. Yeah, or they have. So when are we getting this 26 Mach with Spinman? Spinman said he's coming after the Twins are done. Watching in beaches in Kenya on vacation. Glad you're live today. Christian Gray had a rough natty. Damn it. Twins are done. They won. All right. He said he'd be around then. He's got the link. I don't know. Still in round 6, though. Your thoughts on Jake Collins falling? Should the Vikings have picked him up? Yeah. Been calling for Jake Collins for years. I've really had my eye on him. Twins have been done for years. Pretty bad Twins season, huh? Oh, he's on Locked On Minnesota. I'm on Locked On Minnesota Sports right now. I'm streaming. Or is it 2 separate live streams? Is that what's happening? I'm pretty sure you can do that. Yeah, two are live. Yeah, Jake Collins. That's definitely got to watch. The guy may be worth coming back to the 7 for, right? He'd be like your backup center. $11 and $16 coming back. This is Locked On Vikings. Yeah, if you go to Locked On Vikings, you'll find me for sure. If you go to Locked On Minnesota Sports, there's currently 2 live streams. One is a Twins postcast, and the other is this. All right, let's keep watching Kalen King. I'm still looking for like the good cover drop, but like it's like there's no technique, right? It's just he's just jumping and lunging and running at things. But he does so quickly. I can definitely see the athleticism like angle here, the upside angle. I see the vision, and it's just an assembly required thing. Runs a nice stunt. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be pretty quick about this. I'll take my sweet time with somebody else, but I do want to like get something reasonable. Remember when Volcarona was supposed to be a legendary Pokemon? Really? How would you fix the Twins? I would sell them. If I was in charge of the Twins, the biggest problem is that I'm in charge of the Twins, so I would probably sell them pretty immediately. That's all you're going to find with Kobe King, but yeah, he's got the package. Should be crashing out because we took a 6th round blocking tight end. Is that what he is? I mean, that's kind of what they need, right? Let's take a look. I've got 1 game of his. It's going to have to be enough. Pull odds are the problem, so good advice. Redmond Gomes over here. I mean, I would be a terrible owner. I don't know what I'm doing. nor do I know how to run a business. Immediately, my first move would be to get out of that situation. Oh, we got Kevin O'Connell on NFL Network. Hang on, we're locking in. 278 special team snaps for Bartholomew. That'll do it. What a coincidence. Like, it would work. Twins already have that kind of owner. Yeah, like I'd be so out of my depth. I'm leaving. It's my move. I do not anticipate, by the way, this being a player I do a Patreon video on. I will not be doing a Patreon video on the blocking tight end. Like I said, it can be anybody. Uh-oh. I'm watching KOC right now. That's why I'm silent. All right, there's a lot of non-speak in here. He did not name JJ McCarthy the QB1, like explicitly. He just said, like, well, we got a great plan for JJ, which was like implied, but not like named. So you might see some aggregators run with that. But it's very clear that he's going to be QB1. Like it's like incredibly stupid to not think he's going to be QB1. Do you call Bartholomew the best TE3 in the league? No, not quite. There we go. See what kind of blocking we got on this guy's tape. And only one pick I didn't like. Is the audio completely jacked up, or is that just me? Because if that's me, then I should probably... Kind of sounds like a robot. Okay, cool. Just the broadcast is jacked up. That's horrible. I've been there. I've been there with you having an audio problem you can't figure out in your live. I've been there in other jobs in like a true live production. Not like this where I'm just like sitting in my apartment. All right. I'm done with it. Listen, every time I'm like, ooh, Kevin O'Connell's talking. Every time I forget. He's like the most boring interview of all time. I got him in a little motion coming over. Whatever. Yikes. I didn't see it great, but I saw a route that did not look athletic. Oh boy. Swim. Oh my god. He goes super low with all his blocks and he gets out over his skis, so it's super easy to swim him. Guard alert. All right, let me blow my nose. We're losing people because the Vikings are out of picks, so we lost everybody. So everybody's just here for the ASMR. And KJ shirts in the war room. Yeah, 1 year anniversary. Drafting Kyrie Jackson. Yeah, bust sadly. True. Hayden Connor. Okay, yeah. Let me blow my nose again and we'll get this going. The morning's Tylenol is wearing off. We're not very good. Vikings traded for pick 232. Are you trolling me? Or is it real? Banning you from the chat if you're lying. I'm not seeing it. Not seeing any trades reported. Somebody's got to verify this, or we're banning. Did you sign an undrafted free agent already? That's not supposed to be. You're not supposed to be allowed to. You can call people and like handshake, but like obviously, or I guess it's not that they're not allowed to, but they're. It's like that's not up to you yet. We have a lot of puppies on NFL Network. I think you're getting banned, buddy. We live in a world of misinformation. Truly, who is to say? You're cooked. It's over. You can't sign someone as undrafted. Yeah, like if they get drafted, you're signing just nulls. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Hayden Connor. Yeah, I'm getting to it. Sorry, had to deal with the situation. If I put spread offense into the thing, what do you think happens? No. I got broad shouldered and adequate length. We'll be going with this. Texas guard. Oops. Okay, there we go. Mute. You all ready? Ready to whisper? 200 people here? Yeah, JJ2K is going on. Please put erotic in it. Oh, Arch, you haven't been here, have you? How little you know. Don't you worry. Ready? Ready for some whispering? Hayden Connor was a man who commanded attention without ever asking for it. His broad-shouldered frame, strong and proportional, exuded quiet power, a presence that made him impossible to ignore in any room. There was a controlled precision to him, every moment calculated, every word chosen with the care. His hands, steady and sure, spoke volumes of the focus and strength he brought to everything he did, both on the field and in his heart. It wasn't just his size that made him formidable, though. It was his contact strength, that rare ability to stand firm and hold his ground, to control the chaos that came at him no matter the force, like the way he protected the edge in the heat of a game. He was relentless when it mattered most, always finding a way to hold things together when the world seemed to shift beneath him. He fought through obstacles with an aggression that was never reckless, only deliberate, pushing through to get what he wanted. Hello from the Dominican Republic. What's going on? Welcome in. Every guard scouting report has to be read via erotic ASMR. And I have to add a layer of clothing every time a specialist. That's why I'm wearing two very strange things. There we go. That's a little straight. I'm not a cocked hat kind of guy. Again, my style is NPC. Forgettable character that you walk past in game about something else. We'll leave everybody with that. I will be right back. Gotta use the restroom.
Let's go. Let's go. Hold on. 5 hours and 25 minutes.
Yes, sir.
My computer would be smoking at this point.
Your computer would be smoking.
Would be overheating at this point. What a grind, man. What a gauntlet you've gone through. Highlights.
And here's the part you don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sick. I came down with a cold.
You're sick. And you're sick. Yeah, I gotta love
throat
that.
Is not happy.
That's a day 3. That's people don't get it, man. The draft is a grind. It's months of work, but the actual 3 days of actually working these 3 days, not just your team, but following all 32 teams, it's an absolute gauntlet, man. So golf clap. Well done. Almost there.
Thank you. Almost there. You caught me during a bathroom break. I promise I wasn't.
Well, I was reading some chats. I mean, Sam Dulker says we should all just leave and come back in 5 minutes. Have them come back to a chat of 3 people, and that was at 4:24. So I figured you just left. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had to use the restroom, but well, let's go over it. What do you got here? What do you think of the Georgia guy, Tyrion Ingram Dawkins or Dawkins Ingram?
Yeah, Ingram Dawkins. Yeah, I'm reading up on him. Obviously, at this point in the draft, these are some guys that I haven't done total deep dives. Yes, I'll admit it, Luke. Yes, sometimes I lean on people like Dane Brugler from the Beast until we get to really know these guys, can go back and watch the film. But not just Dane, but a lot of people have said this guy is, potential and high ceiling probably gets thrown out way too much, especially during this weekend, but he really does feel like a raw kind of untapped freak athlete. I know he had a 9.79 on the RAS. I know he had the third fastest short shuttle of all defensive linemen, or defensive tackles, I should say, in this draft. Question for me is obviously Flores liked him, right? If he's going to pick him. I'm just curious where he's going to end up being used a little bit more. My gut says probably eventually a pass rushing 5 tech, but he slid inside, to defensive tackle in those sub packages quite a bit at Georgia as well. Anytime you grab a D lineman from Georgia or Alabama, they're either physical freaks or they got some good production to them. Those are some of the most competitive, not just 2 schools, but 2 positions for those schools that just continue to churn out deep talent. So I'm interested to see where Flores wants to use him. Again, very versatile, though. And we know with Flores, he just likes to bring in these guys, these athletes, kind of mold them how he sees fit, but at the same time, use these guys to their, maximize their skill sets. He's not going to try to smash a square peg in a round hole. He's just going to get him in OTAs, rookie minicamp, training camp, preseason, see what he does best, see what he needs to get better at. And then from there on out, it's basically a 4-man group now when you think about, the defensive tackle specifically with Levi Drake Rodriguez. I'm talking about the young developmental guys now. Levi Drake Rodriguez, Redmond, and who am I missing? The third guy as well back there. Taki. There you go, Taki. So in the last 2 years, they brought in these 4 guys now that, hopefully 1 or 2 of them can pan out. Once the Jonathan Allen contract's up and Hargrave contract is up, but athletically, I'm pretty intrigued for sure, especially where you're picking too, right? You get that late in the draft. I was hoping this was known as a running back and defensive tackle class, quote unquote, and defensive end, I guess, but that was always kind of off our Vikings radar a little bit. I was hoping they would take advantage of this defensive tackle class, and they did. So where they got him with the limited amount of picks, I like him, high upside guy. Again, if Flores likes him, hey, I'm good, man. I'm good.
Sure. I like what I saw of him. I want to look at more, but a lot of other stuff happened, Luke. Yeah. And so the other thing I'm doing right now is I believe you have a plan for me to do a 2026 mock draft.
Oh, I got a plan, buddy. I got a plan. Plan. Let's pull up the 2026 mock draft. Are you ready now? Do you want to go over some of these other picks?
No,
I see Kobe King got picked. Who else got picked? The tight end.
Yeah, well, I want to go over some other picks specifically because I'm not ready. And I gotta get this all set up, so I'm like ready to do it.
Right. No, I feel you. I feel you. Let's pull up. Yeah, what do you got?
Well, I've got the FanDuel betting odds, and I'm just going in reverse order for the actual draft order. And then I've got some 2026 prospects pulled up, but I've got to organize it. So in the meantime,
Yep.
Vikings trade marginal draft compensation for Sam Howell.
I'll tell you what. I don't know where you were at with
just got drafted.
Yeah,
Cam Miller just went to the Raiders.
Cam Miller just went to the Raiders, dude. Will Howard fell a lot further than I thought. I knew McCord and Will Howard were kind of equally graded amongst most NFL teams. I'm surprised though Will Howard slipped that far, to be honest. But
I had a fifth and he went sixth.
Yeah, I mean McCord though did he almost go a round higher than him, or did he go in the same round? Let me pull it up real quick.
I thought
so many picks have flown off.
Yeah, it's been a blur. All right.
Yeah, it's been a blur. Okay, Kyle McCord, Eagles, 5th round, pick 181. Oh, Will Howard went 5 picks later. Never mind. Okay, Will Howard went 5 picks later. And then Shedeur, obviously, I'm sure you guys, I don't know who you had on at that point. I'm sure that was a talking point for a couple minutes there.
Arif was on, I think, when that happened.
Okay, was he? Okay. So the Browns take Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd, and then they take Shedeur in the 5th with pick 144. You still got Watson. Whatever you're going to do with him. Joe Flacco. Who's the other? Oh, Kenny Pickett. Is it Pickett? That sounds
Pickett
right.
Is still in Cleveland, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So you got
it's
Pickett, Flacco, 5 quarterbacks now.
Yeah, but Deshaun Watson probably doesn't count.
Yeah, probably not. No. But even though, despite that's the guy you're paying hundreds of millions of dollars to, but that guy doesn't count. Sucks for them. Yeah, didn't pan out.
We're still waiting on guards. We've had a lot of ASMR. Some people I think are here for just that.
Okay, I can't wait to go back and try to fall asleep to some
punter.
We got one.
I'll put on the. I had these gloves that I had, so I picked up the rabbits, and this is an expensive scarf, so that the rabbits can't touch it. So I put on the gloves as kind of a placeholder, but now we got a punter. I got both.
Oh, that's right. Okay, you had a placeholder. Yep, I saw the long snapper go.
I'll keep my hands in frame for as often as possible, but otherwise, I've got the Dodgers hat for one kicker. I've got the scarf for another kicker.
I was gonna say I haven't seen you rock that Dodger blue yet.
I'm gonna be. I'm actually gonna get something else. I'll be right back.
Yep. As he's doing that, I'm gonna pull up a 2026 NFL mock draft. Couple to choose from here. It's kind of tough. You got USA Today, you got CBS Sports, you got Bleacher Report, Walter Football. Let's try to peruse some of these. See which one's the newest, actually, the latest. Actually, CBS.
I've got a hat on a hat.
Literally got a hat on a hat now. Okay.
Now I'll cover the Dodgers logo. People seem to be kind of sensitive about that. So
I'm not sensitive about it. I just have never seen you rock the Dodger blue before, and obviously
I never have.
I watched. Cali,
so my wife is a Yankees fan. She grew up in New York.
Oh, okay.
There was a punter, right? You didn't lie to me.
Yeah.
No, there was.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Florida.
If you lie to me in the chat about what's about a pick or a trade, you get banned. That's happening.
That's the rule. That's the rule here. That's the rule.
We've got a lot of catching up to do, Luke. Okay, a lot has happened today, and I want your thoughts on most of it, if not all. So while I set up this 2026 mock draft, do you think that Kwesi has enough sexual energy to pull off the mustache?
Oh, dude. You know who the first person to text me was? Sam Ekstrom. And I don't know if you've seen the Apple TV show we've been talking about quite a bit. And I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, but there is a character in there, Mr. Milchek, who's been rocking that mustache, right?
But he's got a sexual energy.
He does. 100%. He does.
You know, Kwesi's got the econ professor thing. Arif had, I thought, a nuanced take.
What? Give me his elevator pitch. Because I think he does.
It was about it. It makes him look older. That was the deal. It makes him look like a man of a certain age. And I think Kwesi's
maturity to him.
Yeah, Kwesi's a little too young for that look to me. But I think he needs to go full econ professor. I think he needs the tweed, the turtleneck, and to shave the mustache.
So you're out on the stash.
I'm out on the stash for him.
Too young. I don't think he's too young at this point.
He doesn't have the sexual energy. He just doesn't have,
No, it's either you got it or you don't too, right? Like people try it. Okay, let's grow it out. Let's see what we got here. Let's just give it a run here for a little bit, and you find out pretty quick. Either you got it or you don't. I'm interested to see if Kwesi, this was just like a draft thing. Hey, I'm going to grow this out. I'm going to grow the stash leading up to the draft. After the draft, right? It's over. It's like No Shave November, right? I'm interested to see if this is his thing now. If he's going to try to make this.
Is he a mustache guy? It just
right.
It's not thick enough. It's not for me. I don't know.
Yeah. I guess I haven't seen any close-ups of it. I guess I haven't seen any 4K, even 1080p high def. So I couldn't really speak to the thickness, the how lush is that thing. But I saw some caterpillar hair up on that front lip. So jury's still out, I feel like, for me.
Jury's still out. So what do you think of trading marginal competition for Sam Howell? Did we get that one from you?
No, you haven't got that one from me. I liked it. I think maybe a month ago we were talking about QB2 options, and I think I on the football party I flung out like, what do you think Sam Howell will Seattle ship Sam Howell, or what's going on with Sam Howell? And when you look at him, 24, 25 years old, I liked him in Washington. I really did, considering the garbage talent that was around him. I know he had Scary Terry. I think Brian Robinson was hurt at that time with that leg injury. The offensive line stunk. The guy started 17 games, and he's a gunslinger, right? We all enjoyed Nick Mullins because he's the gunslinger.
It might be a little more
right?
Nick Mullins.
It's going to be more Nick Mullins than anything else. It's a young Nick Mullins, I feel like, with maybe this is what KOC likes to do though too, and he's just like Flores we talked about with his draft picks. KOC, it's tough to knock his pedigree at this point. This is going to be his new QB rehabilitation school. Come on over, Sam Howell, sit in the front row with me. They needed a QB2 in the worst way. If anything, I like this because it shuts down any Aaron Rodgers conversations, any Kirk Cousins conversations as well. So
that enough?
That alone is worth the 5th round pick. Not even a 5th round pick. They just moved back, right? They just moved from the front of the 5th to the back of the 5th. Is that right? Does that sound right? I don't think they gave up an actual pick, right?
No,
so
they traded a 5th for Sam Howell and a 5th.
Okay, there you go. So, I mean, basically for free. It's like the Cam Akers trade, except, maybe a little bit, like a sliver more expensive because Cam Akers, you're swapping 6th-round picks instead of 5ths. But it's quarterback, man. I mean, it is very important. Obviously, JJ's first year starting. I like you're bringing in a guy who's not only younger than 25, but has 17 career starts under his belt. And I was just a fan of the gunslinger mentality a little bit. He can scoot around. I remember at UNC, he was top 5 in the country. He was one of the only 5 quarterbacks in the country to average over 90 rushing yards per game. So he's got some wheels to him. Again, gunslinger mentality. KOC, he's going to have to rein everything in a little bit, but now they got their quarterback 2 anyways, and I know they still like. I guess he'll be quarterback 3 now. What's his name that we've been talking a lot about? Who's the backup now? Quarterback 3 on the what's that?
Brett Rippon.
Yeah, Brett Rippon. But that's your quarterback room now. I mean, dude, they're all in on JJ. We've talked about that all offseason. All the moves that they've made, they're all in on JJ. If it doesn't pan out, Luke, at least they're going to be able to go to bed at night and go, dude, we tried, man. Like, we put everything around them. All the pieces were on the board. If it doesn't pan out, like, we took a swing, didn't work out, let's move on. But I mean, they completely overhauled that interior offensive line, which I love. I know we already talked about their 1st-round pick. The 3rd-round pick, the receiver, I thought it was a little bit high, the kid from Maryland. But, also, too, Luke, this was a bad wide receiver draft class. And if you didn't get him, he was kind of like, for me, like one of those last guys in that tier.
Oh, really?
And then after him, it was kind of a drop off. Like, who are we talking about after him? If you liked him, it was Jalen Royals, I guess, Utah State. I mean, who just got picked? Jimmy Horn Jr.
A bunch of them went right at the top. Chimeri DK went right at the top of the round. Dante Thornton from Tennessee. Arian Smith from Georgia.
Yeah, see, none of those guys
in the next 10 picks.
None of those guys really moved the needle for me there. Yeah, the kid from Tennessee. Yeah, Thornton Jr. didn't do much for me.
Virginia Tech.
Jalen Lane, Virginia Tech, went to Washington. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, Jalen Royals to the Chiefs a little bit later. I was surprised the Stanford kid was still there, to be honest, and he went to the Titans. I guess maybe I preferred him a little bit more, but clearly, like, dude, we're going into this draft weekend. We only got 4 picks. They used their first 2 picks and go offense. And no matter what positions they would have went, there was going to be a position everybody kind of griped about and said, "Oh, dude, you still didn't get a cornerback," or they took a cornerback and you still didn't get a defensive tackle. Well, yeah, we only got 4 picks, dude, and we only got 2 in the top 97. But the fact that they went offense just kind of solidifies the message that we're doing everything we can to help JJ McCarthy. And honestly, too, when I think about the wide receiver pick specifically, it's like, yes, they have one of the best 1-2 punches. They're so top heavy with JJ and Addison, but when you look at their depth 1 through 5, it's not very attractive. And we all like Jalen Nailor. We all root for Jalen Nailor, but he's not like a matchup nightmare. He's not keeping any offensive coordinators awake at night, right? And I just think they would probably be in the market for a receiver, even if this Addison suspension wasn't looming over his head. The fact that it is, and yeah, maybe it's only 2-3 games. But for those 2-3 games, you better have a couple guys that can run some route. Rondale Moore, I guess, the more time has gone by, I was kind of excited about that a little bit. I don't know where that knee is at and how much they're going to be able to depend on him. I'm assuming they brought him in for some punt return, kick return stuff as well. They're Brandon Powell, right? We talked about that, but they got some fresh blood in there now. And honestly, too, they didn't draft a cornerback. I mean, you remember me? I was like, dude, if Will Johnson falls, I mean, you're sprinting to the podium. Then we find out about the knee.
Passed right up on him. He went all the way to the middle of the round.
Holy smokes! It makes me feel like there is a deal, at least in pencil, in place with whether it's Asante Samuel Jr. or somebody else. I don't know if they're bringing back Shaq Griffin again.
Somebody serious to that room.
There's got to be.
Could be Shaq Griffin again. I could totally see a Shaq Griffin return.
Right. Like I know we're all talking about Asante Samuel Jr., which would be great. Sure. Yeah. Right now. Yeah.
Because you had that one rumor, but it could totally just be Shaq Griffin coming back.
But if it's just Shaq Griffin again, that's fine. That's okay. But there's got to be some sort of conversations taking place. And because if there's not, isn't that a lot of pressure on like Mekhi Blackman coming off this knee injury? Didn't play at all. Didn't play at all. I like Dwight McGlothern. I like Jay Warp. That's too much pressure, and I think unrealistic expectations. No safety. Again, I've already kind of put my stamp on this. Like Theo Jackson's earned this 1-year tryout. Like I know he didn't beat out some other guys that maybe people thought he was going to beat out back when it was Metellus, back when it was Cam Bynum, all these things. But like he's grinded his way enough, and he's made enough plays when he has seen the field. Saying that, I don't know. Is he going to be a 90% of the defensive snaps kind of guy? Can he be that guy? I don't know. But again, Flores, we trust at this point. There's a part of me, Luke, that's like, I know they ended up with 5 picks? They ended up with 5 picks. Only 2 in the top 97. And a backup QB. And a backup QB, thank you. I keep forgetting that part. That is a very important piece to this puzzle. But
they added 6 players this weekend. It's just not draft picks, but yeah.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, 6 players added. The other thing, though, they used 2 first-rounders last year that they got basically no production from. And I don't want to say Dallas Turner did nothing,
but are perhaps expecting from now so it's
You know what I mean? Like there is a way, and yes, this is purple glasses and glass half full, but I mean, there's a part of this statement though that is true. Like JJ McCarthy, it would have been. A lot of people said the number 1 overall pick this year. Okay. Dallas Turner, who knows where he would have ranked, probably below the kid that went 3. It's been a long weekend. I apologize. But, maybe he's the number 2 or number 3 edge rusher in this class. Dude, he had a red shirt year last year, not because he was bad, because he was stuck behind 2 Pro Bowlers. Like, if you put all that together, like, this is a good draft. And also, too, the big thing, too, is Kwesi's got all his picks next year. Finally, Kwesi had, at least for now, he's going into 2026 with all those picks and maybe an extra from the San Fran Mason trade, maybe an extra 5th.
No, well, they're missing one from Cam Robinson.
Oh, that's right. They're missing one from Cam. You're right.
Yep. But they're getting it back in a compensatory pick. So
got it. Okay, so call it a wash. Call it a wash.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair
Which
enough.
Is, by the way, Michelin star cook. By the way. Go get a guy mid-season to fill out your tackle job, and then let him go, giving you your comp pick back, giving you the draft pick.
Are you kidding
back.
me?
That's awesome.
Like that's why if you got issues with Kwesi, double check your homework, because that's the stuff that the games within the games. Those are the moves every GM should be paying attention to because they matter. People don't think they matter in the moment. They matter, man. They add up over 2, 3, 4 draft classes.
In a
get
tight
those
spot.
extra 4 or 5 picks,
right at the deadline too. Pulling that
yes.
up.
Yes. Yep. He pulled the Cam Akers trade off. I mean, that was free, basically. You're getting Cam Akers, who came in and produced.
Times.
And I know that first year he missed on the D tackle from Houston, Ross Blacklock, Jalen Reagor didn't work out. So it's like first impressions sometimes for people. It's not just football, but all sports, maybe just all of life. First impressions maybe kind of stick around and matter too much sometimes. But let's look at the body of work now that he's 3 drafts in and 3 full off seasons in. He's cooked, man. He's done a good job. He's done a really good job.
We're trying to stump the truck here on NFL Network, by the way. This is always a fun one.
I love Stump the Truck, dude. I love Stump.
I don't know who there's some running
I'm not
back
watching.
Nowhere school.
Yeah, I'm not watching. But the energy and how much fun the panel has when they try to stump the truck is like one of the best parts. That actually makes me remember flashback to when Moritz Boehringer was drafted and they pulled him up.
Stump the truck?
No, it didn't stump the truck, but that was what was crazy is that they had the film on Mobo from Germany, dude. Like the YouTube highlight. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, they had the YouTube
highlights or what, but they were going nuts, dude. And then they actually had Mobo come up and interview with Rich Eisen and the entire 4-man group. But yeah, it was fun. That's always a fun part. What do we got?
Got Jake Collins ready. 7th, going to trade back in for Jake Collins, center.
Oh man. He's not gone? Jake Collins?
Real talk. They go back to back, right? They trade back.
Yeah.
Turn their 5th into 2 6s. They go back to back. They take Kobe King and Gavin Bartholomew.
Remember Jasper Brinkley? Remember Jasper?
Is he Jasper?
He doesn't, right?
Oh, we got a Cody Lindenberg.
He's a smaller, undersized. Jasper was like 6'3.5", dude, 251. Kobe King's like 6'1", 235. I want to say something like that. I have to look it up, but he was Dane Brugler's or ESPN's like 8th best linebacker, which surprised me a little bit. I know he wasn't on Arif's list when Arif was like, oh, you know what? I actually like this linebacker class a little bit better than most people talk about, but still a lot of people's top 10 linebacker or in their linebacker rankings. He's a thumper, dude. He's just going to be a 1st and 2nd down guy, it sounds like, but he was a big part of the middle of that Penn State defense. I know that. But just a downhill early 1st and 2nd down thumper. Don't expect much of them in the passing game, if anything. Probably just a special teams dude in year 1. I always, with these late picks, I think about the guys on the team currently and their roles right now and contracts too, right? Just like you do. So like Eric Wilson, assuming that's a 1-year deal. Okay.
Yeah, and
Brian
like
Asamoah,
Josh Oliver,
last year
the deal.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep, exactly. Brian Asamoah, last year of his deal. We got to get a body in here, dude. This tight end, who I know nothing about, who we'll both do some digging on and reconvene Monday for the football party and chop it up a little bit more. But this is supposed to be Nick Muse's time. You let Johnny Monk go. Well, Nick Muse got sniped from you. Nick Muse got plucked. And now you got to bring a body in here. So is this going to be a Nick Muse or is it going to be the Zach? What was it? Zach David, the SMU kid, the tight
Zach
end.
Davidson.
Zach
Davidson, the tight end punter.
Yes. Who knows? Who knows? But they need a warm body. They need a young kid in the mix. So no cornerback, though. No cornerback in this group. So I think that's only the one thing I can envision some fans, Twitter, Blue Sky, whatever, kind of griping about. Let's just take a beat here. There is UDFA, which that's not going to move the needle for anybody too much. There's not going to be another Ivan Pace out there at cornerback this year, but they got to have a deal in play. I would be shocked. I'd be shocked if there wasn't a deal in place for somebody at cornerback already. So we'll see how that shakes out. Damian Martinez still on the board. Wow. Seattle. Okay. Wow.
I just pulled up Gavin Bartholomew's tape.
Okay.
And the only game I can get access to is one against Boston College. Maybe this was just the wrong one to watch, but boy, it does not look good.
Not great.
Slow, no suddenness to routes at all. There's a nasty drop on there. He misses some blocks. It's like, whoa.
Ooh. I thought I read that he was more of like slot tight end, wing tight end, but his blocking got better every single year. But like his niche, right? His strength is supposed to be catching the ball over the middle. So the fact that you're telling me he's already looking slow, and not great.
Maybe it's the wrong thing, right? Maybe
it's tough with one
quarter of one game. I'm not going to go crazy. Maybe the beast has more.
Yeah, Should I let's pull up the beast actually real quick. Let's just try to catch a quick blurb here. Let's see what they say.
I'm ready for my mock draft whenever you're ready to start that. But I figure we should get through the picks first. Thank you.
Okay, here's Gavin. Here's Dane Brugler on Gavin, our new tight end from Pitt. 6'5", 246, 4-year senior. Just gonna turn 22 on April 30th, 4 days from now. 4-year starter at Pitt, wing/slot tight end in offensive coordinator Cade Bell's scheme with Kenny Pickett back in 2021. Okay. Put himself on the radar as a freshman, but never really built off that early success. Never had more than 350 yards in a season. Promising speed and toughness over the middle. Can chew up yards versus zone. Lacks the explosive traits to effortlessly separate from man coverage. Blocking improved incrementally each season. Turned a glaring weakness into a serviceable piece of his game. A reflection of his hard work, tenacious attitude. Overall, needs to continue to get stronger, sharpen his route running, find a permanent home in the NFL, but better pass catching traits than his stat line would suggest. His intangibles will make it tough for a coaching staff to cut him. They just need a body, man. They don't.
It sounds like a warm body that loses his job to an undrafted dude next year.
Yep, 100%. Or they bring in a vet that gets cut, or is floating up there right now and hasn't signed with anybody. But yeah, I mean, you're probably going to go into the season with 4, right? 4. They'll probably grab a UDFA too. I mean, I would assume. They got a lot of roster holes to fill up, so it wouldn't surprise me if they grab a UDFA. But
this is one too. No center, right?
No center.
Who's the backup center? Because they moved Michael Juergens to guard. Or are they going back on that now that they drafted Donovan Jackson? Was that a smokescreen to make people think they weren't going to draft a guard?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a great question. Let me look at this depth chart real quick. That's a great question.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
what a
that
great
makes
idea,
the most
Sloth.
sense, dude. That makes the most sense.
What a great idea, Sloth. Some way too serious analysis of a 2026 way too early mock draft. Anybody else had that idea?
Henry Bird? Henry Bird? That can't be a realistic. Kelly, Ryan Kelly, aka
no, he's like he was like a third teamer. He's still on the team.
Yeah,
he's been like practice squad. Yeah. All right, I got a mock draft set up. All right, we've got the New York Jets on the clock at number 1 overall.
Okay. As I follow along here, I got a CBS Sports 2026 just pulled up so I can for reference here. So
sure,
I will compare yours to CBS's. And by the way, CBS's just came out April 24th. So Thursday night, actually. So you got the Jets. You got the Jets going 1.
I got the Jets.
They got Justin Fields. Are they going quarterback? Usually you got the number 1 pick.
They got Justin Fields on a 2-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have a terrible year with him. They're first overall.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not moving it on with that if you're first overall. So I think quarterback is pretty easy to pencil in here. And I'm going to give him Garrett Nussmeier.
Yep.
Quarterback LSU. That's probably going to be the chalk thing. Yep. From what I saw watching LSU linemen, like watching like Miles Frazier or whatever, so you get to see a little bit of him, or other SEC D-backs, right? There's some juice. Yeah.
There's
some put the ball somewhere.
Yeah.
It's nice. Like with a guy that, I don't need, I would be pretty low on him if he were coming out this year, but he's got a whole year to grow.
Yeah, and again, I mean, last year's quarterback class, dude, I think is going to kind of ruin us. It's going to spoil us for a couple of years. This year's class, obviously, pretty weak compared to last year's class. And then even next year's class, I don't want to spoil your next pick, but it's him, Garrett from LSU, and the next guy. It's a 2-man race. Like, that's who it's probably going to be. Don't get me wrong. There's always a third guy who comes up, Jackson Dart, who comes up out of nowhere during the season, has a great final year and impresses. Draft stock moves up to the first round, but it feels like a 2-man race. These 2 quarterbacks will probably go 1 and 2.
Well, I'm going to guess the next guy you're talking about is Drew Aller, quarterback out of Penn State, and that's the next team I have is New Orleans Saints. And again, you look at their situation. I'm going to guess Tyler Shuck is not winning that job. You're not moving forward with Tyler Shuck or whatever's left of Derek Carr.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. So they had the Jets picking 4 here, right? Okay. They had the Saints going 1 with Garrett.
I'm using FanDuel odds in reverse for
like it. Okay.
So don't yell at me. They're just betting.
No, I just for comparison's sake. They had Cleveland going 2 and taking Drew Aller. Now, Now that Cleveland just took Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders, and they got Kenny Pickett,
probably a little
Joe
different.
Flacco.
Yeah.
Probably a little different there. Maybe they trade back again like they did this year. But nonetheless, Drew Aller going to back-to-back quarterbacks, though, 1-2. Who you got at 3?
At 3, it's New York Giants.
Yep.
And they probably just take the bluest blue chipper that they can give to Jackson Dart, right?
Mm-hmm.
Evan Neal's time is over.
Mm-hmm.
They've got Andrew Thomas. Give me another bookend tackle. Try again to replace Evan Neal with another top 5 pick. And I'll give them Isaiah World of OT out of Oregon.
Nailed it. CBS agrees 100%.
Right.
New York Giants and Isaiah World from Oregon. Yep. And says the same thing too. Got to need somebody opposite Andrew Thomas to build that wall around Jackson Dart. New York Jets is 4 on this one. It is another quarterback, which is interesting.
I do have another quarterback in mind that I would give to somebody as soon as I get there, but the Tennessee Titans are not going to be that team. By hook or by crook, they're sticking with Cam Ward, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, 100%.
They've got a strong defense, but I think they might want to add to it and really get a superstar and be that kind of team. Find that identity. That said, you know what? They're firing Brian Callahan, and they're going to hire a defensive-minded head coach, and he's going to draft Caleb Downs.
Caleb Downs, okay, I like that. Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State, like him a lot. He's a lot of fun.
He's like the dude, right? He's been like the dude since he got in.
He's the dude. You again, we joked about it. Like we haven't seen a safety. Like safeties don't go ebbs and flows over 3, 4, 5 years.
Right. This could be a Jamal Adams hype cycle.
Yes, we might be coming back to that.
Somebody wanted us to
back.
Get Caleb Downs to the Vikings. I'm sorry, he's not. The Vikings are like 26th in this one, or they're like 23rd again. It don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So okay. Who's the quarterback?
Nice.
Who's the quarterback? Who do you got? Who do you got picking next?
Next is Cleveland. Oh, we'll get to the quarterback. He's not going to fall far. Okay. But next is Cleveland. Cleveland just needs some exciting something. Cleveland needs fun. All right. Who's fun? A wide receiver, I guess. Virginia wide receiver, Malachi Fields.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is it
that's
Virginia?
Like a fun one.
He transferred, I believe, to.
Was he not still Virginia?
Where was it, dude? Notre Dame, I want to say. Notre Dame. Don't triple check me on that. But nonetheless, yes, he's the number one. He's the number one with a bullet, Malachi Fields. Until 2027, when you got the Alabama kid and the Ohio State kid, they're gonna both go like top 5, top 10. But nope, like that for sure. Need some playmakers in the worst way. I feel so bad for Browns fans, dude. It's just not even fun. It's not fun. It's just not even fun. Like there's
maybe
nothing
Shedeur will
even
be fun, right?
Optimistic about. Yes, maybe Shedeur will be fun.
Give Shedeur a wide receiver to go to, right?
Yeah, they need that in the worst way. That's why I thought maybe they would go Travis Hunter. Like, I mean, it just makes so much sense for what you need to put fans in the seat. Because even when the Browns are good, it's like boring good. It's like great defense. We got a great
that's been
Hall
like
of Fame edge rusher, right? And we run the ball. Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's their MO. It's their brand. I
love that for them. But they need a shot in the arm.
For sure.
And like you imagine the way that their 2025 season goes down, right? Mm-hmm. They're gonna have Kenny Pickett start, and then Shedeur Sanders will take over at some point after they're 3-8.
Yep.
And they're gonna say, okay, this is the year we can move forward with Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe they don't. They picked him in the 5th. Who knows?
So they'll have like a top 2 pick, like worst case, should be the number one. They'll have like a top 2, top 3 pick. And then they have Jacksonville's pick, which, I mean, they underachieve so much every year. But, God, is it the year now Jacksonville's actually competitive and can be above 500? Who knows? But nonetheless, they'll have a premium pick, and then they'll have another decent first-round pick. I don't think the Jags, especially versus Houston, Indy's always competitive, I guess. And then Titans. Titans are very good. Cam Ward, quarterback rookie year. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. But nonetheless, they got 2 firsts next year.
I forgot. Hold on. I got to do my trades.
Oh, you're going to spice this thing up? Spice it?
No, the trades that have already happened.
Oh, what do we got?
Like the Browns taking Jacksonville's pick and the Rams having Atlanta's pick.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Gotta change my little list here. Next up is the Carolina Panthers. My God, did they desperately need defense? So I'm going to take the highest defender on this list and grab Peter Woods out of Clemson. There's 2 Clemson D-line that look like they're going to go pretty high.
Yeah. So in this CBS
Peter Woods
mock,
or TJ Parker.
Yeah, I was just going to say in this CBS mock, they got Peter Woods going fifth over a top 5 player to the Titans. So yeah, he is. Okay, he's that monster apparently next year. He's that Mason Graham, but probably a little bit better, big boy. So yeah, good pick there. Caleb Downs they had going 6. So yeah, I mean you're doing good so far. There is a quarterback still lingering out here. Yeah,
I'm going to do something spicy that might not age well. But who cares? Okay, we're 6 hours into a day 3 live stream. Nobody's here.
Nobody's watching this.
Nobody's watching. I am going to take a quarterback next for the Las Vegas Raiders, who are going to end up dissatisfied with Geno Smith after they end up drafting 7th overall again. But it's not going to be the one you think. It's not going to be Carson Beck. It's going to be Arch Manning.
Ooh. See, that I like. And if they're, I don't know what the odds are. But that's a bet I would like.
I've seen Carson Beck.
Yeah, for Archie to be one of the first 3 quarterbacks, I like that bet. If that's like good value, if that's like even 2-1, 3-1, give me that.
Yeah,
give me that because that's something I could see for sure.
We've seen a lot of Carson Beck over the years, and he seems to have sort of grown into the quarterback that he is, and that's not good enough.
No.
Arch Manning has not grown into that quarterback. And yeah, he couldn't beat out Quinn Ewers. That's a bit concerning, but he's got he's got time to grow up, to evolve. Guys change a lot year to year in college. So Arch might come up and be the number 1 if he's even a little good. And that's right. This is a 2026 mock draft. Yep. Welcome to hell.
It's just hard to say it out loud. To say it out loud. Yeah, that's where we're at, guys. 6 hours in. Dude, Drew Aller too. Like, I like Drew Aller, former 5-star recruit, good arm,
he's
pocket passer,
right now,
big.
Dude,
I'm telling you, Archman is going to have that high upside and buzz by the time we get to draft season, dude. And good point by you as well, dude. Especially quarterbacks, year by year, there can be a lot of improvement, big time. I guess the only thing I'm worried about is Texas has lost so many playmakers the last 2 drafts. Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, couple tackles now. The running backs weren't great, but Jaden Blue this year, or Alfred Blue. And then Gunnar Helm's going to get drafted. There's another receiver. Who was the other receiver? Isaiah Bond. Green Bay
Isaiah Bond is not probably going to get drafted.
Packers pick. Who'd the Packers take? First round. Texas kid. Undersized.
Golden.
Sure. Yeah, Golden. So I just don't know. Like I'm hoping they got, an influx of more weapons for him, but this is the only thing I'm a little worried about in the back of my mind. All right, who you got next?
Yeah, Quinn Ewers has not come off the board yet, right? I don't know if he's getting drafted. Next is the Indianapolis Colts. After they essentially go cheapo, they try to moneyball their O-line. They're going to immediately regret that.
Yep.
Braden Smith and whatever they got going on left tackle, they're not going to be happy enough with it. They're going to add to that and go with Caden Proctor, tackle out of Alabama.
Alabama boy. Yeah. Yeah. Seems to be consensus top 2 tackle, right? Who's the other tackle?
With Isaiah World was the other guy.
Yeah.
So we got 2 tackles off the board. We got 1 D-line, a wide receiver, a safety, 3 quarterbacks.
I like it. So far, you're pretty on the money here as far as these. I'm not even worried about the teams anymore at this point.
Yeah.
Just the players themselves in the order. Again, you got Carson Beck. They had going top 4 to the Jets, but I'm with you. I like Archie.
I'm going away from that on purpose to be spicy.
Yep.
Next up is the Browns via Jacksonville.
Again. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is fun now. Okay.
So they've already now taken a wide receiver. They got Malachi Fields. They got the far and away best receiver. Did they just go for another position, get the far and away best player on the board?
Dude, they should be going BPA. Like, they're not good enough to they're not good enough.
Oh, maybe they grabbed the other, they put somebody else inside on the D-line next to Myles Garrett and grabbed TJ Parker out of Clemson. Get the other Clemson D tackle.
I like that. No,
so they come away with Malachi Fields and TJ Parker.
That's fun. That's fun for them. I feel
just for the low price of not getting into the Travis Hunter circus.
Right. Plus, you got Mason Graham sitting right next to TJ Parker after a year.
Yeah,
Myles Garrett on the other
building
end.
Something. And hopefully the nasty man is off their roster by then. Hold on. Let me fix my terribly destroyed hair. This hat has destroyed my hair. I'm so mad about it.
The nasty
That's even
man.
Worse. The nasty man.
Kobe Bryant's still on the board. I think Kobe Bryant is still on the board. Now, granted, I'm looking at this still on the board, but yeah.
Every once in a while, there's like a guy we think is like a day 3 guy that falls. Just every year. For no reason, just because it happens.
Yeah. Cody Lindenberg drafted. I think you called that out already. Yep. Raiders. Yep. Okay. He'll be on the Vikings in 4 years, just like Cashman. Okay.
Next up, we have the New England Patriots.
Okay, Vrabel. Spent a lot of money on defense this year, but you know,
you got Drake May.
Doesn't mean they're going to be good, but
you've got money. What are supposed to be your 2 tackles, right? You got a little bit of O-line help.
Yep.
But does Vrabel just go right back to the defensive well? There's a big there's a ton of D-line in this.
Yeah.
No corners off the board yet. Did they go there? They got Gonzalez.
Corner. They love Gonzalez. Yep, they love Gonzalez.
Do they take?
I'd have to look.
Do they take a receiver?
Depth. Who do you got? Who is the next? Who is the next? Aaron Anderson, LSU.
Yeah, be a bit of a reach, maybe. Or Carnell Tate. No, yeah, and I don't think you have to do that.
I think Vrabel goes trenches either way, whether it's offense or defense, one way or the other. I think Vrabel goes trenches.
Let's give him Caleb Banks,
Florida.
No, sorry, Keldrick Falk, D-line out of Auburn.
Nice. Okay, yeah, that just screams his MO. We'll see how good and improved the defense is for them this year with Vrabel. We'll see how good the defense.
This will be really funny to revisit around.
This will be
year.
Yeah, this will be hilarious. This will be great. Yeah, half of these are actually going to be first-round picks. The other half are going to be like day 3 dudes at this point.
Yeah.
Brian Brome, Louis. I remember one year, like a decade ago, I looked up a next year's mock. The weekend of the draft. Mm-hmm. Brian Brome, Louisville quarterback, was projected to go number 1 overall to the Packers. That didn't happen.
This is taking forever. I'm going to rapid fire it a little bit. Now we have the Rams via Atlanta.
Yep.
The
Rams are supposed to be that bad? What was that?
No, Atlanta's supposed to be that bad, and the Rams have their pick.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yep.
I'm going to give them Anthony Hill, linebacker, Texas.
Okay. Yeah, clear-cut number 1 linebacker. I'm going to give them Malik Muhammad,
cornerback, Texas.
Oh, okay.
No corners off the board yet. First one goes here.
Like it.
Seattle Seahawks. They're going to go trenches. They were not serious enough about the trenches. They're going to go for Jalen Milroe, run game. Francis Mauigoa. Tackle Miami.
That should pretty much solidify what was terrible O-line. They've attempted to fix that O-line now for a couple of years.
Grey Zabel comes online after a redshirt year. Quinn Ewers to the Dolphins. What pick number is this roughly in your mock? I am now to hold up.
Lions take Dan Jackson, Georgia safety. Okay.
I'm now to pick 13, where the Miami Dolphins are once again.
Every year,
they're specifically 13th. They're still soft. They need to get unsoft. So I'm going to give them Caleb Banks, D-line, Florida.
I like that pick.
That was the guy.
They lost Christian Wilkins. Now they got Kenneth Grant and Caleb Banks. Like that's a nasty 1-2 punch.
Now they get to be hard nosed. They get to fight the warm weather allegations.
Right. Now you can go into New England. You can go into Buffalo now, and actually hang in December a little bit more. Okay, I like that. Next, I have
a spicy idea with the Dallas Cowboys up. They're stagnant. All right, they're stale. They're taking Carson Beck.
Oh, there you go. Okay, Dak gets hurt again, tweaks a hammy, shoulder, bum shoulder.
Or just maybe he does have a healthy season, but he's just not that good. And they move on. They trade him.
I'd have to look at the contract. Yeah, I'd have to look at the contract. If he was decent, if he was normal Dak and they took a quarterback, I mean, yeah, I would assume they'd be able to get out of that contract. But one way or the other, maybe in 2027, maybe they redshirt him. Okay, Carson Beck. So you got 4 quarterbacks in the top 15. Okay, I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
How about the Cardinals? Also looking to bolster that run game. They've been unserious at the running back position for a while. How about they go for a first-round running back? Get the nerds all whooped up. Jeremiah Love, running back,
Notre Dame. Yeah, I like him a lot. I don't know. It'll be interesting to revisit this and see where the buzz is for Love compared to like a Genty. Dude, remember like a month ago, 2 months ago, all the buzz was Cowboys are going to trade up and go get Genty. Genty wasn't necessarily like a lock top 6 pick yet at that point either.
Yeah.
And dude, Cowboys for fantasy football players over here in this chat, Cowboys are so annoying. Every year it's like, go take another stud running back. There's so many to choose from in the second and third rounds, like somebody comparable. And all they do this year, they draft the Texas kid Blue. Moves the needle none for me. So we'll see what their running game looks like. All right, next pick.
So I think the top 14 for me are all off the board. I don't think I have any like crazy fallers.
Okay. Who was the corner you took? Was the kid from Tennessee?
Texas.
Or did you say Texas? Okay.
Kid from Tennessee is currently the top available.
Okay.
But it's Pittsburgh.
Yep.
So my question for you, you're going to have to tell me, all right, I'm not familiar enough. Who's the craziest person in this way too early mock draft? They go to Pittsburgh. Like who's the most screw loose kind of guy?
Boy, well, I don't want to like reach by 3 rounds here. So let me just look at the next 5 or 6.
Do I give them
how about Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State?
Ohio State, Sonny Styles? Is he a little bananas?
He's a little kook. Yeah, he's a little
kooky.
Yeah, he's got some twitch, mentally and physically. He's got some twitch. How about that?
Brings us to the Chicago Bears. How about a corner opposite Jalen Johnson? Jermod McCoy.
There you go. Okay, there you go. That was one of the only guys still left on the CBS mocks that you hadn't picked. So okay, so he's gone now. All right, I like it. All right, so I
gave them a Tennessee Volunteer as an active sabotage.
So there you go. Okay, so they got Chicago middle. They got Chicago like 8 and 9, 9 and 8 this year, somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looking for a shot in the arm for that Denver offense, which stagnates after Bo Nix doesn't take the next step forward. How about they go Aaron Anderson, wide receiver?
Okay, LSU, like him a lot. Explosive, good separator, deep speed guy. Obviously, Bo Nix. They're committed to Bo Nix now after year 1
for sure.
They're all in. Sure. They're all in on Bo Nix.
All in on Bo Nix, but he has another middling season. They're 7 and 10, and they go, we got to do a little better.
But that's like going to be his ceiling, unless they have like a top 2 defense or like they get a running game again. I mean, they're running game.
And what do you do when you find that out? You give him another receiver and say, hopefully we can surround you with weapons.
I like it. Yeah, he's fun. Aaron Anderson, LSU. I like him. All right.
Tampa Bay. They wanted Jihad Campbell real bad, but they decided the medicals were too bad. They're going to go for another linebacker. Whose name I already forgot. Suntarine Perkins.
Okay. I don't even.
Linebacker, Mississippi.
I've never even heard of this guy, so I trust you.
Ole Miss linebacker.
Ole Miss linebacker. Couple linebackers. Dude, remember like kind of in this era where linebackers just unless you're just like a Luke Kuechly, like unless you're just an absolute stud. Oh yeah.
It's gonna be like that.
Yeah. That was fun. Okay.
Although, by the way, these could be edge rushers that are just listed as linebackers. I have no idea. I'm on the NFL
That's true
database.
Too. Yeah.
There's
some tweeners, some hybrids. Yep. That's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a couple people listed at edge. Yeah, I don't know. Vikings up, by the way, in 2 picks. So Houston Texans. Probably a BPA situation there, which would be Spencer Fano, OT Utah. Yeah, a little bit of extra line help.
There you go. I was going to say, I feel like they did a good job kind of rebuilding this line, but you can always use one more guy. You know what I mean?
It allows them to move Kelvin Banks into guard.
There you go. Yeah.
Vikings are up. What are they picking next year? Corner, right? How about a South Carolina Gamecock? Jalen Kilgore. Oh, we lost Luke. We're going to leave his frozen face up there while we do this, but I'm going to continue for him. Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State. He's going to go. Wait, no, it's the Chargers. It's Jim Harbaugh. No, they'll take an edge. David Bailey, edge, Stanford.
Okay, I think I unfroze. Did you pick the Vikings
good?
already?
Vikings, I did Jalen Kilgore, corner out of South Carolina.
Ooh, okay. Okay, we got a corner now.
In an open
Okay,
hour
finally
rants.
our young cornerback. Okay.
Yeah, our
Who
young
did I miss,
first
by the way?
round. What's that?
Who did I miss? Did I miss a pick? Did I miss one?
A real pick or I did Jalen Kilgore and
No.
then David Bailey, the edge out of Stanford.
Got it. Okay. Yep. David Bailey,
he went to the Chargers.
I think transferred to Texas Tech, by the way, but nonetheless, I get it. Stanford, David Bailey, Texas Tech guy. Nonetheless. Okay. All right. I like it. We got our young corner now. And where did we pick? Where does Vegas have us picking? According to
21st.
FanDuel?
Wild card loss again for Vegas.
Okay. All right. We'll take
which
that.
would be great for JJ McCarthy.
We would love that. Yep.
I'm going to give another D-line, Christian Miller this time, Georgia, to the 49ers. I know they did a whole bunch in this draft, but they're just going to stock up. They got to rebuild a whole roster, and they're starting it with the trenches.
Yeah, 49ers always go trenches, so that's fine. I'm good with that.
Green Bay, I might go corner again.
Okay.
But there's nobody too high. They might have to reach.
Just real quick, because it's a division rival. Who else did they pick in the second and third round? They didn't take a corner, did they?
No.
Yeah, they still have not taken a corner. Okay.
Matthew Golden, Anthony Belton took a tackle.
Belton. Yep.
Savion Williams, another receiver.
Oh, that was my guy. I didn't like him in the
Baron
third,
Sorrell,
but that was my guy.
Colin Oliver, and then 3 D linemen in day 3.
3 D linemen. Okay. All right. No corner. Wow. Is
No corner.
Jair coming back?
What if we had a Green Bay trade up? Let's do a little something.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's get spicy.
Spice it up.
We'll have Green Bay trade up with Houston. Houston would love to get a lick on the Vikings, right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll put Spencer Fano to Houston anyways. We'll give Jalen Kilgore to the Packers.
I like that.
And then we'll rethink the Vikings pick.
Yeah. And Green Bay burns a 3, burns their third.
Oh, no. They're burning a 2 to get up that far. They're going up 4 or 5 spots in the first round. That's
okay. The CBS I'm looking at. Okay. Yeah. It's only 3 spots. But yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. That'd be a 2 for sure. A 2. Okay. All right. Who's next?
Direction here with the Vikings.
Okay.
We'll give them a young D lineman in Christian Miller. D-line Georgia.
Okay. I like that.
Go reunite with his teammate, Tyrion.
Yep. I like that. They have him going 24 in this one. So right about
21,
there. Yeah, right about there. Yep.
And then we'll do a different D-line.
For San Fran?
Jesus. Harris out of Ole Miss. Xavier. It's ZX Avian Harris. God knows how you pronounce that.
Hey, we got 363 days to figure it out. So we'll be all right.
I'm sure he'll be a big college football player. All right, Kami's up.
Okay. Give them. Can I make a suggestion?
Get in there.
I got Jaden Daniels in my dynasty league. All right, and we love Scary Terry. Is Carnell Tate wide receiver Ohio State? I just want to get Jaden some more weapons here. Is Carnell Tate? So he's not throwing to 38-year-old Zach, the tight end, and I can't even name the other wide receiver 3 and 4 that kept showing up in the playoffs. But Carnell Tate, wide receiver Ohio State. I'm only saying him because he's the next best receiver on this board. But let's get Jaden some weapons here. You know, it's not complete just because he overachieved in year 1. Don't just go defense and running back. Like, get him some weapons. Stay ahead of the curve a little bit with Jaden. Make sure he keeps getting better. All right.
I'm thinking Cincinnati still goes defense.
Okay.
I'm just trying to see who I haven't already given them. I got to make sure I don't have any dupes.
Cassius Howell, edge, Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be back-to-back Texas A&M edges because they took Shamar Stewart.
Yeah. There we go.
Teammates. All right. I like it. Did your other Rams pick already go?
No, they're next.
Interesting. Okay. So they got the Rams winning another playoff game.
Yep. Got the Rams right back in it. at number 27, and the Rams have already taken Malik Muhammad. So they took a corner already.
Mm-hmm.
How about Eli Stower's tight end Vanderbilt?
Ooh.
Or did they take a quarterback?
I think they go quarterback, and here's why.
Cade Klubnik.
They went Terrence Ferguson from Oregon, tight end, in like the second or third round. So I don't think they're going to go tight end.
Oh,
but
there we go.
Yeah, I have literally at CBS Sports, I literally have Rams taking Cade Klubnik here. So I like that. Is that
Michael
quarterback
Robinson,
5?
Finally a D-back
Robinson went
for Green Bay.
Okay.
Detroit. Do you think they're going to be satisfied with their skills after this year, or do you think they're going to think maybe a little more meat is on the bone there?
I think Laporta continues to do what you called out this year.
They're moving on from JMO.
Fine. If
JMO
they got to go. They'll have to. The O-line will still be good.
Yeah. How about Kevin?
Not everybody's going to get hurt on defense. So yeah,
Kevin Concepcion from A&M.
I'm with that. Yeah. No, that's good. They got him going 32 to the Eagles. So, I mean, you're right there. Sure. Evan Stewart was on the board, but, same thing. Apples and, pick your poison. Pick your flavor. How many quarterbacks have gone in your draft so far? Cade?
I got 5.
Aller. I was going to say, I think you got 5.
I got 5.
There's even one more quarterback. They don't have Archie on this first round. They have a different quarterback going for their 5th.
I'm looking at
Arizona State.
Although, we got the Chiefs up next.
Yep, Chiefs ain't going.
Chiefs always just kind of do whatever. Maybe they take a tight end. Eli Stowers.
There you go. That actually adds up with Kelsey being 37 at that point.
Yeah, Kelsey's ancient. Buffalo Bills will take some overrated defender.
Always.
Zane Durant, D-line, Penn State.
Okay. D-end. Did you know? This got lost in the shuffle for me. Did you know the Bills signed Nick Bosa? Not Nick Bosa, sorry.
Joey Bosa.
Joey Bosa.
Yeah.
I've always been a Joey Bosa guy, and he's just been hurt. Maybe revives his career a little bit here.
Maybe.
31 years old, so we'll see. All right, Ravens next, I'm assuming?
Yep. Ravens apparently projected to be in the Super Bowl there. Ravens-Eagles Super Bowl is the projection.
Okay. That'd be fun, by the way. Okay.
How about do they need line next year? Want to give him a tackle at a Notre Dame?
Yeah. I know they re-signed Ronnie Stanley, but that barely ended up moving the needle much. So, okay, that's a name. I don't know. Okay, all right. They go line though. They go line. Okay, dude. If they go line, they always hit in the first round. If they go O line, Tyler, the center, Lindenbaum, Ronnie Stanley back in the day. Like, yep. Okay.
Eagles, David Bailey, edge rusher, Stanford. I don't think I did him yet, right?
No, he went 20 to the Chargers, so good value for them, which that's what the Eagles do. That's Howie. There you go.
That's Howie, well right. Done. I'm like, who's the falling defender?
Well done. Who's the other team with 2 first? Oh, Browns. You did the Browns 2 first, and you did the Rams 2 first.
Let me just make sure I didn't get any dupes here. Yeah, nope.
No dupes?
Here we go. I'll put it.
Who's your best available? I got here's who I think your best available.
I have no idea.
Evan Stewart, wideout, Oregon. That's it. That's all I got. Oh, the other quarterback that they have on here, Sam Levitt, quarterback.
Sam Levitt.
State.
And
a lot of quarterbacks, dude.
The guy that just transferred to UCLA too.
Oh, okay. Forgot about him too. Dude, a lot of quarterbacks potentially in the first round, top 40 picks. I don't like Carson Beck. I'm a team that needs a quarterback. I don't like Cade Klubnik if I'm a team that needs a quarterback, but nonetheless, you got options here. I'm surprised there's no Archie Manning in here. Does he need one more year of eligibility or something?
Is that the deal that people don't think he's going to declare because he couldn't beat Quinn Ewers?
Maybe. I guess that could change some things, but nonetheless, I got 5 quarterbacks without Archie on the CBS Sports. So you did good, man. You did good.
That was awful.
Yeah. All right.
That was not enjoyable at all.
One of us put a reminder on our phone for 364 days from now. Let's pull this back up.
Let me put a screenshot down. I'll put it. I'll post it on Blue Sky so that we know.
Yeah. There you go. Put it on Blue Sky. There you go. Big doubt on Levitt. had a fun season. Don't see him as a first rounder. Okay, you got some diehards in here. All right, people watching the film already for 2026.
Oh, you know what? I never checked. I never checked if the other two guys were in my contest, my day 3 contest.
Oh, you know what? By the way, speaking of contest, I want you to gift this special prize that I've already unveiled, because we were gonna do like who hits the day 3 pick, or we're gonna do a fun game. But if you haven't seen it, it's a Daniel Jeremiah signed 8x10 autographs. No, before you ask, no certificate of authenticity, but trust us, it was on eBay. It's legit. Okay, doesn't that look like a D almost, kind of? So, anyways, you got a great following, whether it's on Locked On Vikings, whether it's before you wrap up here. Let me know who wins it. I don't know what you want to do. Maybe you want to do something cool in Blue Sky. However you want to do it. I
do something. Let's do something here. Somebody who's been here all day.
Okay. Yeah.
There's no way I can ever find.
I'm gonna have to lean on you for
that. Somebody's been hanging out all day.
Yeah. I mean, we can scroll all the way back in the chat. CD Peterson, Alexander, Chris Olson, Macho Meach. Who's still in here, though, is the question. Ooh, Alexander's still here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Alexander is here, but he was complaining about us doing a 2026 mock, so he's out.
I almost want to give it to Charles Wheeler, who said Inman opened our lads when I froze, or PhD Inman very deep in thought. I must have been frozen there as well, or I thought he was just concentrating.
It was just a timeout.
Yeah.
You're here for Mustache. Eli Vastas was here for Mustache Talk.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe you do a trivia question right now or something. Maybe you bust something out. Maybe bust something out and see. And I'll keep an eye on the chat and see the first one to answer. Or
all right, give me a second. Right. I'm gonna go deep.
Yeah.
Somebody who has watched my history doc is gonna know it. That's how
you go. I like this.
Somebody who's watched the history doc.
Got to earn it a little bit. Don't rush it. You're already 6.
Oh, yep. I got it. 1981.
Okay. Wait, text me the answer. Text me the answer real quick. Or message me in the
I put it in the private chat,
yeah. Studio chat, yeah. 1981.
That's the answer. 1981. Final game at the Met. Vikings Chiefs. Vikings lose a snoozer against the Chiefs. But it doesn't matter. They were already eliminated from playoff contention. Really, it was the Metrodome. I'm getting to the question, Sam Delker. Really, it was the transition from the Met to the Metrodome. And it was the final game at the Met. It was pandemonium. People were pulling seats out. They said, keep your power, or like just don't bring power tools, but you can take whatever you want. We're not going to stop you from taking your memorabilia. Among the pandemonium, somebody walks on the field in a very strange outfit. What was that outfit? We had people climbing the scoreboard. People fell off, multiple concussions. Every single injured person said that it was absolutely worth it. Jordan Barrett, you got it.
There, you got it. You got it. A gorilla suit. Can you elaborate on that at all? Is there anything more to the story?
There is no more information about it. There was a man in a gorilla suit seen on the field.
I love that fun fact. That's fantastic. That's the trivia I was hoping you would bust out for this.
Yeah, Google was
useless. That's
Google.
What we like.
I made sure Google was useless.
I respect it. I respect it. All right, Jordan, hit me up or hit Braun up. Need your info.
Yeah, I know. Jordan.
I got all. I've been eBay hustling, so I got all the eBay supplies. I can ship this out, get her out with my my next crop of eBay baseball, football cards I've been selling. How about that? On hopefully Monday morning. Congrats, by the way. Congrats. I expect to see a picture of where you put it up, the setup, where it's at.
Yeah.
Above your bed, nightstand, wherever it may be. That was fun, man. All right. I don't know how much left you got on here. It's been a grind for you,
I got till
man.
the end.
Okay.
And then I gotta talk to the three of you either on Monday or if you guys want to come in at the end and hang out.
Okay. What are we chatting about? Are we in trouble?
No. About the future of the betting contest.
Got it. Okay, fair enough. All right. Well, you're almost there. You got maybe. Yeah, you let me know. I gotta post this Twins postcast, but you let me know.
Yeah, go get that up.
Won't take more than a couple minutes here, but you let me know. I'll come back in with you. If you get the other two goons to join.
Jordan didn't even know there was a prize.
Are you kidding?
Well, if I might just bow out and we'll talk on Monday.
Yeah. Nobody can.
We gotta ideate. We gotta do a little planning.
Nobody can blame me for that. What was the final count on the clothing that you had to add? 3? How many?
1,
how many special
2, 3.
teamers?
Yep. 1, 2, 3. I had
long
several
snapper,
guards.
punter, and a kicker. One of each.
2 kickers and a punter.
It was 2 kickers and a punter. Okay.
Yeah.
No long snapper yet. Okay.
We had several guards. Were we still ASMRing for guards? Yeah, but we haven't seen a guard in a while.
No guard in a
lot
while.
of tackles.
No, a lot of skills. A lot of skill. A lot of skill players.
At this point, I'm just going off of NFL.com's draft tracker.
Mm-hmm. Tez Johnson. You're bigger than Tez Johnson, by the way. Wideout, Oregon to the Bucks, 235. Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah, you got a couple more. Nobody's gonna knock you if you bow out at this point. I'll just say that 6.5 hours.
I gotta finish now.
That's gotta be a record.
Close. Can you imagine getting this close and quitting?
Right, fair enough.
Before you go,
yep.
Do you have any undrafted free agents to watch? Any names to think about?
Well, let me just get caught up first very quickly on just make sure I don't double up on anybody that maybe was already taken. Yeah, Isaiah Bond is still out there. You called that. Seth McLaughlin still out there. Center, Ohio State. We need a center. But who do I like? Let's see. Kobe Bryant still there. Luke Lachey, Iowa tight end. Ja Joyner, local boy. I like him. Restrepo, Miami receiver. Small slot dude, but solid. Stackhouse, Georgia defensive tackle. Any one of those 5 guys, I would be very happy with. Brew McCoy still there from Tennessee. Not
Chat has hive-minded its way into Marcus Yarns. They really want Marcus.
Yarns. Marcus Yarns is still. I haven't even got to him yet. Big Yarns guy for UDFA. Like, yes, let's bring him in. High risk, no reward, or / that, reverse it. High reward, no risk. Yeah, Yarns. I'm trying to see best available. Why isn't he even on these first 2 lists? Let's just go to the running backs. Who's the best run? Oh, Marcus Yarns, number 1 running back on the list. Yeah, I like him a lot. Raheem Sanders, South Carolina. He was supposed to be good this year. He was not, but he was really good in 2023. But yeah, Yarns. Give me Yarns from Delaware. All over it. Yeah, I'd love that.
Kobe Bryant does feel like the Kwesi UDFA pickup. That,
I could see
everybody
that.
wants him the whole day 3, and then he goes undrafted, and he just gets him for free.
I could see that for sure.
By offering him $350,000.
I feel like Kwesi has set the bar so high after Pace that people are going to be disappointed when they really shouldn't, because it's UDFA, when he doesn't just find like
we don't get like 3 of them that make the team.
Yeah, exactly. But I guess that's what you get when you go draft Ivan Pace. Oh, Willie Lampkin, guard, North Carolina. He's a guy. At this point, it's just like, who's the guys that I know and have watched and know something of, you know what I mean? And didn't absolutely hate. Let's check out the cornerbacks real quick. Tommy Hill, Nebraska, still there. He's a big boy, 6'1", 213. Kobe Bryant, mentioned him.
JP Acosta is all over me. I did draft David Bailey twice.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
To who and who?
Let me change that. Let me
get my guy in there. My best available. Get my guy.
Who was it? It's the Eagles.
Receiver Evan Stewart.
Receiver Evan Stewart. Eagles.
Do they need? Well, do they need a number 3? Who's their number 3? They drafted Linus Smith last year from Texas A&M really early, and he was.
How about I give him to the Bills, and I'll put
that's who CBS has got. That's who CBS has got going to the Bills.
What's his name?
Evan Stewart, wide receiver, Oregon. So he's the best. So Tez Johnson just got drafted.
Not Ted Johnson, the podcaster. Tez Johnson, the podcaster. Oh, we got a guard.
Yeah.
You either will want to stay or leave real quick.
Oh, I'm in.
You're in?
I'm in. Yeah. Let me close my eyes here. Can I shut my
you got a minute.
Camera
I gotta put together. I gotta do the chat GPT. I gotta go get him.
Oh, you gotta do the whole thing. Okay. Oh, right. You're doing the chat. Wow. How many times have you done that?
Still no Miles Frazier? No, he went. Wait, they drafted that guy?
Okay, let me get caught up here. Hold on.
They drafted the other LSU guard. This dude is a disaster.
And Frazier isn't gone.
No, Frazier is gone.
Okay. Yeah, well, it's the Ravens.
People who've been here all day
so...
are like this. I've definitely awakened things in people.
Okay. You awaken things that people just didn't know that they were there. Okay. I'm going to go fill up my water. My Wild Cup, by the way. I don't even know the score of the Wild right now. That the game's probably over. Nobody spoil it for me. Go ahead. Spoil it.
Nobody spoil it for him.
If you know it, go ahead. All right.
If you know it. Yeah, Frazier went to Lions. All right. We'll wait for Luke to get back. Oh my God. This one's gross. This one's real cheesy. I'm not satisfied with this. It's a little bit too, it's not erotic enough. Okay. If you use the word erotic, ChatGPT doesn't let you do it. That's let me try a different excerpt. Okay. I'm just going to do his weaknesses. Oh yeah, beautiful. Yeah, we're better. That's way better. Okay, we're good. When it comes to erotic draft reviews, we don't settle for anything but the best on Locked On Vikings. That's true.
When it comes to erotic draft reviews, we don't settle for anything but the best on Locked On Vikings.
Lions took a QB.
Who'd they take?
No, they're just showing Jackson Dart stuff. I just didn't recognize that as Ole Miss.
Got it. Okay. I got to get a TV in this office because, especially on draft weekend, especially, you need it.
Yeah. Are we ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Everybody turn your volume up, okay? I promise I won't betray you. Oh, shoot. What's his name? Garrett Dellinger wasn't perfect, but there was something magnetic about him. A raw, undefined strength that made others take notice. His arms, though not the longest, moved with purpose, even if sometimes they weren't quite enough to stop the force bearing down on him. His timing could be off, and there were moments when his footwork faltered, his body not quite in sync with the ever-changing rhythm of the game. It was in those moments when things weren't perfect that his true vulnerability showed, and it made him all the more human. There were stronger, longer men who had found ways to prize at his defenses, exposing weaknesses that Reed knew all too well. But for every time he fell short, he rose again, determined, ready to learn from the hits that tried to break him. His rough edges and imperfections only made him more captivating, drawing others in with the promise that beneath the surface, he had something worth fighting for.
How many times have you done that? Dude, we're on 6 hours and 38 minutes.
That's been like the 8th one. There were a couple earlier that were way better.
I started sweating during that a little bit. Sweating.
Yeah. People tingle. People been tingling.
Wow. I like that. I'm going to make that my ringtone. Just the whole thing. the whole thing, dude. I'll never hear it. I'll never hear my phone go off. It'll never go off. I respect it. Now that Chiefs got Omar Norman Lott, went to the Chiefs, will he be a Hall of Famer? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you like him, right?
I like him and my guy from Cal, the D-back, Noel Williams. They took two of my guys.
They took him too.
Yeah. At least they're in the other
no
conference.
Goosebumps for that one. I'm sorry, David. I'll do better next time. See if there are any other guards on there.
No goosebumps.
That's pretty much all we got, though. We got just a handful of picks left to see if there are any guards, and then I'm getting the heck out of here.
Yeah, you're almost there, man. We're at 245 of 257. These should fly, you would think, rapid fire for the most part, anyways. Let's see how many teams need they need a guard too. Let's see. Washington took a lineman early. Giants probably, I guess. Cowboys took Booker. Saints took the tackle from Texas. Okay. San Fran could definitely go guard. Green Bay, I don't think they've taken a guard. Patriots definitely could go guard. Oh, San Fran's got two. Dude, San Fran every year, these day 3 picks every year, these comp picks every year, dude. What are they doing? How do they do it? Teams, San Fran. Let's check this out. It's the same way last year, too. A 1, a 2, 2 3s, 2 4s, 2 5s, 3 7s. That's Rick Spielman-esque, dude. That's 2021 Rick Spielman. Like, that's crazy. And they haven't taken an old lineman. They're going to take an old lineman. Will it be a guard? I don't know. But they haven't taken an old lineman yet.
The Chiefs haven't?
San Fran with all these picks. No old lineman.
Special teams picks. How many hats? I got a couple more hats. I'm not a hat guy, though, at all.
That would be funny.
Like
that's why I was saying I haven't seen you rock the Dodgers blue, but I haven't seen you rock the hat really though either.
No, did I tell you the story of the Dodgers hat, or did I only tell you part of it? So, my wife is a New Yorker, grew up a Yankees fan.
That's right. Yep. Okay.
And so they were playing in the World Series here. I decided to go hometown and root for the Dodgers some time ago.
Yep.
So
you got to pick one when you move there. When you move to a new spot, you got to pick your team.
I got the Dodgers. Yep. I got the Clippers. Although nice. I have my real basketball fandom is visceral Lakers hatred. So I'm a Wolves fan right now.
Love that. Okay. Good.
Yeah, like you'll take it, right? You'll take it. But we actually splurged on tickets to the World Series, and went to one of the games.
To the World Series?
Yeah, we went to the World Series this year.
Holy crap! Okay.
And poor Nicole, Yankees fan, right? Spends all that money to show up and watch them lose.
Yeah, that's tough.
But we were like, well, we have to get a hat. We have to get something. So so she bought a Yankees hat and I bought a Dodgers hat.
Nice. Okay. Little memorabilia to always have. You always remember that. And this is your World Series Dodger hat right here.
This is my World Series Dodger hat.
Wow.
Yep.
That's cool.
I've actually been to a team that I was rooting for that won a championship.
That's unbelievable.
This is not a
lot. Yeah, that's a lot more than any of us can say. Love that. Have you, just being a quote unquote Dodger guy, have you ever heard the story about the Curb Your Enthusiasm episode that actually got a guy off death row? Because they recorded it at Dodger Stadium. And this guy was like, dude, I'm innocent. My alibi was like, I was at the Dodger game. And it just so happened that Curb Your Enthusiasm recorded. You haven't heard this? Curb Your Enthusiasm recorded one episode where Larry David went to a Dodger game. The bit was he hired a hooker so he could use the carpool lane. And then went there, and there was, 2 or 3 cameras around. And just so happened, dude, his lawyer started trying to look up the game. He's like, dude, I was at the Dodger game, dude. You got to trust me. And he was looking at footage from the Dodger game that night. And he found out that there was Curb Your Enthusiasm footage. And he looked it up. Sure enough, saw where he was. He's in the background, dude. Got off death row.
He didn't do it. Unreal.
How crazy is that? What? There's a documentary about it on HBO, I'm pretty sure.
That's amazing.
It's incredible. It's like 90-minute documentary. It's fantastic. Unbelievable. That's all I got. But all right, I'm gonna bounce. You're gonna have a little spiel for us. We're not in trouble though. No punishment next year.
I'll tell you. You know what? I'll tell you right now. Because we're at the end here. I'll fill in. I've already talked to Sam about it. So here's the thing. Okay, 2 years in a row, I've done these elaborate punishments. I've got another one coming in later in next month. for bold predictions from Locked On Vikings, and I've realized that I've overextended on these elaborate punishment things. I've done my hot wings. I've done my big stream. I will have eaten my eggs. I've had enough.
Is that what you got to do next? You got to eat eggs.
I've got to eat my eggs. Yeah. After that, I'm done. I'm calling a career moratorium on
3 and done, man. You put in your time. That's fine. You put in your time. I get it.
My grandpa has great advice. Okay. You hear something similar from Kurt Warner on those gambling ads. Okay. Don't put it up if you're not willing to lose it. I'm no longer putting it up.
I get it.
We want to do a betting contest. We can do a betting contest, but I'm no longer subjecting myself to
a punishment, especially of these extremes too.
I will not make the wager. I will participate, but I will not. I will no longer make the wager.
I couldn't have done it.
We can do something. We can put in a pool. I'll donate to a charity. That's all fine. But these like high energy, like elaborate,
I couldn't have done
things that require production and preparation. I can't do it anymore.
Too time consuming. I totally get it. And don't get me wrong, makes great content, but too time consuming. People don't get it. There's a lot more than what goes on just on camera for sure.
Yeah.
I get it, man. You put in your time. No hard feelings whatsoever. You put in your time, and you weren't a sore loser either. You actually, got up here. And you actually did it, dude. We're going on 7 hours today. There's no way I could have done this. I couldn't have done it. There's no way. There's no way. So props to you, man. You've showed up and showed out multiple times for the loser punishment. So
there are two things that are important.
No qualms with that. Arif will give you crap, but as far as
whatever. As far as there are two things that are important. Okay, everything else you can call me whatever you want. One, I never want it said that I backed down. All right, I did my hot wings.
Back down. Yep.
I'm going to do my eggs.
On your tombstone. Yep.
I never want it said. Okay. I
wasn't a great guy, but never back down on your tombstone.
Actually, that's it. That's all I care about. That's the only thing. I don't have two things. That's it. That's the one.
That's the one that mattered the most. So that's good.
Yep.
That's good. No, I get it. Yeah, time to switch it up. Maybe we'll do like the winner gets something instead of the loser has to do punishment or something. We'll figure it out. By the way, speaking of your charity, how'd that go this year? How'd that go?
Oh my God, I forgot. Yeah, let's see. We got one. Somebody got the other guy.
Good.
The first guy, Tyrion Ingram Dawkins.
Good.
Let's see if we got any Kobe Kings.
Tough to hit that, man. Wow.
We do. We have a Kobe King.
Kobe King. Okay, so you got two. Let me see where
McCarthy Hayes, a long, frequent question asker, and I believe MFP chatter sometimes.
Okay, love that.
And we also have who's the other guy? Gavin Bartholomew. No, Gavin Bartholomew.
Okay. Wow. Props to your listeners, man.
Good job,
Kobe King, and the Georgia kid, man. Props to your guys. Yeah, Ingram Dawkins.
See what charity.
That is impressive, dude.
Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot.
Yeah, that is impressive. Wow. Oh, Jordan James, Sam's guy, running back, Oregon.
Sam's guy,
Sam Fran.
You had somebody. I had
Savion Williams. Went Packers third round.
Yeah.
Not even close. Yeah. They did go receiver, but no.
Sam had Coleman Owen.
Oh, he did. Oh, he didn't have Jordan James. Okay.
Jordan James was taken.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Can't double up. Got it. Yeah, good. That's awesome.
One more guard.
That's good.
One more Iowa guard for the road.
Oh man. An Iowa boy too. Let's see this. Rounds. Who was it? Connor Colby. San Fran. I knew San Fran was going to take an O lineman with one of these picks. Okay.
San Fran had to take a guard, huh? All right, let me put it together. The bit is definitely wearing thin.
It's got to be. Number 9. Guard alert. Number 9. Connor Colby drafted. Bang!
What if I told it this time to make it the villain in a romance novel?
Do it. Just switch it up. Just tweak it just a little bit. While you're doing that, I'm going to see if the wild one. 3-3 into the third.
Whoa!
All right. I'm gonna bounce after this one.
You got to bounce and see that. All right.
I'm gonna bounce after that.
All right, chat. I want you to tell me what happens with the wild.
Wow. Okay. 3.
We're on pick 250. Yeah, go have fun.
All right, man. Props to you for grinding through this. We'll chat Monday a little bit more about the draft haul. I'm sure we'll both watch a little bit more film, read some bios and stuff. But thanks for having me on. Let me know the info. I'll send this beauty out.
Yes, and I'll get that info. I know Jordan well.
Good. Well, I'm glad it's going to a diehard gorilla suit. Who would have thought?
Gorilla suit. He was all right. He was instant on it.
Yeah, he was all over it. And I love the guy who said Google did nothing for me. Nothing.
Oh my God, we got to run on guards.
Oh,
let's do them together.
There you go. All right, buddy. I'm gonna roll.
All right.
I'm gonna go catch this wild game. Try to kick my feet back. My mind, I know yours is the same. My mind is just melted after this weekend. T-Wolves, Wild, Twins postcasts, and then the draft. Are you kidding me? A lot going on. So I'll catch you Monday. Props to everybody in the chat for following along for almost 7 hours here. You guys are warriors.
Yeah, chat that's been here the whole time. You guys are amazing.
You guys are warriors. Luke, catch up on Monday. All right.
All right.
Later.
This is going to be interesting. All right. See you, Luke.
See ya.
We're going to do both of them at the same time. Okay. We're going to do both of them. I made an enemies to lovers story here. So good luck. Everybody, speakers up. John Williams had always been the calm before the storm. Poised, methodical, and never one to show his hand too quickly. His ability to quickly get out of his stance and pass protection was his signature move. And his feet light and balanced as he closed the space between him and his opponents. He absorbed impact with precision, fending off defenders with his sharp hands, always maintaining his calm. In the run game, he had a quiet grace about him, sealing lanes with effortless mobility and control. But for all his skill, there was a subtle hesitation and uncertainty when it came to taking the fight head on. He wasn't the kind to bulldoze, and he didn't want to, but he knew that might make him an outsider in a world that revered aggression over finesse. Colby, on the other hand, was a force of nature. It changed his name to Colby Hawk. Colby Hawk, on the other hand, was a force of nature. Every move he made was driven by power, a raw, primal energy that left no room for finesse. He played with savage intensity, throwing his body into each play with relentless aggression. Where Williams had precision, Colby had fire. Where Williams used balance, Colby relied on strength. They were opposites, and from the first day they faced off, it was clear neither would ever back down. They hated each other at first. Colby saw Williams as soft, someone who couldn't handle the grueling grind of the game. Williams, meanwhile, viewed Colby as a reckless brute, someone who relied too much on raw power and not enough on the quiet, steady strength that made him so effective. Every practice was a battle of wills, their rivalry growing with each passing day. Colby would push Williams to his limits, and Williams would counter with calm defense. My God, this thing is long. Never showing fear, but always keeping his distance. But then, something shifted. One night, after a brutal training session, Colby found himself alone in the locker room, nursing a bruised shoulder and cursing his own mistakes. He wasn't used to being pushed so hard, to feeling like he wasn't the one in control. And yet, as he replayed their encounter, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of admiration for Williams, the way he absorbed the hits and the way he never let Colby's power rattle him. Williams, too, had begun to see things differently. Their rivalry became more than just a battle of skill. It became a dance, a challenge they both secretly thrived on. Slowly, grudgingly, they began to understand one another, and their respect growing as they pushed each other past their limits. What started as animosity became something deeper, an unspoken connection, a shared understanding of what it meant to fight for something more. Connor is a finesse guard. But yeah, man, I'm not expecting ChatGPT to know the scouting reports, okay? Although it did take like Dane Brugler's scouting report and just say it wrong. So good luck. We got a long snapper? Okay. It's really killing me with the guard, long snapper, brutal stretch at the end. Where's chapter 2? That's yours, Dylan. You got to write it. Might I introduce to you all a third hat? We're doing great. Any chance we get Kobe Bryant as an undrafted free agent? Yeah, for sure. Every chance in the world. Wide receiver. I really can't have another specialist. I'm out of hats. I'm like struggling to find something here. What if has good taste in hats? What? You don't think this one's mine? Yeah, this is like a beach hat she wears. Nope, there's Zeke Biggers. Drawn some face tattoos, true. We'll see. I could like do like a sweater or something, but then I would have to like undo all of this and redo all. It would like take forever. Like the draft will be over by the time I get all that stuff on. We're almost done, folks. Last 4 picks. They're going slow as heck. A 95 mask. Sunglasses. True. That's the move. Although I don't have any there, I have to go all the way out to my car, which would also take a while. Finish with a Vikings jersey if another specialist gets drafted. Maybe. Go get my whiteout JJ McCarthy. Still have 100 people here. Thank you guys so much. At this point, you're here to be completionists. You gotta finish this out with me, okay? Alexander, drape a jersey over your shoulder. We'll see if there's another specialist. Bet punishment run glitchless 100%. We rock until the end, yeah. My throat is in a horrible way. I'm not happy. That's the worst part right now. He looks Squidward in the Sea Bear episode. We're doing great, folks. Everydayers. You guys are the real everydayers. You stayed here with me for 7 hours. My goodness. Realest ones. Yeah, and 3 more picks. Edge out of Syracuse to the Saints. 3 more picks. We're up to the compensatory 7ths. Yeah, Golden wearing 22 is wild to me. I'm texting my dad back. Sorry, this takes precedence. He's just snipe Luke like he brutal for your agenda specifically. Yeah, the Iowa to Vikings pipeline is not really a thing, is it? Who's the best Hawkeye to ever play for the Vikings? Chad Greenway? I'm going to lose this hat. Nate Stanley. I mean, it's Chad Greenway, right? It's been a minute, man. It's almost 20 years. Pick is in. Hawkinson might get there in a few years. I guess he doesn't count quite because he's not a draft pick of the Vikings, right? But he could get to like the Winfield beloved place. As like, oh, what a great, pro acquisition. Amir Smith-Marset. These are all the. Let's do it. Let's look this up. Get something to talk about in the end here. NFL Hawkeye. There we go. Minnesota Viking. There's a way to do this. No. From Hawkeyes to Vikings, University of Iowa. This is like an article. Ready for your Super Bowl, which comes in the next few minutes. Oh, undrafted free agency? Yeah, man. Go get it. Everybody follow Kevin. $2025. Oh, yeah. Triquez Bridges, corner out of Florida. Yeah, I can't really. It's active. It's active Iowa Hawkeyes in the NFL. TJ's the only. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find the history. Here we go, Mr. Irrelevant. We made it, folks. Get your noisemakers. New England Patriots. Can only be Greenway. Literally, no one else was even good. I keep wondering if there's like somebody from the 90s that, somebody from the 70s that I'm not remembering was a Hawkeye. Some rando. Like, I don't know the colleges of a lot of these guys. Ooh, Kevin's going to give us some undrafted guys to look at, too. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We're in it to win it. Yep, I did it. My throat is very sad. It like hurts pretty bad to talk. Tim Sullivan, Dennis Mosley. Okay, here we go. Jaleel Johnson, Riley Reif, Nate Stanley, and that's literally it. Oh, this is like an article posted years ago. Seven draftable small school guys left at safety. Jackson Woodward, J.J. Roberts, Elijah Ponder, Nick Nash, and Carter Runyon. The nightmare here is if this is a guard. Because then I have to stay on here for longer. I'm ready to go. Only Pro Bowler for Iowa for the Vikings Greenway. Okay, yeah. Still do have to record later. That's true, Nick. That'll come late tonight, though. I'll give myself all the rest of the day. Looking pretty sassy. Yep, I got the fit on. Or it's get the fit off. That's what I'm doing, right? Kobe Minor. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. I will see you all on Locked On Vikings in the morning. We'll talk about the three guys they picked, as well as Sam Howell. And then on Locked On Minnesota Sports, I'm sure there's a wild postcast coming up. Plus Minnesota Football Birdie on Monday as usual. See y'all then. And as always, Skull.